कोणाक जर हें आसा न्ही जे कोणी आमच्या बरोबर येता तांच्या बरोबर घेवन वतले. दॅट डजंट मीन दॅट फॉल अ शॉर्ट ऑफ दॅट एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दॅट वी आर कैंपेनिंग लाइक
में रहने की कोई चर्चा हुई है?
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है।
किसी ने संपर्क किया अपनी तरफ से आकर के आपसे?
सभी लोग संपर्क में है। गोवा छोटा स्टेट है, सभी लोग हमारा संपर्क में है।
एक बात ये क्या निकल के सामने आ रही थी कि एमजीपी के साथ मीटिंग की कोशिश हुई थी भाजपा की, लेकिन एमजीपी के लोग फिलहाल कोई रिस्पांस नहीं दे रहे। इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है?
ये आप क्या सोच रहे हैं, ये सच नहीं है, सच नहीं है। बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा, आप कल देखिए।
सिटी रवि जी, कल विश्वजीत राणे ने DK शिव कुमार का स्टेटस रखा अपने मोबाइल पर, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
ऐसा नहीं है उनके
देखा वो स्क्रीनशॉट सबको वायरल हुआ है, उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप देखो
कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
क्या होता है देखो, उन्होंने पहले कांग्रेस में थे।
हाँ।
2017 छोड़ के आया कांग्रेस छोड़ के आया। चिंता मत करो, समय है तो और 4 लोगों को लेके आता है विश्वजीत राणे पार्टी के लिए। चिंता मत करो।
और 4 लोगों को लेके आ सकता है।
हाँ, उनका ताकत उतना है, चिंता का विषय।
कभी इलेक्शन होने के बाद तुरंत लेके आएगा, क्या टाइम लेगा?
नेसेसिटी नहीं होता है, बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा। इफ नेसेसिटी ही विल डू दैट।
उनकी तैयारी है, उन्होंने तैयारी रखी है। वो
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है।
रिझल्ट आहे तुमचं
देव कोणती वाट तिथे आव्हान. थँक्यू
कुचडे जनता शाणे आसा आनी कुचड्यावयली जनता जे निवडून दिवपाक जाय ताका निवडून दितले. म्हाका खात्री आसा की हांवें 10 वर्सां लोकां खातीर काम केलां. ही 10 वर्सां व्यर्थ वयची ना आनी लोक आमचे वांगडा रावतले आनी भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे कमळ कुचड्यार फुलतले.
ओवरऑल गोवा कितले सीट? 22.
गोंयांत बीजेपीचो सरकार जातलो. फाटल्यान म्हणजे कोण आसा तो पळय आनी तेजे वांगडा पळयचे. पूण एक लक्षान उरपाक जाय की आमी जर पळयता की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे जे गव्हर्मेंट आशिल्ले लास्ट 10 वर्सां खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट केला. हांव म्हणना की 100% डेव्हलपमेंट केल्या अश्यो गोश्टी ना, पूण लास्टाक ते सरकार आशिल्ले पूण खुबश्यो गोश्टी आमी फुडें व्हरपाक शकले. आज लोक अनेकदा आमकां भारतीय जनता पार्टीक कोल दितले आनी खुबश्यो गोश्टी जे बॅलन्स आसा ह्यो गोश्टी फुडें व्हरपाचें काम आमी करतले.
फाटल्यान आहा तो तुमकां जाय पडटलो आता सरकार करपाक, काय तुमी स्वताचे हेजेर करतले?
सरकार जेन्ना कळटा जे कोण लायक मायंडेड आमचे आसा, जे विचार आसा डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक वयचे,
MGP सारखे
कोणाचे सारखे जावं ते आमी वांगडा रावन काम करतले न्ही. सरकार म्हणटाले ते 40 आमदार सरकार जाता, तितून रुलींग सरकार ऑपोजिशन आसता. पूण कोण ऑपोजिशनार रावंक सोदता? सो रुलिंगा भितर जे सगळे आमी रावतले, जे डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक जाय तेजे खातीर आमी रावतले.
तुम्ही पार्टी सांगले ऑपोजिशन युनायट जावन तुमच्या अगेन्स्ट काम केला आणि तुमची मार्जिन देवतली. अजूनही तुम्ही त्याच गजालीचेर
ना, म्हाका दिसना की मार्जिन देवपाचे प्रश्न ना. कितें आसता पळय, म्हाजें वोटींग जे मार्जिन आसा ते सदांच लास्ट 2 टर्म जे आशिल्ले तितलेच उरतले. आनी मार्जिन देवपाक जे आसा, मार्जिन देंवतले ना देंवतले, लोक ऑपोजिशन एकठांय जाल्यार म्हजे एगेन्स्ट जो व्यवहार तेणी केला हेजेर आतां आज कळटलें कितें आसा तें.
22+ तुम्ही अजूनही
आमचे सरकार करतले. हे व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. सरकार 22+ जावं 28+ वा 40+, हे प्लस म्हणटा ते फिगर सरकार करपाचो प्लस फिगर आसता तो हो सरकार आमी करतले.
डबल इंजिन शकता.
डबल इंजिन आनी सिंगल इंजिन, एक इंजिन जी दोनी आसा, सरकार लोकां खातीर काम करपाक जाय. आनी म्हाका खात्री आसा की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे मोदीचे सरकार गोंयांत खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट दिल्लें आसा, हेजे फुडें दितले.
नमस्कार सगळ्यांक सुप्रभात, बरी सकाळ, नवी सकाळ येवची अशा खातीर मंगो पक्ष, तृणमूल ह्या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रीत जावन गोंयांत संविधान दिवची म्हणून प्रयत्न केला. यंग जनरेशन जे फायटी पडत आसा गेली 15 वर्सां हे पळोवन दुख्ख जाता. युवा वर्ग, युवती हे सगळी फाटी पडीत आशिल्ली आनी त्या खातीरूच ही नवी सकाळ दिवपा खातीर आमी मुखार सरिल्ले. मतदारांनी परिवर्तन करचें अशें आमी मागिल्लें. मतदारांनी परिवर्तन केलां की ना हें तुमकां 12 पर्यंत कळून येतलें. हांव इतलेंच सांगतां, मोगो पक्ष स्थापन करता आसतना गरीब जनतेक आधार दिवपा खातीर, शेतकऱ्यांक आधार दिवपा खातीर स्थापन जाता. आनी आज काही प्रमाणात बरे दीस मगो पक्षाक आयिल्ल्यात. ज्यो गोष्टी आम्ही प्रचार सभेत सांगल्या त्यो सगळ्यो पर्सनली इम्प्लिमेंट करपा खातीर म्हजो प्रयत्न आसा. 100% हांव थंपिंग मेजॉरिटीन ह्या फावटी निवडून येतलो. प्रत्येक फावटी मडकय मतदारसंघात म्हज्या मतदारांनी म्हाका भरपूर मतां दिल्या, त्या बद्दल दुमत ना. ह्याही फावटी तांचे पर्यंत पावनासतना सबंद कार्यकर्ते, सरपंच, पंच, स्पेशली बाब नितीन ढवळीकर आणि ताचे बरोबरचे सगळे यंग जनरेशन मुखार सरून म्हजो प्रचार केला आणि त्या खातीर हायस्ट मार्जीन परत एकदा म्हाका मेळटलें अशें म्हाका दिसता. हांवें इतलेंच सांगलां की आमी परिवर्तनाची निवडणूक लडिल्ली आसा आणि परिवर्तनाचे जर लोकांनी, मतदारांनी जर परिवर्तन केलां आसत आमकां 9 सीट मेळटले.
जर तुमकां परिवर्तन जालें तुमचें आनी तुमी फाटल्यान सुरी मारल्या मनशा तुमी सपोर्ट करतले काय कितें? ऑलरेडी तुमकां 2-3 फावट अशेंच जालां की फाटल्यान सुरी घालीत तांकां सपोर्ट करतात.
आमची 3-3:30 मिटींग आसा. आमी आनी TMC बसून ह्यो गोष्टी फायनल करतले. काल म्हजो प्रुडंटाचेर इंटरव्यू जाला, तातूंत हांवें स्पश्ट सांगलां की TMC आनी आमी एकठांय जावन जे डिसिजन घेतलें ते दोनूय पक्षाक बंधनकारक.
गेल्ले फावटी तुवें कंटिन्युअसली सांगलां आपूण BJP एगेन्स्ट इलेक्शन लढला म्हणून, पूण हे फावटी तुमी BJP
मॅन्डेट जर गव्हर्नमेंटाक आमकां जर सारकें मेळत आसत जाल्यार ह्यो गोष्टी तुमी सांगल्या त्यो इजिली जाता. आनी परिवर्तन करून आमकां जर मॅन्डेट दिला जाल्यार ह्या प्रश्न लावया ना. मला
जशें हांवें पयलीं पासून सुरवातेर सांगत आसा, म्हाका विश्वास आसा म्हज्या कुळी देवाचेर, मेल्ले गेल्याचेर आनी म्हज्या लोकांचेर. ताणें म्हाका आयज पर्यंत सांबाळला आनी ह्या फावटी सांबाळटा बरे लोकांनी साथ दिल्ली आसा. आनी सुरवातेर सांगता हांव म्हणजे इंडियन घेतली आसा. कितें मार्जीन बऱ्यापैकी मेळटली. हांव पयलीं पासून म्हणटा जे आज पर्यंत मार्जीन मेळना इतली मार्जीन मेळटली सुरवातेर म्हणटा, पूण हांव बऱ्यापैकी जिखतलो. म्हणजे लोकांचेर म्हाका पूर्ण विश्वास आसा.
पार्टीक कितले सीट येतले?
पार्टीक बऱ्यापैकी एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन आमी जिखता. सुरवातेपासून हो स्टेटमेंट करता की एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन हे जिखता, हॅट्रिक करता, परत एक फावटी सरकार स्थापन करता भाजप.
तुम्ही म्हणता सगळ्यांत चड मार्जीन हेवरच मेळटलें तुमकां, जाल्यार हे BJP फॅक्टर काय बाबू फॅक्टर?
पळय कितें जाता, आयज पर्यंत हांव जे पयलीं आनी इलेक्शनां लडयला ती दुसरी पक्षाचे आतां भाजप पक्ष खंयचो आसूं, म्हाका म्हणजे लोकांचेर विश्वास आसा. ज्या ज्या जाग्यार हांव आसा लोकांक म्हाका साथ दिल्ली आसा. पक्षाचो साथ आसा, सगळ्यांचो साथ आसा, पूण लोकांचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा, देवाचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा, मेल्ले गेल्याचेर विश्वास आसा आनी लोकांचेर खास करून म्हाका लोकांचेर विश्वास, जेणे करून म्हजो गव्हर्मेंट फॉर्म करता. पयलीं पासून हांव सांगत आसा, आज परत कोण सांगता गव्हर्मेंट भाजप फॉर्म करता, एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन भाजप येता. जर कदाचित जर गरज ह्या पडली जाल्यार सुद्दां अपक्ष आनी बाकीच्या लोकांचो साथ मेळटलो. पूण भाजपा सत्ता परत हॅट्रिक करता. गोंयांत इतिहास जातलो. गोंयांक आज पर्यंत जे हॅट्रिक कोणाक सरकार जालें ना, 3 गोंयाक कंटिन्यू सरकार केन्ना गेलो ना, हो ह्या फावटी भाजप सरकार.
देवाची साथ आसा, तशीच सांगी मतदारसंघाचे जे लोक आसात तेंची म्हाका भरपूर साथ आसा आनी म्हाका आज विश्वास आसा की हांव आयज निवडणूक निश्चित जिखतलें आनी भरपूर मार्जिनान जिखतलें ही म्हाका खात्री आसा.
कितले मार्जीन कितले पडटले? मार्जीन कितले?
2,000च्या वयर मार्जीन हांव दिवून
BJP सपोर्ट करतली? मॅडम BJP कॅन्डिडेटा कडून BJP सपोर्ट करतली तुमी?
आनी हांव म्हाजे निवडून येतरीच म्हाजे जे सपोर्टक आसात, जे सपोर्टाक आसात तेंचे विचार घेवन निर्णय घेतलो.
आणि येयले जाल्यार तुमी पावरान आसतले काय ऑपोजिशनान बसतले? तशें कितें
ते कशें आसा, 40 मतदारसंघाक गोंयचे जनतेन जो कौल दिल्लो आसा त्या कौला बरोबर येतलो. पळोवया
722039712. Navratna Electric Company, main stockist and channel partner for gold medal switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havells, Polycap, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalangut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 8999294301, 8999683860 or 7722039712.
नंबर घेतले तेजेर आसा ना जाल्यार ऑपोजिशनाक वचपाचें.
When we were in the full majority, even then we have considered them.
But so BJP एका वाटेन
कोणाक जर हें आसा न्ही, जे कोणी आमच्या बरोबर येतात तांकां बरोबर घेवन वतले. दॅट डजंट मीन दॅट वी विल फॉलो शॉर्ट ऑफ दॅट एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दॅट वी आर कैंपेनिंग लाइक
में रहने की कोई चर्चा हुई है?
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है.
किसी ने संपर्क किया अपनी तरफ से आकर के आपसे?
सभी लोग संपर्क में है. गोवा छोटा स्टेट है, सभी लोग हमारा संपर्क में है.
एक बात ये क्या निकल के सामने आ रही थी कि एमजीपी के साथ मीटिंग की कोशिश हुई थी भाजपा की, लेकिन एमजीपी के लोग फिलहाल कोई रिस्पांस नहीं दे रहे हैं. इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है?
ये आप क्या सोच रहे हैं, ये सच नहीं है, सच नहीं है. बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा, आप कल देखिए.
सिटी रवि जी, कल विश्वजीत राणे ने DK शिवकुमार का स्टेटस रखा अपने मोबाइल पर, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
ऐसा नहीं है. उनके
देखा वो स्क्रीनशॉट सबको वायरल हुआ है, उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. आप देखो,
कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
क्या होता है देखो, उन्होंने पहले कांग्रेस में थे. 2017 छोड़ के आया कांग्रेस छोड़ के आया. चिंता मत करो, समय है तो और 4 लोगों को लेके आता है विश्वजीत राणे पार्टी के लिए. चिंता मत करो.
और 4 लोगों को लेके आ सकता है.
हाँ, उनका ताकत उतना है. चिंता का विषय.
कभी इलेक्शन होने के बाद तुरंत लेके आएगा, क्या टाइम लेगा?
नेसेसिटी नहीं होता है. बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा. इफ नेसेसिटी ही विल डू दैट.
उनकी तैयारी है, उन्होंने तैयारी रखी है. वो
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है.
रिझल्ट आहे तुमचं?
देवकोती वाट तिथे हवा. थँक्यू
कुचड्या जनता शाणी आसा आनी कुचड्यावयली जनता जे निवडून दिवपाक जाय ताका निवडून दितले. म्हाका खात्री आसा की हांवें 10 वर्सां लोकां खातीर काम केलां. ही 10 वर्सां व्यर्थ वयची ना आनी लोक आमचे वांगडा रावतले आनी भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे कमळ कुचड्यार फुलतले.
ओवरऑल गोवा कितले सीट? 22.
गोंयांत बीजेपीचो सरकार जातलो फाटल्यान म्हणजे कोण आसा तो पळय आनी तेजे वांगडा पळयाचे. पूण एक लक्षान उरपाक जाय की आमी जर पळयता की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे जे गव्हर्मेंट आशिल्ले लास्ट 10 वर्सां खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट केलें. हांव म्हणना की 100% डेव्हलपमेंट केल्या अश्यो गोश्टी ना, पूण लास्टाक ते सरकार आशिल्ले पूण खुबश्यो गोष्टी आमी फुडें व्हरपाक शकले. आज लोक अनेकदा आमकां भारतीय जनता पार्टीक कोल दितले आनी खुबश्यो गोष्टी जे बॅलन्स आसा ह्यो गोष्टी फुडें व्हरपाचें काम आमी करतले.
फाटल्यान आहा तो तुमकां जाय पडटलो आता सरकार करपाक काय तुमी स्वताचे हेजेर करतले?
सरकार जेन्ना कळटा जे कोण लायक मायंडेड आमचे आसा, जे विचार आसा डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक वयचे,
MGP सारखे
कोणाचे सारखे जावं ते आमी वांगडा रावन काम करतले न्ही. सरकार म्हणटाले ते 40 आमदार सरकार जाता, हितून रुलींग सरकार ऑपोजिशन आसता, पूण कोण ऑपोजिशनार रावंक सोदता? सो रुलिंगा भितर जे सगळे आमी रावतले, जे डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक जाय तेजे खातीर आमी रावतले.
निलेश बाब, तुम्ही फाटी सांगले ऑपोजिशन युनायट जावन तुमच्या अगेन्स्ट काम केला आणि तुमची मार्जिन देंवतली. अजूनही तुम्ही त्याच गजालीचेर
ना, म्हाका दिसना की मार्जिन देवपाचे प्रश्न ना. कितें आसता पळय, म्हाजें वोटींग जे मार्जिन आसा ते सदांच लास्ट 2 टर्म जे आशिल्ले तितलेच उरतले आनी मार्जिन देवपाक जे आसा, मार्जिन देंवतले ना देंवतले, लोक ऑपोजिशन एकठांय जाल्यार म्हजे एगेन्स्ट जो व्यवहार तेणी केला हेजेर आतां आज कळटलें कितें आसा ते.
22+ तुम्ही अजूनही
आमी सरकार करतले. हे व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. सरकार 22+ जावं 28+ वा 40+, हे प्लस म्हणटा ते फिगर सरकार करपाचो प्लस फिगर आसता तो हो सरकार आमी करतले. डबल इंजीन आनी सिंगल इंजीन, एक इंजीन जी दोन्ही आसा, सरकार लोकां खातीर काम करपाक जाय आनी म्हाका खात्री आसा की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे मोदीचे सरकार गोंयांत खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट दिल्लें आसा आनी हेजे फुडें दितले.
नमस्कार सगळ्यांक सुप्रभात, बरी सकाळ, नवी सकाळ येवची अशा खातीर मंगो पक्ष, तृणमूल ह्या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रीत जावन गोंयांत संविधान दिवची म्हणून प्रयत्न केला. यंग जनरेशन जे फाटीं पडत आसा गेली 15 वर्सां ते पळोवन दुख्ख जाता. युवा वर्ग, युवती हे सगळी फाटीं पडीत आशिल्ली आनी त्या खातीरूच ही नवी सकाळ दिवपा खातीर आमी विचार करिल्ले. मतदारांनी परिवर्तन करचें अशें आमी मागिल्लें. मतदारांनी परिवर्तन केलां की ना हें तुमकां 12 पर्यंत कळून येतलें. हांव इतलेंच सांगता, मोगो पक्ष स्थापन करता आसतना गरीब जनतेक आधार दिवपा खातीर, शेतकऱ्यांक आधार दिवपा खातीर स्थापन जाता आनी आज काही प्रमाणात बरे दीस मोगो पक्षाक आयिल्ले आसा. ज्यो गोष्टी आमी प्रचार सभेत सांगल्या त्यो सगळ्यो पर्सनली इम्प्लिमेंट करपा खातीर म्हजो प्रयत्न आसा. 100% हांव थंपिंग मेजॉरिटीन ह्या फावटी निवडून येतलो. प्रत्येक फावटी मडकय मतदारसंघात म्हज्या मतदारांनी म्हाका भरपूर मतां दिल्या, त्या बद्दल दुमत ना. ह्याही फावटी तांचे पर्यंत पावनासतना संबंध कार्यकर्ते, सरपंच, पंच, स्पेशली बाब नितीन ढवळीकर आनी ताचे बरोबरचे सगळे यंग जनरेशन मुखार सरून म्हजो प्रचार केला आनी त्या खातीर हायस्ट मार्जीन परत एकदा म्हाका मेळटलें अशें म्हाका दिसता. हांवें इतलेंच सांगलां की आमी परिवर्तनाची निवडणूक लडिल्ली आसा आनी परिवर्तनाचे जर लोकांनी, मतदारांनी जर परिवर्तन केलां आसत आमकां 9 सीट मेळटले.
जर तुमकां परिवर्तन जालें तुमचें आनी तुमी फाटल्यान सुरी मारल्या मनशा तुमी सपोर्ट करतले काय कितें? ऑलरेडी तुमकां 2-3 फावट अशेंच जालां की फाटल्यान सुरी घाली तांकां सपोर्ट करतात.
आमची 3-3:30 मिटींग आसा. आमी आनी TMC बसून ह्यो गोष्टी फायनल करतले. काल म्हजो प्रुडंटाचेर इंटरव्यू जाला, तातूंत हांवें स्पश्ट सांगलां की TMC आनी आमी एकठांय जावन जे डिसिजन घेतलें ते दोनूय पक्षाक बंधनकारक.
गेल्ले फावटी तुवें कंटिन्युअसली सांगलां आपूण BJP एगेन्स्ट हे इलेक्शन लढला म्हणून, पूण हे फावटी तुमी BJP
मॅन्डेट जर गव्हर्नमेंटाक आमकां जर सारकें मेळत आसत जाल्यार ह्यो गोष्टी तुमी सांगल्या त्यो इजिली जाता आनी परिवर्तन करून आमकां जर मॅन्डेट दिला जाल्यार ह्या प्रश्न
जशें हांवें पयलीं पासून सुरवातेर सांगत आसा, म्हाका विश्वास आसा ज्या कुळी देवाचेर, मेल्ले गेल्याचेर आनी म्हज्या लोकांचेर ताणें म्हाका आयज पर्यंत सांबाळला आनी ह्या फावटी सांबाळटा बरे लोकांनी साथ दिल्ली आसा. आनी सुरवातेर सांगता हांव म्हणजे इंडियन मुख्य आसा. कितें मार्जीन कितें मार्जीन बऱ्यापैकी मेळटली. हांव पयलीं पासून म्हणटा जे आज पर्यंत मार्जीन मेळना इतली मार्जीन मेळटली सुरवातेर म्हणटा, पूण हांव बऱ्यापैकी जिखतलो. म्हणजे लोकांचेर म्हाका पूर्ण विश्वास आसा. पार्टीक कितले सीट येतले? पार्टीक बऱ्यापैकी ॲब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन आमी जिखता. सुरवातीपासून हो स्टेटमेंट करता की ॲब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन हे जिखता आनी हॅट्रिक करता, परत एक फावटी सरकार स्थापन करता भाजप.
तुम्ही म्हणता सगळ्यांत चड मार्जिन हेवरच मेळटलें तुमकां, जाल्यार हे बीजेपी फॅक्टर काय बाबू फॅक्टर?
पळय कितें जाता, आयज पर्यंत हांव जे पयलीं आनी इलेक्शनां लढयला ती दुसरी पक्षाचे आतां भाजप पक्ष खंयचो आसूं, म्हाका म्हणजे लोकांचे विश्वास आसा. ज्या ज्या जाग्यार हांव आसा लोकांक म्हाका साथ दिल्ली आसा, पक्षाचो साथ आसा, सगळ्यांचो साथ आसा, पूण लोकांचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा, देवाचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा, मेल्ले गेल्याचेर विश्वास आसा आनी लोकांचे खास करून म्हाका लोकांचेर विश्वास, जेणे करून म्हजो गव्हर्मेंट फॉर्म करता. पयलीं पासून हांव सांगत आसा, आज परत कोण सांगता, गव्हर्मेंट भाजप फॉर्म करता, ॲब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन भाजप येता. जर येदा कदाचित जर गरज ह्या पडली जाल्यार सुद्दां अपक्ष आनी बाकीच्या लोकांचो साथ मेळटलो. पूण भाजपा सत्ता परत हॅट्रिक करता. गोंयांत इतिहास जातलो. गोंयांक
सांग्या अपक्ष येतले म्हणटा तुम्ही?
गोंयांक आज पर्यंत जे हॅट्रिक कोणाक सरकार जालें ना, 3 गोंयांक कंटिन्यू सरकार केन्ना गेलें ना, हो ह्या फावटी भाजप सरकार.
देवाची साथ आसा, तशीच सांगी मतदारसंघाचे जे लोक आसात तेंची म्हाका भरपूर साथ आसा आनी म्हाका आज विश्वास आसा की हांव आयज निवडणूक निश्चित जिखतलें आनी भरपूर मार्जिनान जिखतलें ही म्हाका खात्री आसा.
कितलें मार्जिन कितलें पडटलें? मार्जिन कितलें?
2 हजाराच्या वयर मार्जिन हांव जिखून येतलें.
बीजेपी सपोर्ट करतली? मॅडम
बीजेपी कॅन्डिडेटाक उडोवन बीजेपीक सपोर्ट करतले तुमी?
आनी हांव म्हाजे निवडून येतरीच म्हाजे जे समर्थक आसात, जे सपोर्टर आसात, तेंचे विचार घेवन निर्णय घेतलो.
आणि येयले जाल्यार तुम्ही पावरान आसतले काय ऑपोजिशनान बसतले? कशें कितें
ते कशें आसा, 40 मतदारसंघाक गोंयचे जनतेन जो कौल दिल्लो आसा त्या कौला बरोबर येतलो. कशे नंबर घेतले तेजेर आसा, ना जाल्यार ऑपोजिशनाक वचपाचें.
सर, एकंदरीत ट्रिपल फायट जावपाची शक्यता चड म्हटल्यार एमजीपी तुमच्या मदीं आनी बीजेपीच्या मदीं, सो तितून तुमकां दिसता बाजी मारतले तुमी? लोकांचो कौल
main stockist and channel partner for gold medal switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havells, Polycab, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalangut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 8999294301, 8999683860 or 7722039712. Navratan Electric Company, main stockist and channel partner for gold medal switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havells, Polycab, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalangut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 8999294301, 8999683860 or 7722039712.
आमकां तृणमूल काँग्रेसीचे राजेंद्र बाब फातोडकर स्टुडियो भितर मिळत. राजेंद्र बाब वेलकम. कांय वेळा भितर तुमची मार येता. गिरिराज स्प्लीट दिसता. म्हाका दिसता ऑल एंटी बीजेपी फोर्सेस मस्ट बी व्हेरी अनहॅपी विथ द नंबर्स. म्हणजे जसे
तरी परफॉर्मन्स कसा पाहता? एक मिनिट.
दिस इज बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन. बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स. माहीत होतं की लीड येणार म्हणून, पण दिस इज रिअली बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स. लोकांचा आशीर्वाद आणि प्रेम आणि विश्वास आहे म्हणून हे सगळं घडलं आहे. ते 70 म्हणतात ते प्रताप सिंग राणे.
When we were in the full majority, even then we have considered them.
But so BJP एका वाटेन
कोणाक जर हें आसा न्ही, जे कोणी आमच्या बरोबर येतात तांच्या बरोबर घेवन वतले. That doesn't mean that we will fall short of that, and because of that we are campaigning like that.
में रहने की कोई चर्चा हुई है?
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है.
किसी ने संपर्क किया अपनी तरफ से आकर के आपसे?
सभी लोग संपर्क में है. गोवा छोटा स्टेट है, सभी लोग हमारा संपर्क में है.
एक बात ये निकल के सामने आ रही थी कि एमजीपी के साथ मीटिंग की कोशिश हुई थी भाजपा की, लेकिन एमजीपी के लोग फिलहाल कोई रिस्पांस नहीं दे रहे. इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है? ये
आप क्या सोच रहे हैं, ये सच नहीं है. बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा, आप कल देखिए।
सिटी रवि जी, कल विश्वजीत राणे ने DK शिव कुमार का स्टेटस रखा अपने मोबाइल पर, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
ऐसा नहीं है, उनके
देखा वो स्क्रीनशॉट सबको वायरल हुआ है, उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप देखो
कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
क्या होता है देखो, उन्होंने पहले कांग्रेस में थे, 2017 छोड़ के आया कांग्रेस छोड़ के आया। चिंता मत करो, समय है तो और 4 लोगों को लेके आता है विश्वजीत राणे पार्टी के लिए, चिंता मत करो।
और 4 लोगों को लेके आ सकता है?
हाँ, उनका ताकत उतना है, चिंता का विषय।
कभी इलेक्शन होने के बाद तुरंत लेके आएगा, क्या टाइम लेगा?
नेसेसिटी नहीं होता है, बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा। इफ नेसेसिटी ही विल डू दैट।
उनकी तैयारी है, उन्होंने तैयारी रखी है। वो
ऐसा परिस्थिती नहीं आता है।
रिझल्ट आहे तुमचं?
रेव कोती वाटते तिथे हवं आता. थँक्यू
कुचड्या जनता शाणे आसा आणि कुचड्यावयली जनता जे निवडून दिवपाक जाय ताका निवडून दितले. म्हाका खात्री आसा की हांवें 10 वर्सां लोकां खातीर काम केलां. ही 10 वर्सां व्यर्थ वयची ना आणि लोक आमचे वांगडा रावतले आणि भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे कमळ कुचड्यार फुलतले.
ओवरऑल गोवात कितले सीट? 22.
गोंयांत बीजेपीचो सरकार जातलो फाटल्यान म्हणजे कोण आसा तो पळय आनी तेजे वांगडा पळयचे. पूण एक लक्षान उरपाक जाय की आमी जर पळयता की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे जे गव्हर्मेंट आशिल्ले लास्ट 10 वर्सां खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट केला. हांव म्हणना की 100% डेव्हलपमेंट केल्या अश्यो गोश्टी ना, पूण लास्टाक ते सरकार आशिल्ले पूण खुबश्यो गोश्टी आमी फुडें व्हरपाक शकले. आज लोक अनेकदा आमकां भारतीय जनता पार्टीक कोल दितले आनी खुबश्यो गोश्टी जे बॅलन्स आसा ह्यो गोश्टी फुडें व्हरपाचें काम आमी करतले.
फाटल्यान आतां तुमकां जाय पडटलो आतां सरकार करपाक काय तुमी स्वताचे हेजेर करतले?
सरकार जेन्ना कळटा जे कोण लायक मायंडेड आमचे आसा, जे विचार आसा डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक गोंयचे,
MGP सारखे
कोणाचे सारखे जावं ते आमी वांगडा रावन काम करतले न्ही. सरकार म्हणटाले ते 40 आमदार सरकार जाता, तितून रुलींग सरकार ऑपोजिशन आसता, पूण कोण ऑपोजिशनार रावंक सोदता? सो रुलिंगा भितर जे सगळे आमी रावतले, जे डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक जाय तेजे खातीर आमी रावतले.
निलेश बाब, तुम्ही फाटी सांगले ऑपोजिशन युनायट जावन तुमच्या अगेन्स्ट काम केलं आणि तुमची मार्जिन देंवतली. अजूनही तुम्ही त्याच गजालीचेर
ना, म्हाका दिसना की मार्जिन देवपाचे प्रश्न ना. कितें आसता पळय, म्हाजें वोटींग जे मार्जिन आसा ते सदांच लास्ट 2 टर्म जे आशिल्ले तितलेच उरतले. आनी मार्जिन देवपाक जे आसा, मार्जिन देंवतले ना देंवतले, लोक ऑपोजिशन एकठांय जाल्यार म्हजे एगेन्स्ट जो व्यवहार तेणी केला हेजेर आतां आज कळटलें कितें आसा ते.
22+ तुम्ही अजूनही
आमचे सरकार करतले. हे व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. सरकार 22+ वा 28+ वा 40+, हे प्लस म्हणटा ते फिगर सरकार करपाचो प्लस फिगर आसता तो सरकार आमी करतले.
डबल इंजिन स्वता,
डबल इंजिन आणि सिंगल इंजिन, एक इंजिन जी दोन्ही आसा, सरकार लोकां खातीर काम करपाक जाय. आनी म्हाका खात्री आसा की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे मोदीचे सरकार गोंयांत खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट दिल्लें आसा, हेजे फुडें दितले.
नमस्कार सगळ्यांक सुप्रभात, बरी सकाळ, नवी सकाळ येवची अशा खातीर मंगो पक्ष, तृणमूल ह्या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रीत जावन गोंयांत संविधान दिवची म्हणून प्रयत्न केला. यंग जनरेशन जे फायटी पडत आसा गेली 15 वर्सां ते पळोवन दुख्ख जाता. युवा वर्ग, युवती हे सगळी फाटी पडीत आशिल्ली आणि त्या खातीरूच ही नवी सकाळ दिवपा खातीर आमी विचार करिल्ले. मतदारांनी परिवर्तन करचें अशें आमी मागिल्लें. मतदारांनी परिवर्तन केलां की ना हें तुमकां 12 पर्यंत कळून येतलें. हांव इतलेंच सांगता, मोगो पक्ष स्थापन करता आसतना गरीब जनतेक आदार दिवपा खातीर, शेतकऱ्यांक आदार दिवपा खातीर स्थापन जाता. आनी आज काही प्रमाणात बरे दीस मोगो पक्षाक आयिल्ले आसात. ज्यो गोष्टी आमी प्रचार सभेत सांगल्या त्यो सगळ्यो पर्सनली इम्प्लिमेंट करपा खातीर म्हजो प्रयत्न आसा. 100% हांव थंपिंग मेजॉरिटीन ह्या फावटी निवडून येतलो. प्रत्येक फावटी मडकय मतदारसंघात म्हज्या मतदारांनी म्हाका भरपूर मतां दिल्या, त्या बद्दल दुमत ना. ह्याही फावटी तांचे पर्यंत पावनासतना संबंध कार्यकर्ते, सरपंच, पंच, स्पेशली बाबतीतील ढवळीकर आणि ताजे बरोबरचे सगळे यंग जनरेशन मुखार सरून म्हजो प्रचार केला आणि त्या खातीर हायस्ट मार्जीन परत एकदा म्हाका मेळटलें अशें म्हाका दिसता.
एक मिनिट तुवें
हांवें इतलेंच सांगलां की आमी परिवर्तनाची निवडणूक लढिल्ली आसा आणि परिवर्तनाचे जर लोकांनी मतदारांनी जर परिवर्तन केलां आसत आमकां 9 सीट मेळटले.
जर तुमकां परिवर्तन जालें तुमचें आनी तुमी फाटल्यान सुरी मारल्या मनशाक तुमी सपोर्ट करतले काय कितें? ऑलरेडी तुमकां 2-3 फावट अशेंच जालां की फाटल्यान सुरी घालीत जाल्यार तुमी तांकां सपोर्ट करतात.
आमची 3-3:30 मिटींग आसा. आमी आनी TMC बसून ह्यो गोष्टी फायनल करतले. काल म्हजो प्रुडंटाचेर इंटरव्यू जाला तातूंत हांवें स्पश्ट सांगलां की TMC आनी आमी एकठांय जावन जे डिसिजन घेतलें ते दोनूय पक्षाक
तुवें गेल्ले फावटी तुवें कंटिन्युअसली सांगलां आपूण BJP एगेन्स्ट इलेक्शन लढला म्हणून पूण हे फावटी तुमी BJP
मॅन्डेट जर गव्हर्नमेंटाक आमकां जर सारकें मेळत आसत जाल्यार ह्यो गोष्टी तुमी सांगल्या त्यो इजिली जाता आनी परिवर्तन करून आमकां जर मॅन्डेट दिला जाल्यार ह्या प्रश्न
जशें हांवें पयलीं पासून सुरवातेर सांगत आसा म्हाका विश्वास आसा म्हज्या कुळी देवाचेर मेल्ले गेल्याचेर आनी म्हज्या लोकांचेर ताणें म्हाका आयज पर्यंत सांबाळ्ळा आनी ह्या फावटी सांबाळटले बरे लोकांनी साथ दिल्ली आसा आनी सुरवातेर सांगता हांव म्हजी उदक दितली आसा. कितें मार्जीन कितें मार्जीन बऱ्यापैकी मेळटली. हांव पयलीं पासून म्हणटा जे आज पर्यंत मार्जीन मेळना इतली मार्जीन मेळटली सुरवातेर म्हणटा पूण हांव बऱ्यापैकी जिखतलो म्हणजे लोकांचेर म्हाका पूर्ण विश्वास आसा. पार्टीक कितले सीट येतले? पार्टीक बऱ्यापैकी एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन आमी जिखता. सुरवातेपासून हो स्टेटमेंट करता की एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन हे जिखता हॅट्रिक करता परत एक फावटी सरकार स्थापन करता भाजप.
तुम्ही म्हणता सगळ्यांत चड मार्जीन हे वर्स मेळटले तुमकां जाल्यार हे BJP फॅक्टर काय बाबू फॅक्टर?
पळय कितें जाता आयज पर्यंत हांव गेली पयलीं आनी इलेक्शनां लढयला ती दुसरी पक्षाचेर आतां भाजप पक्ष खंयचो आसूं म्हाका म्हज्या लोकांचेर विश्वास आसा. ज्या ज्या जाग्यार हांव आसा लोकांक म्हाका साथ दिल्ली आसा. पक्षाचो साथ आसा सगळ्यांचो साथ आसा पूण लोकांचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा. देवाचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा. मेल्ले गेल्याचेर विश्वास आसा आनी लोकांचेर खास करून म्हाका लोकांचेर विश्वास जेणे करून म्हजो गव्हर्मेंट फॉर्म करता पयलीं पासून हांव सांगत आसा आज पर्यंत कोण सांगता गव्हर्मेंट भाजप फॉर्म करता एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन भाजप येता. जर येदा कदाचित जर गरज ह्या ठिकाणी पडली जाल्यार सुद्दां अपक्ष आनी बाकीच्या लोकांचो साथ मेळटलो पूण भाजपा सत्ता परत हॅट्रिक करता. गोंयांक इतिहास जातलो. गोंयांक आज पर्यंत जे हॅट्रिक कोणाक सरकार जाल्लो 3 वेळा कंटिन्यू सरकार केन्ना दिल्लो हो ह्या फावटी भाजप सरकार.
देवाची साथ आसा तशीच सांगी मतदारसंघाचे जे लोक आसात तेंची म्हाका भरपूर साथ आसा आनी म्हाका आयज विश्वास आसा की हांव आयज निवडणूक निश्चित जिखतलें आनी भरपूर मार्जिनान जिखतलें ही म्हाका खात्री आसा.
कितले मार्जीन कितले पडटा? मार्जीन कितले?
मॅडम बीजेपी कॅन्डिडेटाक उडोवन BJP सपोर्ट करतले तुम्ही?
आनी हांव म्हाजे निवडून येतरीच म्हाजे जे समर्थक आसात जे सपोर्टर आसात तेंचो विचार घेवन निर्णय घेतलो.
आनी येयले जाल्यार तुमी पावरान आसतले काय ऑपोजिशनान बसतले? कशें कितें
ते कशें आसा 40 मतदारसंघाक गोंयचे जनतेन जो कौल दिल्लो आसा त्या कौला बरोबर येतलो. कशें नंबर येतले तेजेर आसा ना जाल्यार ऑपोजिशनाक वचपाचें.
सर एकंदरीत ट्रिपल फायट जावपाची शक्यता चड म्हटल्यार MGP तुमच्या मदीं आनी BJPच्या मदीं सो तितून तुमकां दिसता बाजी मारतले तुमी लोकांचो कौल खंयचे वाटेन वयतलो दिसता?
हय आमी कॅल्क्युलेशन केलां 4000 मार्जिनान आमी सावड्डे मतदारसंघात निवडून येतले इंडिपेंडंट कॅन्डिडेट.
सर कोणाक सपोर्ट करता? प्रिफरन्स
आमी पळोवया नंबर कशे येतले आनी नंबर आयले तेजेर येतले ना जाल्यार ऑपोजिशनाक उरतले. ऑपोजिशनाक रावन कमाई करूंक मेळटा बऱ्यापैकी.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीन बी तुमकां ऑफर दिली तुमी?
ना सद्या आमी तशें कांय विचारना. नंबर पळयता जे 40 मतदारसंघात जनतेन कसो कौल दिला तेजेर वचपाचें.
कशें पळयता तुमी? कितले मार्जीन?
4000 आमचें मार्जीन आसतलें. लीड आमची आसतली 4000 सावड्डे मतदारसंघातले डेफिनेटली.
गोंयान कोणाचे गव्हर्नमेंट फॉर्म जाले अशें तुमी?
What do you see today is a counting day and what do you feel about this? Yeah.
It is definitely a new beginning for the politics of Goa. From tomorrow we will have a government that will work for the people and there is only one party which will do that, that is Aam Aadmi Party. We are fully confident that we are forming the next government of Goa.
We're also excited and looking forward. Thank you to all the people who have voted and whatever the result may be.
Or getting about 2,000 votes over and above that.
How have you seen on the last 10 years in the your government in Goa?
The last 10 years, I have been in the government for the last 2.5 years. Or getting about 2,000 votes over and above that.
How have you seen on the last 10 years in the your government in Goa?
The last 10 years, I have been in the government for the last 2.5 years. A lot of difficulties, I would say, have been faced by this government due to the pandemic breakout over the last 2.5 years. We are facing a lot of pressure from various factors. Nonetheless, we are still managed to go through. We are still here today. We have gone through the entire poll system. We are confident of forming the government the same way. In Mapsa, it was a seat held by Babush for the last 10 years. Actual organization come to work without these two main pillars.
काय भूमिका घेणार आहेत?
बघा, राज्याच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीनं जे काय आवश्यक असेल ते मी निश्चित करीन.
तर तुमका कोण मेवपा बी येयले तुमकडे?
तुमच्यासारखे कितले जाण मेळटात
फॉर्म करपाक सपोर्ट मागता येवंक ना
ही अग्निपरीक्षा आसा अशी दिसता तुमकां?
ना, अग्निपरीक्षा न्ही, खरं म्हणजे भाजपाक अशी ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी केन्नाच मेळूंक ना. कारण ऑल द टायम कशें जाय, एंटी बीजेपी ही काँग्रेसीक मेळटाली. फॉर द फर्स्ट टायम म्हाका दिसता एंटी बीजेपी वोट्स वेर स्प्लिटेड इंटू 3-4 स्प्लिटर ग्रुप्स आणि त्यामुळे बीजेपीक स्वीप करपाक अत्यंत बरी संदी असली. विथ मी एंड प्लस पार्टीज फिनान्शियल सपोर्ट ऑल्सो.
पक्ष नसलो हो खंत की राग आसा सध्या आताच्या घडी?
हांव व्हडलो राग धरना. पूण खंत निश्चित आसा की एखाद्या मनशाक इतले एसोसिएशन आसून थट्ट करून कुशीक उडोवप हो खंत ही निश्चित आसा. म्हणजे अशें पक्षान करूंक जायना अशें म्हाका दिसता.
सर तुम्ही सपोर्ट करतले आता
जिखलेले बीजेपीक वयतले?
वाय हायपोथिकेशन पळया बरें कितें
खंत ना म्हटलें न्ही, राग ना म्हटलें न्ही.
ना रे बाबा, ना रे.
तुम्ही राग ना म्हटलें न्ही, राग ना म्हटलें
तो खंत आसा. म्हणजे हांवें उबारलो ह्या पक्षान, म्हणजे म्हाजेर आयली म्हणटकच आय एम रेडी टू फेस, नो प्रॉब्लम. पूण अशें जावंक जायना सामान्यपणे कार्यकर्त्याचेर.
आयज कावंटींग आसा डे आनी कितें पळयता, कितें सांगपाक जाय तुमकां?
स्मायल पयल्या उपरांत कळटा आसतलें तुका. रिजल्ट्स आर दे ऑलरेडी. इट इज जस्ट 5 वर्सांची मेहनत आयज ओपन जावपाची आसा. थँक्यू.
So, what do you see today is a counting day and what do you feel about this?
It is definitely a new beginning for the politics of Goa. From tomorrow, we will have a government that will work for the people, and there is only one party which will do that, that is Aam Aadmi Party. We are fully confident that we are forming the next government of Goa.
Sardesai has won in Patota with 1,300 votes, and in Savonde, BJP's Ganesh Kamkar has won election. Fonda, MGP is leading by 250 votes. In Priol, Deepak Davlikar is trailing by 56 votes. BJP is leading. In Matkai, Sudhin Davlikar is leading by 5,000 votes. In Kepe, Alton is leading by 3,000 votes. Kunkuli Yuri is also leading by 1,500 votes. In Delhi, Cruz Silva was in the lead. But there are 2 EVM machines that malfunctioned, so they'll be counting again. In Nuwe, Alish Sikara is leading by 2,400 votes. Revolutionary Goals in second place. In Kuturi, Reginald is leading by 1,000 votes. In Mormugaon, Congress is leading by 2,000 votes. In Vasco, BJP is leading by 2,000 votes. In Daboli, BJP is leading by 1,200 votes. In Kortali, Independent Pillai is leading by 400 votes. Anton was in second place. In Savonde, Ganesh Kamkar is leading by 4,460 votes. In Kurchure, Nilesh Cabral is leading by 587 votes. In Ponda, MGP is leading by... Okay. As per unofficial results, in Margaon, Digambar Kamath has won. In Benauli, AAP has won. In Navali, BJP has won. This is as per the election agents of the candidates.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा प्रवीण आलाकरांचा
Sardesai has won in Patota with 1,300 votes, and in Savonde, BJP's Ganesh Kamkar has won. Fonda, MGP is leading by 250 votes. In Priol, Deepak Javlikar is trailing by 56 votes. BJP is leading. In Matkai, Sudim Javlikar is leading by 5,000 votes. In Kepe, Alton is leading by 3,000 votes. Kunkuli Yuri is also leading by 1,500 votes. In Delhi, Cruz Silva was in the lead. There are 2 EVM machines that malfunctioned, so they'll be counting again. In Nuve, Alish Sikara is leading by 2,400 votes. Revolutionary Goals in second place. In Kuturi, Reginald is leading by 1,000 votes. In Mormugao, Congress is leading by 2,000 votes. In Vasco, BJP is leading by 2,000 votes. In Daboli, BJP is leading by 1,200 votes. In Kortali, Independent Pillai is leading by 400 votes. Anton was in second place. In Savonde, Ganesh Kamkar is leading by 4,460 votes. In Kurchure, Nilesh Cabral is leading by 587 votes. In Ponda, MGP is leading by... as per unofficial results, in Margaon, Digambar Kamath has won. In Benauli, AAP
बिस्वजीत राणे ही इज द नंबर 1 आणि बिस्वजीत राणे ही इज द सीएम. चीफ मिनिस्टर बिस्वजीत राणे. पब्लिक डिमांड. येस आमचे 70 भितर फुल्ले कबाळ आणि बीजेपीचो सरकार बिस्वजीत राणे.
आयज विश्वजीत राणे इतल्या मतांनी जिंकला, तुमका कशें कितें खोस भोगता?
आम्ही खुश आहात. आम्ही खुश आहात. बिस्वजीत राणे येयलो म्हणजे आम्ही खुशाल. ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द गोवा.
आता ह्यो सीएम जातलो म्हणटा तुम्ही विश्वजीत राणे?
सीएम जाऊन जाय. ही इज द सीएम. याच्या इलेक्शनच्या पहिलीच सांगलेले आम्ही की सीएम बिस्वजीत राणे जाऊन जाय. आणि आता तो आयल्यार आमका भरपूर खुशाल काय असा सगळ्या पब्लिका.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा प्रवीण आल्हादकरांचा प्रवीण आल्हादकरांचा
जिंकले न्ही
अजून चालू आसा पण आम्ही जिंकतली हो सारकोच निश्चय आमचो आणि आम्ही 4th टाइम जिंकतली.
आणि जे मातशे वारे असले जे मातशे वारे असले आरजेचे वारे उजो उजो म्हणटले
उजो बी काय ना उजो बी सगळं पालावतो आता काय ना त्यांना सांगा कितले त्यांच्यानी केला पण करूनी पण उजो काय फायद्याचं ना उजो पालावलो सांगा.
काम आणि अपक्ष आसतल्यांनी केल्लें काम आसा थंयच्यो लोकां खातीर उदरगती कामां आसूं किंवा नोकरी संदर्भात काम आशिल्लें आणि थंयचो एक अनुभव आशिल्लो की लोक तो एकजुटान की तो येतलो म्हणून तांकां आनी त्या प्रमाणे तो लोकांचे पिळवचे जनतेन ताका निवडून दितात.
तुमका मायकलान डॅमेज बीन केला हाडलो ना? मायकलाचो इफेक्ट बीन कितें जालो म्हणून जालो अशें
कोण डॅमेज करून कोणाक शकना. लोकांचे राहना तें लोकांनी गिवन द मॅन्डेट आनी रिस्पेक्ट द मॅन्डेट. नाव लेट मी टेक अ ब्रेक नो एट द मोमेंट. ते मागीर सांगता तुमकां.
Updates now from here from the Panjim counting station here at Polytechnic College that now the leads are more than 1,000 plus. Those are Vishwajit Rane in Valpoi is with nearly 5,874 lead. Divya in Poirier with 8,698. Then Rohan in Porvan by 2,147. Digambar Kamath in Margaon by 2,976. Vijay at Fatorda with 1,240 lead. Anton in Kepe by 2,424. Michael Lobo in Kalangut with 1,907. Madkai Sudin Tavlikar with 1,404 lead. In Nue, Alexia Siqueira with 1,038 lead. Thivim Nilkand with 1,450 lead. Santa Cruz Rudolph with 1,144 lead. Mae Premanand, that is 1,125 lead. Subhash Shirodkar with in Shiroda with 1,334 lead. We also got update that MGP Supremo Sudin Davlikar and Party Central Committee will decide whom to support, says Naresh Sawal, the MGP Bicholim candidate, who is currently leading. He said he just spoke to us, and also bring you another update that Viresh Borkar of Revolutionary Goans takes a lead of 16 votes in round 4 over BJP's Francisco Silveira in Sant Andre constituency. This is Clinton D'Souza bringing you live update with William Rodriguez here in Panjim near Polytechnic College. Updates now from the Panjim counting station here at Polytechnic College. That now the leads are more than 1,000 plus. Those are Vishwajit Rane in Valpoi is with nearly 5,874 lead. Divya in Porie with 8,698. Then Rohan in Porvan by 2,147. Digambar Kamath in Margaon by 2,976. Vijay at Fatorda with 1,240 lead. Anton in Kepe by 2,424. Michael Lobo in Kalangut with 1,907. Madkai Sudin Tavlikar with 1,404 lead. In Nue, Alexia Siqueira with 1,038 lead. Thivim Nilkand with 1,450 lead. Santa Cruz Rudolph with 1,144 lead. Mae Premanand, that is 1,125 lead. Subhash Shirodkar with in Shiroda with 1,334 lead. We also got update that MGP Supremo Sudin Davlikar and Party Central Committee will decide whom to support, says Naresh Sawal, the MGP Bicholim candidate, who is currently leading. He said he just spoke to us, and also bring you another update that Viresh Borkar of Revolutionary Goans takes a lead of 16 votes in round 4 over BJP's Francisco Silveira in Sant Andre constituency. This is Clinton D'Souza bringing you live update with William Rodriguez here in Panjim near Polytechnic College.
Sardesai has won in Patota with 1,300 votes, and in Savonde, BJP's Ganesh Shamkar has won election. Fonda, MGP is leading by 250 votes. In Priol, Deepak Javadekar is trailing by 56 votes. BJP is leading. In Madkai, Sudhin
post-lunch session. We have a lot to chew on. We are now in a position to actually stick our necks out and almost declare that the BJP is going to form the next government in Goa. I think that's the big takeaway. I do not think that the Congress can perform miracle and get back, considering the situation that we are in terms of leads and results. Disappointing for the Congress, a very disappointing day in the office. And we have with us, of course, Rupesh Kamath, who has been with us since morning, and of course, Tulio D'Souza, who is the spokesperson of the Congress. He is with us as well. Before we go to the two gentlemen who are our guests, and last but not least, of course, Rajan Desai, the editor of Dainik Herald, my esteemed colleague with me since morning, to take us through the proceedings. We'll a quick round of news and breaking news. And to give you the overall picture, which you must have got even on our social media and other handles. Now let's look at the seats that have been actually declared now, which will give you a fair idea of which way we are heading. The BJP has won 8 seats. The Goa Forward Party has won 1. The Congress has won only 3 so far of the seats declared. The AAP has significantly won 2 seats, and the MGP has won 1 seat. Now looking into the overall leads, and these leads also include the winning seats, and the BJP has got 19, the Congress has got 11. The Congress is leading in 11 seats. The BJP is leading in 19 seats. The MGP is leading in 3, of which it has won 1. The Independents are leading in 4, and the Goa Forward 1. But these are, again, as I told you, these are winning seats as well as leading seats, and the AAP has got 2. Let us look at 2-3 quick takeaways before I go to my guests. Takeaway number 1: the opposition vote has been split wide open, and it's split in such a way that it has left the Congress completely about to taste overall defeat from the jaws of victory, and for the BJP it's just the other way around. It is very evident that if you look at certain seats in the Borbogao Taluka, if you look at Navili, for instance, if you look at even some seats in Bardes and Bicholi, the opposition split has played a very, very big part. You look at San Andre also. In San Andre also, what is interesting is that the RG's performance has led to a unique situation where the RG may even squeeze and win that seat, and they're causing problems for the BJP there. But again, the Congress could have done much better in San Andre if RG wasn't there. So we look at all these scenarios. A few quick breaking news points. The Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has won from Sankli after trailing in the first 2 rounds. He's managed to pull through. He has even expressed confidence of forming the government, saying that the Independents and MGP, he somehow seems to be very confident that the MGP is going to come to him. That confidence also stems from the fact that the MGP has not got as many seats as they were hoping or dreaming. They're not getting 5, they might end up at 2 or 3 seats. And the BJP is going to meet at 4 p.m. with all their winning candidates, and then presumably stake claim to form the government. I'll go to Tulio first. Tulio, we know that the Congress has been left licking its wounds, but how did this happen?
Sujay, let me first tell you, we are still looking at trends, and the trends with a seesaw battle going on. We have seen the votes going up by 200 votes and coming down by 100 votes and so on and so forth. So I feel it's okay for us to analyze the trends and for us to make some sort of opinion in the process. But at the same time, to make a conclusion of the results, I feel it's a little too premature, because one needs to actually wait for the results. Considering what has emerged from 8 o'clock in the morning, and we have seen candidates. Now, you rightly said the Chief Minister was trailing in the first 2 rounds, and now apparently he has won the election. But except for a few candidates who have won convincingly, like Mr. Digambar Kamath and Mr. Sudhin Daulikar and Vishwajit Rane and his wife Divya, there were other candidates who have all been in a seesaw battle. And will, I think, look at the entire result probably after it is really emerged from the counting centers.
Right. Okay. So yeah, but you know, out of these 11 seats that you're leading in, one would say that, you know, these 11 seats are comfortably in the bag. There are some seats which are 50-50, which is not really gone your way. But we'll see. Okay, we'll take your point. Rupesh, BJP doing much better than what it expected to, or at least what many of us expected BJP?
I think BJP is doing as expected by us. Maybe we are doing more than expectation of maybe media or other people, but I think we were expecting the same results, maybe even little better, but it's in line with our expectations. And I think if you're looking at all the results, the leads, actually the seesaw battle is because I think the rounds are a small rounds of 6 booths and 6 tables. So, but if you see all our 18-19 seats, they're comfortably more than 500 to 1000 margins. So I don't think so there will be a big change. On the contrary, there are 1 or 2 seats which are very neck to neck, where in the we might scrape through there and we could get 1 or 2 seats more also.
Okay, one quick news break. I think the Congress victory, Congress wins have gone up by 1 more. Michael Lobo has been declared the winner, so he's won from Calangute. So that's 1 more to the Congress kitty. It is all leading up to that 11, but as Tulio says, you never know. One can get a few more as well. I'll just focus this discussion, Rajanji. I'll also bring you in. This vote split. Who do you think are the big players in this vote split happening? Because if you analyze some of the seats, and I was discussing with Tulio also a little bit before we went on air. You know, if you see the seats where the Congress is either trailing or lost, the margin of defeat or the margin of the trail is equivalent to the votes that the TMC has got, or maybe the AAP has got. So the thing is, obviously a very, very significant role has been played by the other parties who have kind of eaten into the quote unquote secular vote.
स्प्लिट जी तुम्ही सांगल्या ती त्या स्प्लिटांत म्हाका दिसता की येस TMC इज अ मेजर दीस देन आप आणि तुम्ही बारीक जर पळयशात न्ही जाल्यार म्हाका दिसता की काही इंडिव्हिज्युअल जे इंडिपेंडंट आसा तांणी काही प्रमाणात वोट खावपाचे हें केला. आतां फॉर एग्जांपल तुम्ही सांगता पेडणे आतां सो राजन कोरगांवकर MGPचे आणि प्रवीण आर्लेकरांच्या भितर फायट आशिल्ली. सो तातूंत पुंडलीक सुभाष बारकेलो and one more Vishnudas Korgaonkar is a good candidate, but ताणे इंडिपेंडंट फॉर्म हे केला. सो तो वोट जर खावपाची जाली जाल्यार तो राजन कोरगांवकराची खावपाचो. हे जे थोडेशे ट्रिकी काही कॅन्डिडेट भितर गेल्या. हांव अशें म्हणना की तांकां कोणी उबे केल्या किंवा अशें म्हणप चड हाजें जातलें, पण अशे कांय लोकूय घुसल्या. गोंयांत आतां रुपेशान म्हणला तशें हार्डली 300, 400, 500 मतांचो डिफरन्स आसा. म्हणून व्हडलेशे आतां सुद्दां रिजल्टांत व्हडलो कितें फरक पडटलो अशें ना. जें तांणी सांगलां तें बरोबर आसा. सिमिलर समजा एखाद्यान 500, 600 सुद्दां जर मतां खाली जाल्यार सुद्दां मोठो डिफरन्स पडटा. कारण आतां हातून ह्या सगळ्या लिस्टान जर तुमी पळयशा जाल्यार कमीच कमी एक 7-8 कॅन्डिडेट अशे आसा ते हार्डली 500 आनी ताच्या सकयल मतांनी निवडून आयल्या. सो सगळेच फॅक्टर ताका जबाबदार आसा. एक म्हणजे पयलीं सुरवातीक TMCचो जो आवाज जालो सगळो तो काँग्रेसीक हांगा हें करपाक आयला, रिप्लेस करपाक आयला अशें म्हणून सुरवातीक जो बोवाळ जालो ते कांय लोकांच्या तकलेन फीट बसलें. आप हो आसाच, पण आप हो जरी आमी म्हणलें ती BJPची मतां खातलो तशें कांय ना. प्रत्येकाचे आपापलो एक स्वभाव आसता आनी आपापलो एक कॅरेक्टर आसा ते आपल्या पद्दतीन मतां खाता. सो म्हाका दिसता की मल्टी फायट्स म्हणजे मतां स्प्लिट म्हणच्या परस जे मल्टी फायट्स जाल्यो सगळ्या कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सीन त्याचो मॅक्झिमम फायदो BJPक जालो अशें म्हाका दिसता. गेल्या वेळार तो काँग्रेसीक जाल्लो, गेल्या वेळार तो BJPक जावना, गेल्या वेळार तो काँग्रेसीक जालो आनी ह्या वेळार तो टोटल म्हाका दिसता जर हे सगळे पळयत न्ही रिजल्ट जाल्यार तो BJPक जाला आनी BJPन ताची पूर्ण हे घेतले. थोडेशे BJPच्या लेवलाचेर आतां रुपेश हांगा आसा, रुपेशय काही प्रमाणात त्या सगळ्याचो भाग आशिल्लो जे तातूंत हें जाला तेन्ना. सो तातूंत आनी सिस्टमॅटीक तांची कांय गेम्स आशिल्ल्यो सोशल इंजिनियरींग की बाबा अमको रावलो जाल्यार कशी वोट स्प्लीट जावपाक शकता, ट्रायंगुलर फायट्स, 4 चौरंगी फायट्स अश्यो ज्यो कांय फायट्स आसा ताचो पूर्ण अभ्यास करून तांणी इलेक्टोरल रोल अशें फुड्यान घेवन तांणी ते हें केलां. म्हाका दिसना की काँग्रेसीन तितली बारीक हें केला म्हणून, तितलो बारीक विचार केला म्हणून जो BJPन केला. आनी तांचे 1-2-3 डिपार्टमेंटां अशीं आशिल्लीं ती कंटिन्युअस ताचेर काम करतालीं. ते भायले सर्वे आशिल्ले तांचे, तेवूय तांकां फीडबॅक दिताले आनी लोकल सर्वे परत ताका कन्फर्म करताले. प्लस लोकल कार्यकर्त्यांची टीम आसताली, प्लस स्टेट लेवलाचेर तांचे 2-3 अश्यो कमिटी आशिल्ल्यो ज्यो कंटिन्युअस मॉनिटर करताल्यो. हो जो प्रोसेस आसा तो काँग्रेसीन कितलो जाला म्हाका खबर ना. काँग्रेस ही कशी गेली की ओवरऑल सायक किंवा ओवरऑल जो एक वातावरण जाला ताचेर गेली की आमी ह्या वेळार एंटी इन्कम्बन्सीचो फायदो आमकां ह्या वेळार मेळटलो ह्या हातून रावले आनी आमी कांय फ्रेश नवे चेहरे दिले ह्या हातूंतय ते रावले आनी वचत थंय लोक उलयताले. मतांचे जर पळयशात तुमी तर म्हाका अजुनूय दिसता की तशें कितें खूब बरें वातावरण BJPक सुरवातीच्यान आशिल्लें शेवट मेरेन अशें म्हाका दिसना. वातावरण खूब हें आशिल्लें बट BJP could manage it to come over the situation.
Tulio, if you could just take us through to which are the constituencies where you won unexpectedly or you're leading unexpectedly, and which are the areas where you felt you would win but you went back. See, for instance, we look at Puteri, where one thought that Reginald's constant shifting would make that base get eroded, but he seems to be kind of leading and might pull through there, although Moreno is totally not out of the race. But one very positive victory is of course Kepe, because though it's not been declared yet, but it seems that that will win Kepe.
See, Sujay, there are 2-3 issues.
Okay.
I will.
Before you start, I'll just do one more breaking news, which is going to be music to your ears. Alex Sequeira has won Nuve.
Okay. We congratulate Alex Sequeira on his remarkable victory in Nuve over a sitting MLA.
Yes.
Now, what happens is I will combine my views from what Rajan Babu has said and you have just thrown up. See, there are 2 issues. One is that when there is a ruling party, जो पळय एंटी इन्कम्बन्सी ताचो वोट येता, that anti incumbency vote is not the sole prerogative only of the Congress party. Every opposition party will try and grab a vote of that anti incumbency.
Correct. That's a very pragmatic way of looking at it.
Yes,
correct.
Because everybody, and as it is, when you challenge a ruling party, everybody is in the opposition, whether they are ideologically compatible with you or they are compatible with the ruling party. Everybody is challenging a ruling party. Now, in the finer nuances of how much who has cut into the vote, that finer micromanagement probably can be done only constituency wise.
Right.
Overall, at the 40 level constituencies of the state, it's very difficult to say.
Right.
Because you do not only have a constituency in terms of the parties that are participating in the election, but you have independents. Independents could have a personal vote bank. It could have been a vote bank derived out of a little bit of a party affiliation in the past, or it could be just that out of his pure social work in the constituency that he has reached out to the people. Now, as far as Reginald is concerned, Reginald, although there were expectations that due to his changing of parties in the last 3-4 months before the election, preceding the election, that probably the voters would not take it very kindly.
Right.
But as it has worked out for him, and we congratulate him on his victory. I think he has won, is that right?
Yeah.
No, he's not yet won.
Not yet won. Okay, he's leading. He's leading. Reginald.
Yeah.
He's leading.
He's on the
but
verge of
expected to win, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. He the voter has stood by him. It appears that the voter has stood by him, and you must not forget that Reginald has been representing that constituency at least for the last 3 terms.
Right.
And before that, I think he was a Zilla Panchayat member.
Right.
So he is definitely in touch with his voter, with the electorate, and the electorate feels that among the candidates available for representing them, that he is the best. So one has got his own personal vote in every constituency, and especially when you are a sitting MLA. Now it doesn't work like that for many other candidates, like you will say independent candidates like Cleophasio or Babashan that from Nuve.
Yes.
But they had shifted from one pole to another pole. They were elected on a Congress from essentially Congress constituencies and shifted to the BJP. Obviously the electorate, notwithstanding whatever work he may have accomplished in his term, has not taken kindly to this type of switching over of parties.
Which is very true. It has been seen everywhere. Look, Babu Kaulekar kind of losing.
So I was coming to that.
Lose
I was coming to that.
Is a case in
Elton,
point.
like you said, some surprise victories. But for us in the Congress party, the Elton has not been a surprise. Elton was confident of that seat from day one. And Elton, if you remember, has been declared as a candidate in the first list of the Congress.
Yeah, that's true. Eight members.
So I'm making some finer observations because we were also monitoring in the party at the level of the party headquarters and all through our surveys who could probably be the best candidate, and so has every party a right to do. So it's not that we have been totally off the mark, but one point I will tend to agree with you is that the opposition parties have divided our votes, have split our votes, and the narrow margins are a witness to some of our candidates going down by a few hundred or maybe close to 1,000 votes.
Right.
So that has damaged more the party in this election, I feel, compared to the last election. But still, as I said in my last comment, that it may be a little too early because all the opposition parties who have stood for elections, they may not be able to cobble up a majority, but the fact remains that all of them have gone for the election on an anti-BJP plan.
Yes. Rupesh, again, we look at this victory, and obviously you're expressing a lot of confidence, and you have reasons to feel elated at what's been happening. But let us also look at a scenario now where the Chief Minister has won by a narrow margin, number one. Number two, you have Vishwajit Rane, who's won resoundingly in Puri. I mean, his wife has won, and he's won in Valpur. These are 2 seats which are almost which are through. And obviously there are people within the party who will expect to have a larger share. And for the first time, the BJP, as I was discussing in the morning, the BJP's leadership question is not an open and shut case now, because Pramod Sawant may put up that case saying, in spite of all odds, I've got the party to power. But if you see that, look, how will the BJP manage a lot of these new expectations that are coming up from Vishwajit Rane or Rohan Kaunte or Movin Gudino and all that? All of whom were there, serving under Parrikar, and they see Pramod Sawant more as a colleague than as a natural leader.
I think it will be smooth enough. Looking at the party's position, we have gone into this election under the leadership of our CM Dr. Pramod Sawant. I think this government will also be led by Dr. Pramod Sawant. We have these leaders who have this aspiration. It is good that they should have, and I think they will get their share of credit in this new government also. Vishwajit Rane has won outstandingly in last election as well as in this election. He is a big leader in BJP right now, and his due credit will be given by the party.
Right.
So, but I don't see any problem whatsoever in the coming days, and I think it will be a smooth sailing for the party or the government.
Okay. The other thing is, I'll ask this to both of you. Do you also agree that this election, Rajanji as well, do you agree that this election had to do less with issues concerning Goa, but more to do with who the candidate was and how the equations worked out and constituency-wise equations worked out? Do you feel that, whether it's good or bad for Goa, that's a different debate. That's settled. But do you really think that this election is a verdict for a better Goa, because Goan issues were not really. Of course, the Congress took up the issues of double tracking and coal and so on and so forth. But and yet, as things won't have it. So the bottom line, the takeaway that I get out of this is ultimately it's all about the game of numbers and the political equations and things that work out. There's no overriding issue which dominates elections anymore in Goa.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't think so. It is something special this election. Goa, we have always seen that personal loyalties, local issues, 1:1 relationship, all they are always there in the so many last 1 decade, 2 decade. So it's nothing new this time. But as far as issues are concerned, if I think there is a genuine issue which affects the common man, it definitely comes up in the election. One cannot say there are these issues but it has not come up. I think then these issues are morely over on the media, on the intellectual side or whatever. But the Goan Janta, if there is a real issue, they will take it up. We can't say that our Goan Janta or the voters are fools. They are not fools. Okay, we may have certain issues coming up more and less, but they are not fools. So I think the development plank of BJP, the government, has worked well. People have accepted it in the last 10 years. BJP government has done development in Goa. They have done social security welfare schemes in Goa, and I think they have given this verdict on that basis. If you see the split of, I don't think so you can point out any one party, say AAP or TMC, who has done any disruption. See, if TMC was not there, maybe AAP would have got those votes. So there are people who are going to vote for the ruling party or the opposition. Then there are people who always do not want both of them, and they will vote for the third party. Now, if there was no TMC, they could have gone to any other regional party. Maybe MG would have got more votes. Maybe Goa Forward would have got votes. Maybe AAP would have got more votes. So I think that doesn't make a big difference whether TMC had come this time or not. So I think people have strategically voted in the favor. Where they wanted to bring in Congress, they have voted Congress. They have not voted TMC. So it is there. So I don't think so. It's a factor, big factor to be considered that the entry of TMC has worked in this election. I think it's a no factor.
Tulio, so issueless elections, it's all about good mathematics and good settings which has played a part rather than issues?
You see, Sujay, the good mathematics and good local equations, micromanaging them, have worked favorably in favor of the BJP. But that doesn't mean that the issues that are confronting the state are lost or they have been forgotten. You see, I'm not talking about local issues or things like that. You see, major issues like the linear projects, the power lines coming in, double tracking of the railways. These issues have got a lot to do with the entire state. The individual people who are affected, as well as the entire environment and ecology of the state. See, that issues cannot be lost track of. Whether you are ruling or you are in the opposition, these issues remain and they demand a solution. So has other issues related to the people. You see, we have gone through a very serious last 2 years of COVID crisis. Unemployment has reached its peak. Small startups and self-employed individuals have lost out on their businesses altogether. And today, people need assistance of the government. Just providing a few social security schemes doesn't mean that the people are on board and everything is hunky-dory. You need to absolutely devise a strategy. You have to have some direction and a policy in this matter. And for that, I think, it's not only the ruling and the opposition, the entire people of Goa have to be on board to see that
Before I go to my colleague,
are resolved.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to my colleague Rajendra Desai, I'd welcome Professor Prabhakar Tivle. Welcome Prabhakar. Of course, he needs no introduction. A noted political commentator, analyst, writer. So, Prabhakar Bab, your first comments, but before that, I'll just wait for Rajanji to respond to this. Rajanji, one more question I have in addition to what you are going to say as well. See, if you look at independence, one very key factor of BJP strategy, which I would like to also dwell on, is how cleverly, and I mean cleverly in the positive sense, because it was a part of master strategy, to feel independence. Of course, it did not work in Salsett because Salsett decided that they are not going to give votes to defectors. So Salsett has very clearly done this, which is one of the reasons why even Philip Neri lost in Delhi. I mean, Veli came up with a totally unexpected result completely. But again, taking into account that defectors will not be given. Babush Monserrat also won, but won with a very narrow margin. Okay. However, let us look at the independent quote-unquote strategy of the BJP. Look at Chandrakant Shetty. Now, Chandrakant Shetty as an independent came, very tactical decision making. And after he wins, he did not even waste 15 minutes to declare his support to the BJP. The same thing could happen with Anton Vaz in Kortali. And Reginald, though the BJP will never officially admit it, but there is enough reason to believe that Reginald has been kind of backed in some way or the other. And I won't be surprised if Reginald declares support to the BJP as well. So you can first say what you were planning to say and then respond.
एक दोन तीन गजाली तुमच्या लक्षात आणून दिता. एक म्हणजे पार्टी वाइज कसं विचार झाला आधी पार्टी वाइज कसे मॅनेज केला हे सिच्युएशन. फॉर एक्झाम्पल पेडणे बाबू आजगावकराच्या अगेन्स्ट जेन्ना एंटी इन्कम्बन्सी आसा म्हणून पार्टीक कळ्ळें, पार्टीन ताका चेंज केलो. बाबून बोवाळ घालो पूण पार्टीन आयकुना. इजिदोराच्या अगेन्स्ट एंटी इन्कम्बन्सी आसा म्हणून कळ्ळें, इजिदोराक तांणी पयस केलो. अशें तांणी किमान तुम्ही 4-5 जागांचेर जर पळयले, जेन्ना आमचो राजेश पाटणेकर जेन्ना वीक आसा म्हणून जेन्ना तांकां कळ्ळो की ताणें खूप डॉक्टर चंद्रकांत शेट्टीक ताणें खूप मोठो विरोध करूना, कारण तांच्या लक्षात आयलें की डिचोली जिखना. अशें कांय कडेन ताणें अशे तरेन सिच्युएशन मॅनेज केलें की आयज तांकां त्या हाचो मोठो फायदो जाताना दिसता. वेरएज काँग्रेसीक मॅनेज करपाक म्हाका दिसता की जमलें ना. तेच एक जनरल जो सायक आसा ताचे उदर जशें आमी म्हणला ताचेर गेले आनी ताचे खंय तरी फुडें वचपाक जाय आशिल्ले ते थंयच थांबले आनी बीजेपी केन्ना फुडें गेले आनी दोनूय पक्षाची जर स्ट्रॅटेजी पळयली, हांची स्ट्रॅटेजी ओपन आशिल्ली काँग्रेसची, कळटाली प्रत्येकाक. बीजेपीची स्ट्रॅटेजी लास्ट मेरेन कोणाक कळयना. ते कशे करता, तांचे सर्वे कशे चल्ला, ते बाकीचे फोडाफोडीचे राजकारण भितरल्यान मतां फोडपाचे कशे चलयल्या, कॅन्डिडेट तांणी कशे बाकीच्या कॅन्डिडेटांक कशे ते नर्चर करता किंवा तांकां ते कशे ग्रूम करता तेही कोणाच्या लक्षात येवना. रिजल्ट आमच्या सगळ्यांच्या फुडें आसा. सो हो सगळो म्हणजे आता कोणी तरी तुम्हीच प्रश्न विचारतना म्हणले की डेव्हलपमेंट किंवा आणि बाकीचे जे इश्यूज आसा ते कन्सर्न आसा काय ना. ते कन्सर्न डेफिनेटली गोंयकाराक आसा, पूण गोंयकार हो पॉलिटिकली तसो श्रूड, ताका कळटा की वारें खंयचे वाटेन व्हांवता, की खंयच्यान वचूंक शकता, कोणाक दीस जाल्यार कितें जाता, कोणाक मत आपल्या पिड्ड्यार करपाचें नासता. म्हणून शेवटच्या क्षणाक सुद्दां एक 5-10% लोक अशे आसा की लास्ट मोमेंट आपले मत चेंज करता आनी ते आपल्याक जाय तशें दिता. म्हाका दिसता त्या सिच्युएशनाचो बीजेपीक ह्या वेळार फायदो जालो. एक जो इश्यू आनी आमच्या तुलियो बाबान सांगला तामनार किंवा बाकीचे इश्यू वयल्यान जे वातावरण तापयलें, तुमकां सिंपल एक गजाल सांगता. म्हाका अशें दिसता की हो इश्यू तसो लोकांक कन्विन्स करपाक अपोजिशन कमी पडलें. आतां हे जे प्रोजेक्ट येवपाचे तातूंत तामनार सारको इश्यू हे जो आसा प्रोजेक्ट तो मोल्या येता सावर्डे मतदारसंघात, थंय बीजेपीचो आयलो. शेजारची कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सी आसा कुडचडे, थंय बीजेपीचो आयलो. ताच्या शेजारी जी आसा ती सांगे, थंय बीजेपीचो आयलो. सो हो जो इश्यू आमी इश्यू म्हणटा तो नेमको त्या इश्यूचो हे खंय जालो. आतां एक सालसेट जे जाग्या वयल्यान आंदोलन तांणी चलयलें आनी ते फुडें व्हरपाचो प्रयत्न केलो, तें सुद्दां स्प्लीट जावन गेलां. खंय आप, खंय इंडिपेंडंट किंवा खंय आनी कोणी अशे पद्दतीन तो गेला. सो म्हाका अशें दिसता की ह्या वेळार प्रत्येक कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सी वायज हे जाणें ताणें आपले पद्दतीन मॅनेज केला आनी जाणें सगळ्यांत बरें मॅनेज केलें तो थंय जिखला. म्हाका दिसता की गेल्या वेळार 17चे हातूंत कांयच करनासतना पूर्ण ताचो फायदो काँग्रेसीक जाल्लो आनी ह्या वेळार सिस्टमॅटीक प्लॅन करून पट्टा सुद्दां पडचे ना, आमी खंय तरी रावतले गोळो मारून तरी अशें म्हणून जे बीजेपीन जी स्ट्रॅटेजी दवरिल्ली ताचो पूर्ण फायदो ह्या वेळार बीजेपीक म्हाका दिसता.
One thing I totally agree with you that in different constituencies where people's movements have started,
exactly,
politicians who backed the people's movements didn't really win.
साधी गजाल सांगता तुमकां. आतां डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत जिखले, डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत हरता म्हणून बोवाळ चलिल्लो आनी जर तुम्ही साखळी कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सीचे जर तुम्ही स्ट्रक्चर पळयलो जाल्यार अर्बन, आतां आमी रुपेश आनी हांव उलयताले, अर्बन किंवा जी सिटी हें आसा थंय काँग्रेस किंवा सगळ्यांनी स्ट्रॉंग आसा, कारण म्युनिसिपालिटी तांच्या हातान आसा. दोतोराचें जेन्ना लक्षांत आयलें ताणें विलेजींनी आपलें कॉन्सन्ट्रेशन चड केलें आनी तशे तरेन मॅनेज करून म्हाका दिसता जर ते जिखले आसत कित्याक जाल्यार ते ह्या स्ट्रॅटेजीचेर ते जिखल्या. हें म्हाका दिसता
One interesting thing is if you look at the double tracking and the Tamar and other issues, and the whole issue regarding Goa being a coal dump. See, Alina Saldana, who was in the forefront of the whole battle, who most probably will not win in Kortali. Of course, split of votes could be a factor. Olencio Simoes, who's been such a well-known activist, espousing this cause, and was expected to do at least reasonably well, didn't make much ground. There can be many reasons, but the fact of the matter is they have not won. Raju Cabral, incidentally, though he contested on a TMC ticket, but Raju also played some part in those conversations there. AAP, I would say that I think the Benoli victory one can boil down to some amount of people's support, because AAP's victory in Benoli is very significant. We'll discuss the AAP issue. AAP pulling off 2 seats is really significant when they were expected to get none. Maybe it's played out there. But you're right. Overall, the big ticket issues have not really led to big ticket wins for people who espoused those issues. Prabhakar Bab, welcome. Firstly, no questions. Your expert take on the results or the analysis of what has happened so far.
See, the overall results actually is a surprise for me, and it will be a surprise for Goa. It is a surprise to all political analysts also. I mean, the exit polls were different, but these results are quite different from the exit polls also.
Yes.
Because the summary of exit poll was that it would be a very close fight.
Yes.
And it would be BJP 16 and Congress 16.
That's right.
And as analysts and the public opinion was that there would be an alternative government.
Right.
And public opinion was feeling that BJP would be reduced to single digit or maybe reduced to 11.
Right.
Now this exactly opposite has happened.
Correct.
Congress is reduced to 11 or 12. And the BJP is roping ahead with 19 to 20.
Yes.
So result is a surprise, but finally we have to go by the intelligence of the voter. That's one. Now, see, we were talking of anti-incumbency, and anti-incumbency being very high, and we used to mock at Dr. Pramod Sawant and his leadership, and I mean there are also a feeling that the BJP voter would not vote for the Goa BJP because they feel the Goa BJP is not their BJP.
Yeah, BJP has kept its own base intact.
Although they would be with Modi for the Lok Sabha elections, they will not be here. So all this has gone for a toss, means the results are defying logic and reason. But that does not mean that the people, people have not expressed their displeasure, but the displeasure that is expressed has not converted into the number of seats against the BJP.
Correct.
Now, let's take some instances. The biggest surprise is a win in BJP for Navili.
Exactly.
Which nobody expected.
That's right.
So, BJP has
but that could also be due to heavy vote splitting.
BJP has got a very consolidated vote in Navili, which is of BJP.
That's right.
Now here there were 3 people prying on the Congress vote.
Right.
One is the AAP candidate, Pratima.
Right.
Then our Valanka, the TMC candidate.
Yes.
And the Congress candidate Averdhano.
Yes.
So that has resulted there. So I mean it can be explained with some reason and logic.
Correct.
Now another surprise, at least this can be explained with reason and logic. Another surprise is Kepe.
Right.
Where Alton is elected. Now everybody expected Alton to win. But still we said let's wait for the results because nobody expects Babu Kaulikar to have a defeat, and the way he has, I mean, he has nothing. He has played every ball of the game. He has not left anything, whether it is campaign, whether it is money.
But if you see the local elections also, there was some kind of a signal that there is going to be a better ground.
Correct.
If you looked at the Punjab
election, surprise came there because of the straight fight.
Right.
Although there was a AAP candidate, people didn't take that AAP candidate seriously in Kepe.
Right.
Though there was some, vote, split in Naveli.
Right.
So that is another surprise. Now all this amounts to that BJP has done its election management quite well. That way, BJP is very ruthless in selection, in their election management.
Right.
It is ruthless in every, whatever they do. Now we are talking of projects which are not good for Goa. Coal hub, 3 linear projects, whatever it is. But they are ruthless. They didn't speak a word on this. Because they thought, this is a matter of NGOs. And NGOs are people who only oppose, they don't propose. So you were talking just now about the Kortali candidate.
Yes.
All NGO.
Right.
You're talking of Rajiv Kavral NGO.
Right.
Now NGOs are perceived as people who oppose. They don't know how to do things.
Right.
They only know how to stop things.
Right.
So if the NGO activists also,
what you're saying is this narrative has worked. BJP is
it's not only a narrative, it's a fact also. See, NGO activists also should start doing things, proposing things, and of course opposing things which are bad. But then our their role seems to be, "A aa gaya to ye nahi chahiye, o aa gaya to wo nahi chahiye."
Right.
So then what is chahiye? What you want? I mean, that also has to be, I mean, that is a lesson which is coming from these results. The other thing is, I said BJP is ruthless in their election management. Now they knew that Carlos is not going to win.
Right.
So they dropped Carlos in Vasco.
Right.
They know Babu Azamkar is not going to win. They dropped Babu Azamkar and they put him in Madgaon. That I mean, that is of no consequence actually. So I mean, so they have dropped wherever they wanted, and they have been ruthless. So they didn't go with Utpal Parikar. Although the whole Goa wanted, I mean, their cadre wanted to go. They went against their cadre. That is why our Monster has made a statement that the BJP cadre is not with me. Though I am hoisting the BJP flag in Talegaon and in Panjim.
Right.
But yeah, so whether BJP should listen to the leadership, should listen to the cadre, or the cadre should listen to the leadership. Right. That's an issue. But anyway, his vote share has come down. I mean, sorry, his vote winning margin has come down to something like 754.
Correct.
So which is not that the people have not shown their displeasure, but it has not converted into a win. Okay. And then see, the BJP is also is clear about choice of candidate and does not delay. See, the Congress could have also won in many seats.
Right.
One is choice of a wrong candidate, because in Goa being a small place, candidate matters and party matters, both matters.
Right.
And second thing that the Congress does is late declaration of tickets. Now see, you are taking on a giant, and who is the giant? Sakri, the chief minister himself.
Right.
And you are declaring the ticket last. So he requires lot of time. I mean, lot of time. So that has to be the strategy. In fact, the best thing would have been that in the first round, Congress should have declared only one ticket, and that is of Sakri. We are taking the CM on. It would have created different narrative, a different impact. Now the TV selection, the Veli selection, Veli all expected, I mean, the people of Veli expected Benjamin Silvera ko ticket milega.
Right.
Oh, the people didn't go well with that.
Correct.
So choice of the in Banauli again late declaration of ticket. So So what I'm saying
Banauli is also very interesting. Banauli, you know, they waited for the TMC guy not to get a ticket, and then he came and
they didn't have a person like that. If you look at the Congress,
no, they had Royola Fernandez there in Banauli. She was a good.
Anyway,
candidate.
I will not comment. I will not comment on
individual candidates. Fine.
Individual candidate, but actually they didn't have a person. They didn't have a candidate who is of a fighting type.
Right.
So that way, since I am coming to that point, let me just extend it for another 1 minute.
Sure.
40 constituencies. Congress actually were not in competition in around 13 constituencies.
Okay.
Not in competition at all.
Okay.
So their candidates who never go second, they will go third or fourth.
Right.
So the whole game of the Congress was in 27 constituencies.
Right.
Out of that, 3 are Goa forward.
Right.
So 24 constituencies. So whatever they are milking is from 24 constituencies.
Right.
Whereas the BJP has got fightable candidates in 40 constituencies.
Right.
Means apart from maybe Madkai ka, वो छोड़ देने का. So where it is MG only and Sudhin Bab Devlikar.
Right.
So that is the thing. So Congress that way has not built up the organization the way they should build it up.
Right.
But this time the Congress was surprisingly a little different. They were aggressive in the campaign. The public opinion was for them.
Right.
But it didn't get converted into seats. So
I just need to interrupt to give a big breaking news. The ECI has actually announced results in many seats. Results in many seats. So this is the ECI's latest tally in terms of results, not leads, which is significant. These are results.
Which we were on 15, and you added one more of Alex Sequeira to 16.
Now I'm talking of results.
Exactly.
Results, BJP 19. Results.
Okay.
This is something our reporter has just put out. Congress 11. MGP 3. AAP 3.
Results are declared AAP 3?
AAP 3. This is as per our reporter Shweta Kamath, who's inside the booth.
We don't know the constituencies.
We don't know. These are very surprising figures that are coming up. Independent 3 and 1 RG.
Yeah.
RG has won 1 seat. So this is phenomenal. This information, if it holds, is phenomenal.
Yeah.
In terms of it, it changes so many things. So RG, if RG manages to open its account, and TMC doesn't, it's interesting, given the nature of the campaign and the expenditure made and everything else. So that's interesting. So this is, if this holds, then this is because we reconfirmed it with our reporter, and she said no, these are results.
No, how do you say TMC has not opened the account? TMC is 3, no? TMC plus.
No, that is MG.
I know that.
So TMC is on 0.
Yeah, so the MGP TMC alliance will say 3, but as we all know, the MGP.
No, at least the national TV will call it TMC plus.
Yeah,
but local TV knows the reality.
If I can make a very small, not a statement, an observation on this. One thing is clear, that the anti-BJP plank candidates, because I don't see any of this, have won 21 seats.
That's right.
Together.
That's right. Correct.
In spite of undercutting each other's vote.
Yes.
So you imagine in the 19, how many of these candidates have undercut each other's votes and brought this figure to 19?
I take your point. I certainly take your point.
And the other thing is that now in these people who have gone on an anti-BJP platform, will they be able to hold hands? I know that it's pointing that it's BJP has almost won this election on 19.
Correct.
But you cannot forget that 21. And the last, it would be very interesting to analyze the vote percentages of the parties.
Okay, this equation, what you are saying theoretically makes sense, but practically, let us say the BJP has actually got 20 because Chandrakant Shetty has already expressed support. So you have 20 already there.
So you are on 20.
So no, you can say that. See, I was just talking before I came here to some politicians. The independents have already expressed their support to the
Chandrakant Shetty officially has.
But the others also have expressed.
Okay.
See, express means they are there.
When you say independents, I would assume Reginald has one.
MGP also will go with the BJP because I am told that late night yesterday, Fadnavis had a meeting with Sudhin Davadekar.
Okay.
So they would be 25.
Who wants to remain in the opposition in any case?
No, not because no government can be formed unless the PWD and transport is Sudhin Davadekar.
Okay, look at it this way. What is interesting is Rupesh Babu.
Yeah.
Out of your 19 victories, taking nothing away from the glorious victory, but out of the 19 victories, in Ponda, Ravi Naik has won by 13 votes.
After recount.
He has won.
Won by 13 votes. In Naveli, your candidate has won by 34 votes. So it just shows obviously they were neck and neck races.
And obviously,
these splits have
both
really
the seats were not belonging to BJP for quite a long time. Ponda, I think we have won for the first time.
Yes.
Who is the second person in Ponda? MGP or Congress?
MGP.
I don't get your
point. MGP was
MGP because Ketan Bhatikar was leading there for a long time.
But
MGP reduced to
But I would like to make a point here. Both the seats which we won by thin margin, we have won for the first time.
Correct.
First time.
But Rajanji, as far as the ECI is concerned, the ECI has already given 3 seats to MGP. So I don't know which is the third.
No, Shweta signed a correction.
Oh, she's under correction. Okay.
Third seat of AAP is a mistake.
Okay. Okay, fine.
It's only 2 seats of AAP.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just read it out for viewers who've just joined us.
One is Benavli and Veli, no?
Yeah.
So where does the 4th seat go there?
Okay, so it is. So essentially, okay. So we will say BJP has got 19, Congress has got 11, MGP has got 2, AAP has got 3, Independent 3 and 1 RG. Is it adding up?
No, it's becoming 39.
It's 11 plus I think 1 Goa forward.
Goa forward is missing.
Goa forward is missing, correct. So that adds up then.
So AAP only 2.
No, up 2.
No, that Congress 11 includes Goa forward?
No. 11 plus 1.
Plus 1.
No, let's go through this again. We're sorry about this, but we are.
It now adds up with
you are in the election drawing room, so you listen to all our chatter as well. Okay. So BJP 19, Congress 11. Professor Prabhakar, please kindly help us with the calculation. Okay. Okay. So BJP 19, Congress 11,
30,
MGP 2, AAP 3, Independent 3 and RG 1.
AAP 3?
Yes.
No, AAP has to be 2.
It has to be 2.
Let one person do the calculation and tell us what is not adding up.
AAP has to be 2.
Has to be.
Then it adds up.
No, now this is 40.
That's 40?
No, what you are telling is 40. BJP 19, Congress 11, GFP 1, MGP 2, AAP 3,
I
Independence
think
3,
BJP must be 20
and
with
RG
Ravi
1.
Naik winning now.
So MGP may be 3 and AAP may be 2.
No, MGP is now 2. I
And
think BJP has
may
gone
be
to 20 now.
I feel because
BJP has
because
gone to
AAP is not on 3.
When
They are on
because Ponda has gone
when
to
Ponda Ketan was leading, we were still 19. Now it has to be 20.
BJP might be 20.
Okay, so BJP 20,
And AAP will be 2.
BJP 20,
Congress
Congress 11,
MGP 2,
MGP 2,
AAP 2,
AAP 2,
Independent 3,
Independent 3.
RG 1, Goa Forward 1. Let's make it 40.
RG 1, Goa Forward 1. Okay, since we have things now ready, let us reread the list. And this is the final list so far. Okay. And these are results. Viewers, for the first time we are coming up with actual results, and it is more than clear that the BJP is going to form the government. Now there is no doubt if these are results, and these indeed are results. So BJP 20 seats, the Congress has got 11, the MGP has got 2, AAP has got 2, Independents are 3, Revolutionary Goans 1, and Goa Forward 1. So the Goa Forward Congress combined would say have got 12 seats. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
So the non-BJP seats are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20.
Now they are on 2020.
So exactly 2020. So it's a great game where the BJP has got 20 seats and the non-BJP seats are also 20. But obviously you can't look at them completely.
No, but you have to also give credit to the BJP. They have moved from 13 to 20.
Absolutely.
And the Congress has come down from 17 to 11.
No, this
so
is,
you can't say that.
No, Professor Timle, but that's
due.
Professor Timle. That comes down to what Sujoy was, and we were just discussing. That is due to their clever management of the local arithmetic.
Fine. So there are two things. One is credit to BJP, yes. Because in spite of all this, they managed. They managed.
They managed the local math has been managed better than the Congress.
No,
Number one. Number
I
two.
also said
okay,
that BJP this time had in its organization has followed what was done in UP in the last election, which won them thumping majority there.
Right.
Is that we went by that Panna Pramukh or the Page Pramukh. I think this was a new organizational setup that was set up for the last 6 months.
Right.
And without any hue and cry, we followed that. We appointed karyakartas on the booth who were given a specific task of taking care of one page of each election role. So I think that has also played a big role. Wherever it has been done in the tooth and nail properly, it has helped more. Where it was not been followed, maybe.
But do you,
Rupesh,
do you also agree, taking nothing away from the victory, do you also agree that out of the 20 seats that you won, it is highly possible that if the vote splits had not happened, your tally would have gone down to about 15 or 16?
It is always a part of every election. I think in Goa, vote splits are always there. So I would not assign it to this election. Every election there is MGP. If you see other than 2012, 2017, 2007, last election and this election, MGP, even though it was with BJP, eventually during election it has fought against the BJP in the election. So there has been Goa Forward last time. So I think AAP is there. AAP was there in 2017 also. And AAP is there in 2022. So these parties were there before. Split of votes is always there, and from that share, I think you have to strategize which votes you want to pick up, and I think BJP has managed well this time.
That vote split, I think Sujay would be clear when we do micro analysis of the results. See, I just got the results of Purchare constituency. Where the winning margin of Nilesh Cabral is 443.
Right.
Last time he won with a margin of 8,000 votes.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that people have not, worked for an alternative.
Yes.
People have worked for an alternative.
Correct.
But there is a RG factor.
The local arithmetic has defined.
Listen here, RG has polled in Kurchare 1,700 votes.
Absolutely correct. Correct.
Before what I say?
Yes.
So that factor is there.
Correct.
That factor is there, which has denied that alternative. Alternative.
So see, also I agree with Professor Timle that the alternative which the people were seeking has been defeated by the split of votes by parties coming to share the same platform in a different way.
So I see one and actually.
No, but in some constituencies, when we analyze the result in a micro way,
yes,
we may know whether the alternative could not happen. Alternative to the ruling party could not happen because of vote split. But in every case, that may not be vote split.
In every case, it may not be.
No, because see, if the people decide, then people don't split their vote. They decide to give an alternative, then they will go for the next alternative who is likely to win.
I agree with him. See, the thing is, there was no decisive anti-incumbency wave. There were anti-incumbency wind, anti-incumbency maybe a little storm. But if that anti-incumbency wave had happened, then people would have said, forget everything else, let us go with the Congress and which will go. That has not happened. People are also a little slightly confused because of certain mistakes Congress may have made in terms of declaration of candidates. They may have got delayed, whatever, for various reasons.
I would add one more factor.
Yes.
Since I was watching the Congress closely, see, in Congress there is a deficit of political leadership. I would say, I will not use the word deficit, I will say absence of political leadership.
Right.
Congress may have doers, Congress may have, political leadership is not there. I mean, where is the political leadership in the Congress?
Correct.
I mean, you may say there is only one person, the Governor Kamath, but has he enthused the people? See, Congress appoints, nominates, declares tickets, leaves it to the candidates to fight the elections and win.
Right.
But the BJP doesn't do like that. The BJP gives all types of assistance to the candidates, including the think materials, whatever it is, and their people come and canvass for you, campaign for you. That kind of political leadership, there is a total absence in the Congress.
I would now like to draw our attention to the success of AAP. Let's spend about 10 minutes on this.
RG also.
Yes,
AAP and
let's do that. So the AAP winning in Benauli, let us look at that first, and winning in Veli. Let's ask first Rajan Bab, since he wanted to say something. Plus let's go to him first for quick reactions.
Dr. Pramod Sawant is going to claim to form.
He's going to Rajbhavan. No, but before that, shouldn't there be a legislative party meeting to decide who their leaders are going to be?
It is happening, I think.
That's going to happen. So is it a foregone conclusion that he'll be declared as the leader of the legislative party? And
definitely.
So all other attempts of other people.
No, because the one who goes to the governor is only the leader who says, I command.
Absolutely.
I command the
leadership.
Only he can go to the governor.
That's true.
Nobody else can go. The president of the party cannot
go. Correct. No, so it is obviously a foregone conclusion that the BJP has decided on Pramod Sawant.
That is what I had to say earlier.
Yes, because otherwise he wouldn't have been the comment. Very important. Two things. One is this: if you can just look at the reason for AAP success and also RG's success.
Local sentiment. Local issues, various issues आशिल्ले. Simple सादी जाता. पहिले RGचे सांगता तुमका. RG एक जागा जिखल्या. It's commendable. फाटी हांगा फ्लड आयले मोठे. सो गव्हर्नमेंट मशिनरी आपल्या पद्धतीन काम करताली. पण उसगांव सारख्या भागांनी किंवा सत्तरी सारख्या भागांनी जर सगळ्यात पहिले कोण पावले आणि जाणे वॉर हाजेर म्हणजे ग्राउंड हाजेर जर काम कोणी केले जाल्यार ते खुबशे जाण आरजीचे भुरगे आशिल्ले. ताच्या पयलीं त्या एरियेंत सगळ्या मायनिंग बेल्टान भोंवून ते आपल्या पद्धतीन काम करताले. जेन्ना फ्लड आयलें तेन्ना तांणी प्रूव केलें की वी आर सिरियस आणि ते मोठ्या प्रमाणात काम केलें. साखळी काम केलें, सगळे कडेन काम केलें आणि एक खंय तरी एक विश्वास तयार जालो. सिमिलर आपाचे लोक सायलंटली काम करता. आता कदाचित म्हाका दिसता तांचे एफर्ट्स म्हणजे फाटी 2017च्या वेळार तांणी ज्या पद्धतीन मोठे हातून हें केल्लें तशें म्हाका ह्या वेळार तांचो तितलो फोर्स म्हाका दिसूना. पूण ज्या जाग्यार ते आशिल्ले थंय ते सिरियस आशिल्ले. कदाचित एक शक्यता म्हाका अशी दिसता की तांणी कांय कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सीज मार्क केल्ल्यो हांगाच आमी काम करताले. ही एक 5-6 कडेन ते सिरियसली तांणी काम केलां. तातूंतले 1-2-3 कडेन ते 2 कडेन जिखले आसते आनी बाकी कडेन ते बरे हातून आसा. सो म्हाका दिसता की गोंया खातीर कितें जाय किंवा गोंयचे इश्यूज कितें आसा ते सिरियसली तांणी मांडपाचो प्रयत्न केला. लोकांनी तांकां response दिला.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Quickly about AAP. Let's talk about AAP.
AAP from a party which last time lost their deposits in 39 constituencies.
Yeah.
So winning 2 constituencies is a big thing.
Right.
And actually, I expected them to poll substantial votes in Banauli, Veli, and Naveli.
But not get
But I
seats.
did, but I didn't expect them to win. Now the win again has happened because of the mathematics of that particular constituency. But one thing you have to remember: in Banauli, Venzi started his campaign much earlier. And he started with a base of one section of Banauli. And then when people felt that wo winning ho sakta hai, because see, Banaulkars didn't want either Churchill or Mickey. They were clear on that.
Right.
And that is why the Congress could not risk
Right.
any one of them as a candidate.
Right. Correct.
But then, and then when people knew, arey, ye aa sakta hai, so the other segments, like the Kolwa segment, the Banauli segment, also supported him. Although his base was the Kavelusi Carmona segment for
Right.
it. Right. Now in Veli, all have been saying, the voters of Veli constituency, and particularly Chinchini, Osolna and Veli, which forms the major part of Veli constituency, all been saying that, अरे हमारा candidate तो Benjamin Silva होना चाहिए. That was the ground, swell.
Right.
Because, and I always say, if the ticket by Congress was given to Benjamin Silva, then it would have been like, I use a figurative way, it would be like double black whiskey. Giving it to another person was like royal stag. The party, the candidate was pulling the,
There's still a few hours till sunset, but Prabhakar Babu is already in the mood.
Winning mood of way to celebrate the BJP victory. So the candidate was pulling the Congress vote down, and the party was pulling the candidate up there in Veli. But I even thought till the last minute, ticket ko Benjamin Silva ko jayega, because he already had 18% vote of his as an independent.
So the thing is,
so it would have been a victory for the Congress. So it is the choice of the candidate there.
But when Benjamin
Silva,
Silva
also it is the choice of the candidate there.
But when Benjamin
it
Silva,
would have been a Congress victory.
But Prabhakar Babu,
last minute किसी को दे दिया तो ऐसा हो सकता है.
When Benjamin Silva went to TMC,
वो TMC में क्यों गया?
Why did he not get that kind of attraction?
नहीं, see, TMC you can't get a traction. Benjamin Silva in the initial rounds he was leading.
Right.
So he got his vote, but he got lesser vote than last time. The reason being TMC is not a brand at all in Goa. So brand.
That has been
so if
proven
he had
publicly,
contested as independent, he would have got still polled more votes than what he had polled. People would have faith in him. So TMC is a losing brand.
Right.
That's all.
We'll go to TMC now in the next round. But a quick thing.
The TMC people, most of them are going to lose their deposits. I mean,
now, if
look at
you
the
ask me the situation of AAP, where AAP is totally different from the TMC.
Right.
AAP has come in before the last elections. AAP has consistently been working in a very low profile way, and being a small party in Goa, they have concentrated on a few constituencies, very few constituencies where they were sure of those candidates being so those candidates like Venzi and maybe Cruz Silva, they were working from day one.
That's right.
From the day of the last election results to today. And I think that has paid them dividends. Whereas the Congress being a large party, the Congress being conscious of the fact that they are the whole narrative plays out between the Congress and the BJP. The Congress is being looked at as the challenger of the power to the BJP. Congress takes its own time to declare its candidates because of a lot of internal workings of the party. And now probably when the party, after all that they have done, would have to introspect and realize where they fall short in declaring their candidates first, because you can see, because we are talking on AAP, we are not talking about, we are talking on AAP, why these candidates, because I think they had a quantum jump over the other candidates in terms of the time. As Prabhakar Babu said.
A couple of points on AAP.
Congress is always procrastinates always.
Correct.
Now see, look at in Porvorim, if the Congress had given the ticket to the person who contested in the TMC, I will tell you that could have been a Congress seat.
Wazarkar.
So it was given to a person, it is given to a person, everybody will say, ek kaun hai. So you, and this means sab kaam karne ka. So it is like that, So anyway, we are on AAP. So AAP has now become a part of Goa. Because
very important statement.
They have got a state
Exactly.
executive.
Yes.
Not only because of this, because of 10 years of working.
That's correct.
And they have got a local state executive.
Right.
TMC, there is no state executive.
That's right.
किसी को आके बिठा दिया हुआ that you are our working president. So there is no state executive, and they have been working. So now with these two, it is like they are better placed than Goa Forward. And with RG1 is still better placed than Goa Forward because none of us expected RG to win.
Absolutely, correct.
And we thought that RG would be number of 500 to 1000 at all the places.
Correct.
And they will not cross 500, they will like independent.
Now we have to further analyze what is the total vote share of RG in terms of a percentage in the
And the vote share is quite big. Okay, I'll just quickly dwell on AAP. One second, I'll just break it down. First, I'll just discuss a little bit about AAP and its
then
presence.
we can move to RG.
And vis-a-vis TMC. Then before we move to RG, I'll come to Rupesh because he's on the victory side on future plans and what the BJP will do, and then we will come back to RG. That's how we'll kind of pace this discussion.
He is actually the true BJP.
Yes.
Whether in victory or defeat, he is so cool and composed.
Yes, of course.
Like that.
He has seen it all. He has seen it all. So, okay. So, see, with AAP, I'll take a leaf out of what Professor Dimle said.
Yeah.
See, the difference between AAP and TMC obviously is the length of time that they have been there.
Yeah.
And also what the AAP has done is that it has actually handpicked and worked with a lot of good local people who've been constantly espousing the local issue. Initially, when Arvind Kejriwal always used to talk about free, he was ridiculed. But also we do understand that especially during the COVID time and other places, when rations come and all that, everybody ridiculed AAP and saying that, is this the way you should do politics? The politics of freebies does not work and so on and so forth. But deep down within, there will be a class of people who will like the fact that somebody came to their doorstep when they were actually needed, number one. Number two, I also feel that the AAP took up a lot of issues that strike at the core of people individually. And the difference between taking up the seafarers issue and taking up the double tracking and coal, the difference between these two issues is that the issues of seafarers is far more personal. Okay, though the Congress also took up the issue of LED fishing and the loss of catch in those areas, the AAP actually went on an overdrive on these issues. And do understand in Veli, Chinchini, Asola and all these places, the seafaring community, they have, you have a seafarer in almost every home. And they kind of, and most of these guys, if you look at both the candidates, they came from that kind of a milieu and a background. So one must also understand that the AAP, when we say they worked in the grassroots, they've also worked very, very effectively, and they've obviously struck an emotive chord somewhere. And as opposed to the TMC, which kind of para-dropped and started doing things, handpicking candidates and doing things about 3 months' time, they played a T20 game. But AAP, I think their test match approach has paid off now. That's what I feel.
So, गोयचो मनीस हो चेंज आसा न्ही ती फास्ट हे करना एक्सेप्ट करना तो टायम घेता मातसो पयलीं बोवाळ घालता तो मातसो कितें जालें सगळी चर्चा जाता आनी जेन्ना डिसिजन घेवपाचो जेन्ना वेळ येता न्ही तो नव्या मनशाक तो एक्सेप्ट करना गोंयची मेंटॅलिटी ती भायल्या मनशाक गोंयकार इतलो फास्ट आपलो करना सो तुमकां याद आसतली 2017च्या इलेक्शनाच्या वेळार जेन्ना अरविंद केजरीवाल गोंयांत आयिल्ले सो आय वॉज वन विथ यू वी मेट हिम आनी त्या टायमार ते अशेंच आशिल्ले म्हणजे टीएमसी म्हणून जे टीएमसीन केला बोवाळ सगळो तसोच गेल्या वेळार ते करताले आनी तांकां एक अशी एक समजूत तांचे करून दिल्ली की 10-12 तरी तुमचे इजी येतले म्हणून सो त्या वेळार आमचें डिस्कशन जालें ते आसल्या वांगडा सो उलयता म्हाका जेन्ना विचारलें तांकां सांगलें हांवें तुमचो अंदू एकूय सिटी वचो ना पण हें इलेक्शन तुमी लॉन्चिंग पॅड म्हणून तुमी यूज करा फुडले 2022च्या वेळार ताचे तुमकां जे कितें मेळपाचें तें मेळटलें सो तांकां एकूय जागा मेळ्ळी ना तांणी इतलो बोवाळ घालून आतां जी टीएमसीची परिस्थिती आसा तीच परिस्थिती आपाची आशिल्ली इवन टीएमसीक लोक एक्सेप्ट करचे ना असो भाग ना टीएमसीक सुद्दां लोक एक्सेप्ट करतले बट इट वील टेक सम टायम ही फुडली जी 5 वर्सां आसा ती सिरियसली जर तांणी यूज केली आणि जर खरोखरच लोकांच्या मनात जर एक विश्वास तयार झालो की बाबा हे सिरियस आसा आणि हे आमच्या खातीर कितें करतले जाल्यारच लोक हे करतले अशे बोवाळ घालून कांयच जावचें ना.
Before we go to analyzing say Goa forward and TMC vis-a-vis AAP and also RG, a quick cut back to BJP's plans now. See, Rupesh Bab, the BJP, of course, 20 seats now. I think that I don't know whether this is the final result or not, but by and large, I think that will hold. 20 will hold. Now, the BJP will need a few allies. It has already got a support of an independent, so government formation is not an issue, because if Chandrakant set his open support, you have your 21. Okay, you will get more. But obviously, you will look at MGP, because now the MGP TMC alliance is irrelevant, because the TMC has not won any seats and MGP will be free to do what it really wants. Okay. Now, as far as MGP is concerned, it's also not in a bargaining position. But given the fact that you all have worked in the past and so on and so forth, does MGP become a natural ally at this point?
Absolutely. MGP, looking at their vote bank and our vote bank, MGP has always been a natural ally of BJP. So even now, I think there is high chance that along with the independents, I think MGP may also be a part of the government also.
Right.
दोतोरान already declare केला की ते आमच्या वांगडा असतले.
Almost natural.
One more point I'd like to mention here. See, the BJP is never satisfied with just a simple majority. The BJP wants to get into the whole scheme of things in a very big way. And what is important is last time the BJP had majority. They did not need to break the Congress and get those 10 MLAs. Okay, but they did that in spite of the fact that they are a majority, because they were uncomfortable with Vijay Desai and MGP at that point of time. The relationship between Pramod Sawant and Sudhir Davalikar were never very good, so they ruthlessly dropped them and got this whole breakaway. This time also you are in a situation where you've just about scraped through. I mean, that's said you got 2021, done much better than expected. But can we also foresee a situation that the BJP is going to make a big move ahead to try and get some more MLAs through defections later?
I don't think so. Looking at the numbers, last time we were all about just 13, and then we have 2-3 more things.
Correct.
So we were down there. So now I think very close to majority. I don't see that situation coming back again. Though it had worked that time. I don't think so. Party was also very comfortable, but they had to. As you said, it was a compulsion. So, but this time I think we are fairly close to the majority. Just one seat, maybe if we are on 20, it will be I think just one seat less. So I think.
Let's say 21 after Chandrakant.
So another 2-3 seats we can manage. I think this time that won't be there.
Yes.
Case.
No, but with 23 seats or 21, 22 seats.
I think.
I think we are 25. See, 20 plus
3
independents 3. I mean, they will go now. 20 and plus MGP 2. So 25.
We had seen the same situation in 2012. We were 21 and then.
And I don't think the BJP this time will poach into the Congress. Because see, by poaching they were under tremendous stress in these elections. See, finally the result may be 20, but stress bahut tha.
That's right.
So nobody said, and because of that poaching, stress bahut tha. I mean, they themselves didn't expect 20.
Right.
That is why they were.
Officially, both Rupesh Babu would agree. They were saying we'll get a clear majority. They were saying it. They at no point of time did the BJP say we'll not get it. But only towards the last 1 week or so, I actually felt that the BJP was rethinking its whole approach.
Because otherwise they will use. Again, if they poach, BJP will lose its identity and USP.
Totally.
So they will not do that. Now the threat is there to BJP now. Whether because there are at least 2 plus 1, 3 ambitious leaders in BJP itself.
Yes, I'll come to that.
What is going to happen? Anyway, let's not do that today. You can have a separate debate for that.
Correct. No, right now, the reason why I will pause.
Right now, I think Professor Tibule prefers them to enjoy the victory first.
No, another reason why we will not go into a leadership tussle.
That problem is
Absolutely.
No, another reason why we will not go into the leadership.
Not today.
No, also because see what the BJP has done is it has given no scope for any imagination or whatever. they've in a matter of half an hour or 45 minutes, they've gone ahead and said Pramod Sawant is going to go and stick.
No, I personally feel that the threat, this threat, Langila on CM will make him perform better.
Right.
I think having what you say, unprecedented support. I think if there is a threat, it's always good for anybody to.
Because of over ambitions of.
But anyway, but the point, however, is that I think this time the BJP top brass, and you'll bear me out, will give Pramod Sawant some there will be some kind of a tough talking.
Yeah.
He'll be asked to kind of perform, and the BJP is known to do its review of the chief ministerial performances in different states and also changes the chief minister. So let us, though this will be a subject matter of another discussion, but let us also accept the fact that yes, Pramod Sawant will become the chief minister right now.
I think it is his natural choice.
Natural choice. However, this time the scrutiny is going to be much more, because 2024 is there, every seat will count. So that scrutiny will be there, and he needs to kind of start performing from day one. Because he doesn't have 5 years, he has 2 years, and he may get an extension of another 3 years of performance.
Correct.
So I think let us look at it that way, and I think the ambitions within the BJP will have to be curtailed for that long, and you can do it. Tulio, one quick thing before we go to the other parties. You see, now what has happened is now there is an opposition. The Congress has got about 11 seats. Let's look at opportunity in times of defeat. The opportunity for the Congress would be that, look, whatever has happened, there may be extraneous factors, there may be a TMC factor or off factor, but the end result is that we did not manage to win. And this is the second time that it has happened, and which means that till 2027, which means it will be 20 years that the Congress will be without power in Goa. It's going to be there's going to be two full decades, and 20 years is a full generation. Okay. It might give Congress an opportunity to also say, look, now let us rebuild. Because after 2017, the Congress did not rebuild. The Congress withered away. After looking at 2017, I feel there's also an opportunity for the Congress to rebuild. It's not about your 11 seats, but it's about being together. Keeping the people who are expected to defect, not to defect. If Michael Lobo does not go back to the BJP and stays and builds the party, it's going to be a big feather in the cap of the Congress. Let's see if it happens or not. We don't know. Rupesh Babu is already smiling. Okay, so we do not know. But what I'm saying is that if they manage to keep their flock intact and run with those 11 people, then build their grassroots, build their party organization, something may come out of it. Also, I do not think the AAP and the Congress will be able to work together, because the AAP now realizes that it can build itself up as a principal opposition party. So your challenge will also be AAP, not BJP, also be AAP, because you now have another opposition party sniping at your heels, which is serious, which has resources, which leads in 2 states now.
Situation same like Punjab here. They
Punjab.
might eat up into Congress's
vote. So the issue is that so while the Congress has an opportunity to rebuild, it's also a challenge, because these are just my thoughts.
See, while I do not want to sit here and speculate on the future, but the fact is that every political party, and the Congress is no exception to it, has to introspect after every result to understand where the weaknesses lay, how can we improve the situation.
Right.
Every constituency has to be analyzed, not only where we lost, but where we won also.
Right.
Because many of the victories have been very narrow. The vote split has contributed to the victory and the defeat either way.
Yes.
And I'm sure the Congress has got the people and the leaders who will take stock of the situation in the near future and analyze what needs to be done to strengthen the party, because the party overall needs to not only look at 27, but the party symbolically, I say symbolically because Goa has got only 2 seats in parliament, but it's not really symbolism, because the parliamentary election is as important that's going to come up in 2024. And I'm sure that the party looks at 2024 along with a pan-Indian anti-BJP setup to bring a much needed change in the country, which lots of issues have cropped up. I mean, issues are there by the plenty. I do not want to go into the national level politics on this debate, but one cannot help link both, because Congress after all is a national party. And the Congress has got a pan-Indian presence. Congress has to look not only at the Goa results, probably nationally, but Congress will look at all the 5 states. And Goa in particular, our local leaders, definitely we will sit down and analyze what are the issues that confronted us, where we probably could not take sufficient advantage of the issue in terms of telling our people what was the much needed the reason for the change, and so on.
Another quick point I'd like to make is that out of the 11 seats that you all have got, let us accept the fact that the seats of Kalangut, the seats of Kalangut, Shioli, these are at least 2 seats, were Michael Lobo seats more than Congress seats. And the issue that, you already have players like this. The BJP also has, say, Babush Montserrat and Jennifer Montserrat, who are winners in their own right, not actually, they are not party winners, they are winners in their own right. I think Jennifer has won finally, in spite of everything else.
No, I didn't see that.
So.
Saligaon,
Kedar has
won.
It seems he has won.
Because I was looking at the...
I think he's
he's won. Okay. So obviously, the thing is, now this is the role that some regional satraps play. They become, for instance, the BJP has many of them. You have the Montserrat couple, you have the Rane couple. So in the sense that you have people who will win irrespective of their party affiliations. So would you agree that the Congress also needs to build up a lot of new grassroots leadership, because it cannot depend on external factors to prop them up?
Building up the party through the grassroots level leaders is a continuous process, and I'm sure Congress is very much alive to that need and the expectation of the people. But you see, you made a point about Bardez, 3-4 seats.
Right.
If you analyze the parliament election after the 2019 parliament election that took place, the Congress, when Girish lost to the sitting MP, Mr. Sripad Naik, the Congress candidate there, that's Girish, had done very well in Sioli, in Saligaon, in Aldona, and in Mapsa, and in Kalangut.
Kalangut, you are in lead.
Kalangut, we were in a marginal lead of about 1,000 votes. But that doesn't mean we had not done well. We had crossed 8,000 votes in Saligaon. We had crossed 8,000 votes in Aldona. So Congress has got a sufficient presence over there. So it's only that we need to get our working right and get the proper, and now probably with Congress, I think getting at least 3 seats as I see. I don't have the confirmation on that, but I think we have got Saligaon, we have got Kalangut, we have got Sioli, that I know.
So
and Aldona of course is the Mapsa is Joshua. So we have got 4 seats. So I'm sure the 4 seats is a sufficient bolster for the party.
But these 4 seats, out of the 4 seats, 3 are Michael Lobo seats. They're not Congress seats.
No, what I told you. But see, you are not in competition in the major seat in the North Goa. Entire Valpoi Taluka.
Yeah, no, he was referring to Bardez.
There was when everybody was talking about that BJP will not come in they will come in single digit. I had one formula that out of 12 talukas, there were 6 talukas in the state where Congress was not even in contention in this election. If you see that they were not at all in the race. If BJP has lost, it would be either AAP or MG or KM, so whatever. And in the remaining talukas, Congress was not in a total, the whole, even in Salsed, that they would capture the whole taluka. So there was no way they were coming close to that 18, 17 seats. Whereas BJP at least had a chance in one constituency in every taluka. If they had won,
what about Kokoli? Has Yuri won?
Yes.
So I think, and secondly, what I think the difference here is that in our Goan voters, there is something, there is a voter base of the party, and then there is a individual loyalty. I think our party or BJP has played it well, the social engineering, and even the anti-incumbency, when everybody is talking about the anti-incumbency against the government. In Goa, there is something called anti-incumbency against the MLA or the local constituency anti-incumbency. I think BJP has realized it properly, and they have changed wherever they had to change. I think Congress has gone with the overall sentiment of the state and all the anti. But we we have seen that there is an anti-incumbency in a particular MLA.
Right.
They have changed, and I think that has we have seen that the results are out. That has worked.
That is
So,
what you order. Yeah, let us
because
change that for that constitution.
Goa is not about anti-incumbency against government. It's about local. Even if the government has done well, and if their local representative or the local leader is not doing well, I think that plays a major role. So I think that is the difference for me between the two parties in this election.
Another important challenge is going to be reviving Salset. See, Congress has won, say, 3 out of 8 Salset seats.
Yep.
Okay, it has won. Of course, Nuve it has won. Margao it has won, and Kunkul it has won. But if you see the seats that they have lost, they are these traditional seats.
Yeah.
Kurturi is gone, Veli is gone, Benoli is gone, Naveli is gone, and these are 4 seats. So that is another challenge, because one would assume that the Congress would do very well in Salset and then look at rest of Goa. That also, while we say that the Congress has the opportunity to only rebuild, it has to have serious introspection is also needed.
It is.
Yes,
absolutely.
because
see, Sujoy, Congress requires political leadership and leaders with the killer instinct, and that is today's politics.
Right.
So, and there is nobody in the Congress.
Right.
I should not make such a statement today.
Right.
But there is actually nobody in the Congress. All are goody people. Killer instinct koi nahi hai uske paas. And the other part of the Congress, as compared to the BJP and other parties,
what do you mean?
I will come to that. Killer instinct means the instinct to win, and the instinct to win, and the instinct to move in that direction.
Right.
The instinct to grab something.
Okay, so taking a good point.
Yeah.
So would you say Digambar Kamath as a leader, just a point, I'll intervene.
Okay.
Digambar Kamath as a leader and the face of the Congress and the Chief Minister will face.
Yes.
Are you saying that Digambar Kamath was not in a position to take his popularity to the entire state and become a state leader? I mean, I agree with you there, because what happens even if somebody like Digambar Kamath, he could not get votes for the party in seats outside, say,
if you ask me specifically on Digambar Kamath is an accessible person. Nice person, accessible.
Yes.
He will lift his phone call, lift your phone call even if you make to him.
Right.
Beyond that, I don't find dynamism.
Right.
So, accessible person, I don't find the warmth. Even if Congress had got the majority seats and able to form the government, followed, no? It was not that he has warmth with the MLAs, that the MLAs will support him, because the leadership tells, High Command tells, they will say okay, because they have no other alternative. So that zeal to fight for the party is not there. Leaving aside that, what is with the Congress and what is with the other party like BJP is, the Congress MLAs, once they are elected as MLAs, they are not bothered about party. I'm not talking of defections. They will not use their resources, whether it is money, material, manpower or time, to build a party. But the MLAs of the BJP are not like that. They will utilize their resources to build a party. And in the Congress, what is happening is aspiring candidates will build a party 8 months before, start building the party 8 months before the elections season. So Congress has got 5-6 expiring candidates. So they will be building the party for 8 months before the elections. But the MLAs for 5 years, they will not do anything for the party. So that is what I mean by killer instinct and the leadership in that direction.
A quick response to all this, and then I'll go to Rajan Babu.
See, I don't want to make any personal level analysis on the leadership at the moment and how we will need to build. But I'm sure all these issues will be considered in our effort to introspect and play a narrative out.
Yeah,
in
but
the
Digambar Kamath has to take accountability of
absolutely.
See, you look at the BJP president. Last 5 years, he is never solo. But you look at the Congress president, he has to fight his battle solo.
Correct.
I mean, don't you get that perception?
Correct. Absolutely.
So that's the thing. That's the meaning of political leadership.
We have to build up our political leadership, and we have to look at the broad expectations of the people. But you cannot lose sight of the fact that, you see, the Congress today is fighting in a situation where there is a narrative being played out by the BJP all over the country about one double engine government. You see how much that has worked out, because you can see we were all the time concentrating on Goa, but I think you look at UP and you look at, of course, Punjab, the BJP doesn't have a presence over there. You see, they try to make. They won UP and they won, I think, Uttarakhand also, if I'm not mistaken. Manipur also, where they had no presence in the past. See, so the Congress, when we're talking about building up, we have to build up in a scenario where this type of a double engine type of narrative is being played out by the BJP, and we have to stand by the people on local issues, you see, because if you stand on too many of the national issues, they have got a far greater throwback on the people compared to us.
ओनूचे जे राजकारण जालां म्हणजे आतां जे रिजल्ट पळयल्या उपरांत एक गजाल लक्षांत आयली, फाटल्या 2017च्या वेळार बीजेपीक अकस्मात 13चेर पावली. ताजें एक रिजन अशें सगळें आमी एनालायज केल्लें हांगा बसून, तें अशें की एमजीपी बीजेपी वांगडा नाशिल्ले, ताका वोट स्प्लीट जाली आनी ताची डॅमेज बीजेपीक भरपूर जाली. म्हणजे 4-5 तरी जाग्याचेर तांकां फक्त एमजीपी वांगडा ना, वोट स्प्लीट जाले म्हणून ते केल्ले. ह्या वेळार काँग्रेसीक जी डॅमेज जाल्या किंवा फुडें सुद्दां जी डॅमेज जातली ती कॉमन वोट्स बट स्प्लीट वोट्स कळ्ळें न्ही, आनी ती कंटिन्यू उरतली. आतां तुलियो बाबान सांगलां आमी परत रिबिल्ड करपा जाय, सगळें बरोबर आसा. गोंयांत सगळे वोटर 12 लाख आतां म्हणजे फुडें आनी एक 50,000 जर वाडले अशें धरले जाल्यार 12 लाख. 12 लाखां मदीं प्रत्येक पार्टीन ठरोवचें पडटलें की आपले कितले, त्या कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सीत आपले कितले आनी त्या प्रमाणे राजकारण करचें पडटलें. आतां काँग्रेसी मुखार जे म्हाका थ्रेट दिसता ते एक म्हणजे आतां फूल स्विंग देंवतले, तांच्या लक्षांत आयलें की 2 आयले, ओपनिंग केलां. रेव्होल्युशनरी गोवन्स ते आपले फूल ताकदीन परत देंवतले, कारण एक आयलो तांकां मोठी ताकद मेळ्ळ्या ह्या एका जाग्याक लागून. आणि बाकीचे जे टीएमसी आसा ते आता फुडल्या 5 वर्सांत ते आपले बिल्डअप करपाचे हे करतले, आपले ऑर्गनायझेशन आपले हे स्ट्रॉंग करपाक करतले. सो वोट जी स्प्लीट जातली ती मोठ्या प्रमाणात काँग्रेसची जातली. आणि एस्पेशली सालसेटीचे जो काँग्रेसचो एक हे आशिल्लो की सालसेट ही काँग्रेस अशें एक हे आशिल्लें, ते म्हाका दिसता की हे 3 पार्ट्यां मदीं किंवा 4 पार्ट्यां मदीं ते स्प्लीट जावन वतले. सो काँग्रेसीक येवपी जो काळ आसा तो एकच पर्याय असो आसा की तांणी हे जे कॉमन जे पार्टीज आसा तांच्या बरोबर एक खंय तरी एक आपली अलायन्स करून किंवा एक हे करून तांकां फुडें वचचें पडटलें. आनी म्हाका अशें दिसना की काँग्रेसीक ते केले शिवाय दुसरो आनी काँग्रेसी कडेन कितें पर्याय आसा अशें म्हाका दिसना. कारण शेवटी तुमी बिल्ड करून करून कितले करतले, तुमी बिल्ड करतले, दुसरे तुमची मतां फोडटले, तुमी बिल्ड करतले, बाकीच्या पार्ट्यां मदीं तुमची मतां वांटून वतली. आणि शेवटाक तुमकां जे कितें तुमच्या पदराक जें येतलें तें आतां जें आयलां तशेंच तुमच्या पदराक येतलें. बीजेपी म्हाका दिसना की ह्या वेळार बीजेपी परत एमजीपीक पेस करपाची मिस्टेक करतली अशें म्हाका दिसना. की तांकां ही एक गोल्डन ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी मेळ्ळ्या की एमजीपीक परत लागीं करप आणि एमजीपी बरोबर येता त्या फ्युचरान परत वचप. कारण खुबशे अशे मतदारसंघ आसा की एमजीपी बीजेपीचे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट खूब कमी आसा काही कडेन. आतां तांच्यांनी डायरेक्ट मांद्रेचो सीट काडला, एक्चुअली तो बीजेपीचो सीट पण पयलींचो एमजीपीचोच सीट तो. सो आनी एक 2 कडेन जर तांचे हें सोडलें जाल्यार बाकीचे कडेन तांचे आतां फॉर एग्जाम्पल हांगा फोंडा एक एक्चुअली पयलींचो एमजीपी सीट, मागीर तो काँग्रेसी कडेन गेलो, मागीर तो परत बीजेपी कडेन. आतां फर्स्ट टायम तो तसो कायदेशीर बीजेपी कडेन फर्स्ट टायम आयला. कारण रवी नायक हे काँग्रेसचे हाजेर आयिल्ले, ताच्या पयलीं जे आयल्या तुमी पळया काँग्रेसीक तसो हे ना, बीजेपीक एकदांय तो सीट मेळूं नाशिल्लो. सो आतां तुमकां जो पर्याय म्हाका दिसता की तुमी हे जे तुमचे जे समान जे पार्टीज आसा तांचे बरोबर खंय तरी एक कॉम्प्रोमायज करून तुमकां फुडें, ना जाल्यार म्हाका अंदूचे रिजल्ट जर पळयले जाल्यार म्हाका काँग्रेसीचो फुडले जो हें आसा ते म्हाका आनी डिफिकल्ट दिसपाक लागले.
We'll pause a little bit now, pause only briefly because we have a lot of footage, material, quotes of winning candidates. I'm sure viewers would like to also take a look at what candidates have said, pictures and videos of some victory celebrations, because the whole color of counting day is also there, which we would like to bring to you. Many candidates have reacted, winning candidates, losing candidates. So we'll right now.
Yeah, I'm Vitala Sigre, giving you more details of counting at Government Polytechnic of constituencies from North Goa. Now we have figures from Valpoi constituency. Sitting MLA and Minister Vishwajit Rani is the first candidate to walk out of the hall after winning by a margin of over 8,000 votes It is not sure who is second. It appears to be a RG candidate. Manoj Parab is in the second position, but his margin is nearly 8,000 votes, and he gave his credit to his workers and supporters and party people. And when asked whether he is the front runner for the chief minister's post, he said, "No, I am not in the race, but I will abide by whatever party decides." That is what he said. Now we have figures also from TV constituency where BJP is leading by a handsome margin of around 3,000 votes against his nearest rival Kavita Kandolkar of Trinamool Congress, who is in the second position. We have also details of Penne constituency where Praveen Arlekar of BJP is also leading by a margin of nearly 3,000 votes against his rival Rajendra Korgaonkar of MG party. We are also giving you details from Saligaon constituency and Aldona, where there is neck-to-neck fight between Jayesh Salgaonkar of BJP and Kedar Naik of Congress in Saligaon constituency, and in Aldona it is sitting MLA Glenn Ticklow versus Carlos Alvarez Ferreira of Congress. They are very close, neck-to-neck. 4 rounds are over, and each one is taking a lead of 200 or 300. Now we have more details of Sankeli constituency where 4 rounds are over, and CM is now leading over his nearest rival Dharmesh Saklani by a margin of around 200 votes.
प्रमोद जी आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। प्रमोद जी चलते प्रमोद जी चलते। भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
Madam, this was a very good victory for you. There were so many hurdles were created. What do you say on this?
I would like to thank, first and foremost, I would like to thank God, my family, all my punch members, my corporators and all my supporters for standing by me. I would like to thank the party also, Sangathan Mantri, Satish Doan, Mr. Tanawade and my CM for having the faith in me and giving me the ticket once again. And also, I would like to say that the BJP Mahila President, Sheetal Naik, did not support us. She went against the party, and I think it's time for the party to take action against her. Because she completely went against it, so I didn't have the support of all the Karyakartas from BJP. Of course, there were few who stood by us, and I would like to thank them.
So this is the first time that BJP is won in Talegaon.
Yes.
So this credit goes to your workers and
Absolutely, it goes to my workers, it goes to the backing of Babush, and I would like to thank him as well. And I also want to send a very clear message, it's very difficult to defeat us in Talegaon. Whoever wants to contest again next time.
Madam, one thing in the last part is, they have also tried to get national media to spoil the name of Babush Montserrat. So did this affect you all in any way?
See, I think the people who know Babush will know what he is all about, and he's always helped everyone, right from the poorest person to everybody. So I don't think that mattered much. Wherein they tried to spoil his name, I don't think.
I look at it in that way. So that is the reason I am disappointed with them. Because I have whom I had to fight today. I had to fight a BJP only. With the BJP and everything. Others, no way he could get this kind of votes. So BJP Karyakarta thought, okay, let us get Utpal. He will ultimately he'll come to the BJP only. So we had to basically fight now both the BJP as well as the Congress party. And it is. I am thankful to see. I am not talking about all the. Let me make one thing very clear. I am not talking about all the Karyakarta of the BJP. There was a pocket full of Karyakarta who really stood by me day and night, like the president. Then I can tell you this one, Sanjeev, this one. Then the youth, this all councillors. No, these are the main fellows who stood by me day and night. But I am saying, as far as the voters are concerned, they voted for him instead of voting for the Bangladesh. So basically, the message has not gone loud and clear from the top of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So for them it was, and it makes no difference. Ultimately, he'll be the BJP.
In Talegaon also happened the same thing, sir.
See, Talegaon, what I am trying to say.
बिस्वजीत राणे ही इज द नंबर 1 आणि बिस्वजीत राणे इज द सीएम. चीफ मिनिस्टर बिस्वजीत राणे पब्लिक डिमांड. हेच आमचे 70 भितर फुल्ले कमाळ आणि बीजेपीचो सरकार बिस्वजीत राणे.
आयज विश्वजीत राणे इतल्या मतांनी जिंकला, तुमका कशें कितें खोस भोगता?
आम्ही खुशाल, आम्ही खुशाल. बिस्वजीत राणे येयलो म्हणजे आम्ही खुशाल. ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द गोवा.
आता ह्यो सीएम जातलो म्हणटा तुम्ही विश्वजीत राणे?
सीएम जातलो, सीएम जावंक जाय. ही इज द सीएम. याच्या इलेक्शनच्या पयलीं सांगलेले आम्ही की सीएम बिस्वजीत राणे जावंक जाय आणि आता तो आयल्यार आमकां भरपूर खुशालकाय आसा सगळ्या पब्लिकाक. बाबा धाड ते
भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा प्रवीण आलाकरांचा प्रवीण आलाकरांचा
जिंकले न्ही?
अजून चालू आसा पण आम्ही जिंकतली हो सारकोच निश्चय आमचो आणि आम्ही 4th टाइम जिंकतली.
आणि जे भाशेन वारे असले आरजेचे वारे
उजो बी काय ना, उजो बी सगळं पालावतो काय ना. त्यांना सांगा कितले त्यांच्यानी केला पण करूनी, पण उजो काय फायद्याचो ना. उजो पालावलो सांगा
काम आणि अपक्ष आसतना केल्ले काम आसा थंयच्यो लोकां खातीर उदरगती कामां किंवा नोकरी संदर्भात काम आशिल्लें आनी थंयचो एक अनुभव आशिल्लो की लोक तो एकमेकांची तो येतलो लोकांचे आनी त्या प्रमाणे तो लोकांचे पिळवचे जनतेन ताका निवडून दितात. गाडी भायर आसा? गाडी भितर
तुमका मायकलान डॅमेज बीन केला हाडलो ना? मायकलाचो इफेक्ट बीन कितें जालो म्हणून जाला अशें?
अशें कोण डॅमेज करून कोणाक शकना. लोकांचेर राहना तें. लोकांनी गिवन द मॅन्डेट एंड आय रिस्पेक्ट द मॅन्डेट.
सर वी आर गोइंग टू कंटिन्यू. फुडें कंटिन्यू करतले.
नाव लेट मी टेक अ ब्रेक नो एट द मोमेंट. ते मागीर सांगता तुमकां.
गोंयची संघटना घट करपाची, गोंयची जबाबदारी पार्टी घट करपाची आणि पार्टी कशें दिसता तशी पार्टी सांगतली. वी वील प्ले अ रोल. बार्देस जावं, इसवाडी जावं नाल्यार बाकीचे एरियेनी खंय ते सांगतात ते प्रमाणे आमी काम करता.
बार्देसान 2 सिटां येयले तुमकां, बाकीचे चडशे
कशें 3 आयले मरे. चवथे आसा आमचे म्हापशा आयले, तिवी आयले, सिओली चालू आसा. स्टेज सोपूना.
सालिगांव आणि जो थिवींग जो नॉट थिवींग आल्दोना सांगतो लागीं दोन्ही सीट बीजेपी कडून गेले.
एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज पिपल्स पावर. हाऊ इट इज टू गो पीपल डिसायड. आता खंय कमी पडले कितें जालें ताचेर विचार करपाची गरज आसा पार्टीक आनी पळोवपाची गरज आसा. बट डेफिनेटली एवरीबडी हॅज वर्क टुवर्ड्स प्रॉपर वीन एज फार एज कॅन्डिडेट्स आर कन्सर्न. सालिगांवचो जो आमदार बशिल्लो जयेश तसोच ग्लेनान आपली कामां बऱ्या अर्थान केल्ली आसा. शेवटी लोकांचो कॉल तो. So as it is, we are forming the government. We will ensure that Bangladesh becomes much stronger than what it was before.
तर मायकलाचो इफेक्ट कितें जालो? मायकलाचो इफेक्ट माझ्या
इफेक्ट फक्त लोकांचो आशिल्लो आनी कोणाचोच ना. देर इज नथींग कॉल्ड एज किंग ऑफ समथींग. एवरीबडी इज किंग एंड थ्रोन्स. आय थिंक पीपल हॅव शोन देम द प्लेसीस. नंबर्स जे 21, 25, 27 कोण उलयताले 4 दीस पयलीं प्रेस घेवन एक हॉटेलान वचून राविल्ले तांचे नंबर्स आज तुमकां दिश्टी पडटा. आय थिंक दॅट स्पीक्स वॉल्युम्स ऑफ वॉट पीपल हॅव इन मायंड. पीपल कॅनॉट गेट डिस्ट्रॅक्टेड ऑर पीपल व्हेरी वेल नो हू इज डुईंग वॉट एंड फॉर वॉट रिजन. हाज्या फुडें ह्या 5 वर्सां गोंया खातीर खूब इम्पॉर्टंट आसतली आनी वी वील एन्श्योर दॅट वी आर एबल टू गिव दॅट स्टेबिलिटी टू द पीपल ऑफ गोवा.
आणि वेस्ट बेंगॉलाचे दुसऱ्या भाषेला आपण शिकून पावडो घाली प्रेसिडेंट सेटअप करून ही योग्य दिशा गोंयचे जनतेन आणि देवी शांतल. आता तुमची प्रायोरिटीज किती आसा? माझी प्रायोरिटी सच्चीच 10-30 वर्सांनी काम करता. काम करून घ्या, लोकांच्या सुखात दुखात राहून घ्या, लोकांच्या सुखात दुखात आसून घ्या आणि डेव्हलपमेंट सगळे खातीर आसूं घ्या. डेव्हलपमेंटूच आसूं घ्या, एज्युकेशन फायनान्शियली सगळे एज्युकेशन आसूं घ्या, डेव्हलपमेंट आसूं घ्या आणि त्याच्या बरोबर लोकांचे काम धंद्याचे करता. हे आधी पासून करीत येईल.
पार्टी चेंजचे हे तिसरो टर्म एनसीपी काँग्रेस आणि आता थर्ड टर्म बीजेपी सो तुमकां हे मत निळकंठ म्हणून
मत एक जालें प्लस जे गोंयच्या लोकांक दिसता खंयचे पार्टीन आतां प्रोत्साहन दिवंक त्या प्रमाणे आमी लोकां बरोबर आमी वयचो लोकांक कितें जाय
मिनिस्ट्री जाली जाल्यार
लोकांची कामां जावपा खातीर तुमची अपेक्षा आसतली सरकारा कडेन काम जाय
नाही सरकार करतलोच ती माझी पद्धतूच आहा मिनिस्टर रानपाळ वचोन
मिनिस्टर बसतले
ते हायकमांड डिसायड करता
तुमची अपेक्षा तुमी जबाबदारी दितले घेवपाक रेडी आहा
ते आधी म्हणजे असला मिनिस्टर हांव आमदारी दोन नासलो मिनिस्टर आसलो जबाबदारी घेवपाक ती जबाबदारी म्हणून पूण काम
सिनियर
जे माझ्या त्यांच्यात सगळ्यांचे विचार सन्मान केला
तुम्ही पार्टी चेंज करून तुमकां दिसता ते तुमचे डिसिजन सारकें आसलें आज
पार्टी रायट डिसिजन आहा म्हणून आमी केल्लें सी आमी एक पार्टी निवडून दुसरे पार्टीन वयता हेजो अर्थ कितें ती योग्य स्टेप्स आमी घेता ते सारके आहा म्हणूनच केलें आत्तां विचार करपाचो सारकें कांय ना पार्टी वचपाची गरजूच आहा आनी ते योग्य डिसिजन म्हणून आमी तेका केलें आनी वयता आसतना सामूहीक केलें 10 जाण गेले 2/3 गेले तेजेर आनी शंका कोणूय घेवपूय ना कित्याक गेला कितें कशा कांय ना कारण जे सामूहीक 10 जाण विचार करून वयता ते पॉझिटिव्हच आसले म्हणून गेले
तुम्ही 3 टाइम MLA प्लस यू आर वन ऑफ द सिनियर मेंबर तुमकां दिसना दॅट यू शूड बी एलिजिबल फॉर आता म्हणजे मिनिस्टर्स पोस्ट
नाही सी BJP पक्ष जो आहा ते सगळे त्यांच्या हेज्या प्रमाणे बसतात थारायतात दे वील प्रिफर हाव टू सेट अप द दॅट इज नॉट इन आवर हँड दे वील डू द बेस्ट वॉट दे हॅज टू डू दे वील डू थँक्यू
ज्या ज्या वेळार सांग्याचेर कोणी अति आक्रमण करता आणि लालची आसात हांव डेप्युटी CM जडलो म्हाका व्हडलेशें दिसलें ना तो पडपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें पयलीं सांगलें सगळ्या आमच्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या वरिश्ठांनी सांगलें तूं स्वताचो गड गमावून बसता तूं सांग्यार वता सांग्यार पयलीं एक फावटी फॅमिली राज्य युरी आलेमांव आनी सगळे आलेमांव नश्ट जाल्ले ही परत परत सांगून तांणी केन्नाच मानलें ना तांकां दिसतालें की गेट ओपन केली म्हणटकच सांग्यावेले सगळे लोक पळय गेट म्हळ्यार म्हणटा ते धरणाची गेट ओपन करपाची म्हणजे तांचे पयशांनी भरलेलें धरण आसा हे लूट जी आसा गोंयकारांची आणि मडक्याची गेट सोडली त्या बरोबर सगळे सांग्यावेले मतदार व्हांवून वचून तळपार पडटले म्हणटाले ते हो जो मोद आसा ही जी मस्ती आसा ती आयज जिरलेली आसा आणि सांगेकारांनी एक फावटी परत दाखोवन दिल्ली आसा की तुम्ही कितलेय व्हडले पैसे घेवन आयले आणि करोडो रुपया हांगा आमचेर वाटले जाल्यार आमी ताका बळी पडचे ना आमी योग्य तो निर्णय घेतले आणि योग्य त्या मनशाक निवडतले म्हणून हांव सांगेच्या जनतेचो खूप खूप आभारी आसा मार्जिन अजून 4 उरलेले आसा साधारण 1200 मार्जिन सद्याक आसा उरली ती पंचायत जी आसा ती म्हजीच आसा आणि म्हाका अपेक्षा आसा की 1200 वयर मार्जिन हे निश्चितपणान आसतलेच बाबूचो हात भयंकर प्रमाणात म्हाका उडोवपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें बाबूक न्ही हे जनतेन उडयल्लो आसा केपेची जनता केपे मतदारसंघ हो म्हजो मतदारसंघ ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव सरपंच जालो ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव ZP जालो
Yeah, I'm Vitalla Sigre, giving you more details of counting at Government Polytechnic of constituencies from North Goa. Now we have figures from Valpoi constituency. Sitting MLA and Minister Vishwajit Rani is the first candidate to walk out of the hall after winning by a margin of over 8,000 votes. It is not sure who is second. It appears to be a RG candidate. Manoj Parab is in the second position, but his margin is nearly 8,000 votes, and he gave his credit to his workers and supporters and party people. And when asked whether he is the front runner for the chief minister's post, he said, "No, I am not in the race, but I will abide by whatever party decides." That is what he said. Now we have figures also from TV constituency where BJP is leading by a handsome margin of around 3,000 votes against his nearest rival Kavita Kandolkar of Trinamool Congress, who is in the second position. We have also details of Penne constituency where Praveen Arlekar of BJP is also leading by a margin of nearly 3,000 votes against his rival Rajendra Korgaonkar of MG party. We are also giving you details from Saligaon constituency and Aldona, where there is neck-to-neck fight between Jayesh Salgaonkar of BJP and Kedar Naik of Congress in Saligaon constituency, and in Aldona it is sitting MLA Glenn Tiklo versus Carlos Alvarez Pereira of Congress. They are very close, neck-to-neck. 4 rounds are over and each one is taking a lead of 200 or 300. Now we have more details of Shankeli constituency where 4 rounds are over and CM is now leading over his nearest rival Dharmesh Saklani by a margin of around 200 votes.
Madam, this was a very good victory for you. There were so many hurdles were created. I want you to say on this.
I would like to thank, first and foremost, I would like to thank God, my family, all my punch members, my corporators and all my supporters for standing by me. I would like to thank the party also, Sangathan Mantri, Satish Don, Mr. Tanawade and my CM for having the faith in me and giving me the ticket once again. And also, I would like to say that the BJP Mahila President, Sheetal Naik, did not support us. She went against the party and I think it's time for the party to take action against her. Because she completely went against it, so I didn't have the support of all the Karyakartas from BJP. Of course, there were few who stood by us and I would like to thank them.
So this is the first time that BJP is won in Talegaon.
Yes.
So this credit goes to your workers and
absolutely, it goes to my workers, it goes to the backing of Babush, and I would like to thank him as well. And I also want to send a very clear message: it's very difficult to defeat us in Talegaon. Whoever wants to contest again next time.
Madam, one thing, last part is they have also tried to get national media to spoil the name of Babush Monserrat. So did this affect you all in any way?
See, I think the people who know Babush will know what he is all about, and he's always helped everyone, right from the poorest person to everybody. So I don't think that mattered much. Wherein they tried to spoil his name, I don't think.
I look at it in that way. So that is the reason I'm disappointed with them. This I have see whom I had to fight today. I had to fight a BJP only. With the BJP and everything. Others, no way he could get this kind of votes. So BJP Karyakarta thought, okay, let us get Utpal. He will ultimately he'll come to the BJP only. So we had to basically fight now both the BJP as well as the Congress party. And it is. I am thankful to see. I am not talking about all the. Let me make one thing very clear. I am not talking about all the Karyakarta of the BJP. There was a pocket full of Karyakarta who really stood by me day and night, like the president. Then I can tell you this one, Sanjeev, this one. Then the youth, this all councillors. No, these are the main fellows who stood by me day and night. But I am saying, as far as the voters are concerned, they voted for him instead of voting for the others. So basically, the message has not gone loud and clear from the top of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So for them, it was, and it makes no difference. Ultimately, he will be the BJP.
In Talegaon also happened the same thing, sir.
See, Talegaon, what I am trying to say.
Just tell us about how you feel today and what is your reaction, first reaction.
I would like to thank the people of Mapsa for giving me the second chance to be their MLA again. A special thanks, like I mentioned, to all my workers, all my Karyakartas, all my Mandal, BJP Mapsa Mandal, our various other Mandals, Yuva Morcha, Mahila Morcha, all the other Morchas that are there. A special thanks to the chairperson, vice chairperson, all the councillors that have been part of this entire campaign. They have worked tirelessly night and day to ensure that this victory was possible. We have crossed 10,000, polled 10,000 votes. Again, it is the third consecutive time that we are crossing 10,000 votes again in the city of Mapsa.
So is there any effect of Michael Lobo defect trying to get hurdles in your way or anything like that?
See, he has tried very hard. He has poured a lot of money, but people of Mapsa are very well educated. They are very smart. They have voted for a clean image, and they are not interested in letting other people interfere. Special mention to Mr. Lobo. I hope he has learned his lesson and he does not interfere in other people's constituencies henceforth.
तुम्ही खंयची येयल्या मयेची आणि कितें आसा वातावरण तुमकां कितें ओके आणि तुमकां कितें आतां दिसता तुमकां कितें दिसता आतां जिखले तुमी कशी
मयाचो असो कॅन्डिडेट केन्नाच हाल्लो ना विजय असा भारतीय जनता पार्टीचो आणि आमचे पूर्ण विश्वास आसा कार्यकर्त्यांचेर आणि लोकांचेरूय विश्वास असलो आणि हो खरें जावन आमी निश्चय आमचो आणि विजय हो निश्चित आसा भारतीय कमळ हे आमचे फुलतले हे निश्चित
तुम्ही तिका कसो जिखून हाडले अशें
कार्यकर्त्यांच्या बळाचेर आणि लोकांच्या बळाचेर आणि तेंचो पूर्ण विश्वास आमकां आसलो
मये मतदारसंघ आमचो बीजेपीचो कॅन्डिडेट हांव अंकिता नावेलकर माजी नॉर्थ गोवा जिल्हा पंचायत अध्यक्ष आमकां पयलींसान आमकां खबर आसलो आमचो बीजेपीचो बालेकिल्लो आसलो तो आज आमचो बालेकिल्लो परत चारदां चवथीदां आमी बीजेपी निवडून आयिल्ले आसा हो आमचो विजय हो मोठ्या प्रताकाने आसतलो आनी आमी सगळे कार्यकर्त्याचो हो विजय आसा हांव चडांत चड कार्यकर्त्या म्हाजी सगळ्या बरी करता आनी हांव मेन म्हणल्यार आमचो हो प्रेमेन शेट आहा न्ही तेजे खरेंच तेका सगळ्या कडेन लोकां कडेन गरीब लोकां कडेन पर्यंत वचपाचो हो तेजो पायगुण आसा म्हूण तेका चड मत पडटली आनी तो विजय जातलो
कशें जिखून हाडले तुमी
आमी एक बीजेपी आमचो मयेचो बालकिल्लो आसा तेन्ना आमी तेका त्या हेज्यान आमचे कार्यकर्ते खंयचीय पार्टी दवरूं कितें दवरूं पूण आमच्या बीजेपी शिवाय खंयचोच निवडून येना हो तेकाय खबर आसा आनी आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांक खबर आसा आमी तेका मोठ्या अधिकारांनी तेका कितकित प्रयत्न केला पूण ना तो मोठ्या प्रयत्नान तो विजय जाल्लोय आसा आनी जातलोय बी
डॉक्टर दिव्या राणे जवळ जवळ 18,000 मतांनी आघाडीचेर आसा कितें सांगूंक सोदता डॉक्टर दिव्या राणे जयजीवनच्या वाटेर आसा 18,000ची लीड आसा कितें सांगूंक सोदता 18,000 लीड कितें सांगूंक सोदता
18,000 आमकां पयलींच कन्फर्म आसलें की भाभी लिडींग आमकां कन्फर्म असलें की आमची भाभी आसा पळय दिव्या भाभी ती लिडींग निवडून येतली पूण लिडींग येतली आनी हायेस्ट येतली फूल ऑल गोव्यान
बरें ह्या यशाचे म्हणजे आयज भाभी फुडें आयल्या जयजीवन जाल्यार तेजे यशाचे श्रेय तुमी कोणाक दिता सगळे कार्यकर्त्यांना
यशाचे श्रेय तेंचे काम विश्वजीत राणे बाबा हांचे काम आणि भाभीचे बी काम आणि सगळ्या कार्यकर्त्यांचा सपोर्ट
अशें म्हणून येता बाबा आनी भाभी जैतिवंत जाल्ले आसा येणाऱ्या काळांत परये किंवा वाळपय हातूंतल्यान जे बाबा आसा हाका मुख्यमंत्री पद मेळोंक शकता अशें तुमकां
मुख्यमंत्री झालो मुख्यमंत्री जावपाकच
सीएम विश्वजीत राणे
आजीचे वारे असले असे तुमकां कितें
एक अफवा
आरजीचे वारे
जितले कितें अफवा आशिल्ली जितले कितें आसले सगळे अफवा आशिल्ली आमकां आमच्या 70च्या लोकांक पर्याच्या लोकांक सगळ्यांक खबर आशिल्ली की ही दोन जी सीट आसा दिव्या राणे आनी विश्वजीत राणे ही कन्फर्म हे जे आशिल्ले जे लोक कितें बाकीचे ना
आरजीचे कांयच
कोणूच ना
ओके आयज कोणाक सपोर्ट केला
राजेश
ओके सिच्युएशन कितें कशें दिसता तुमकां कितें दिसता
तेका बरो तेणें काम बरें केलें
तुमकां कितें दिसता बीजेपी वील वील मेक अ गव्हर्नमेंट हांगा बरें
roller coaster ride continues. Volume mata, 60 mata, 40 mata. Yes, and yes, machine.
Bringing you live updates now. We just came to know that, and we just spoke to Glenn Tickler as well after losing. And yes, Congress candidate Carlos wins from Ardona, Sudhin Davlikar wins for Madkai. CM is leading. Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant is leading by 1100 votes, and we also see that Rudolph Fernandez won from Santa Cruz. We will bring you more updates. This is Clinton D'Souza with William Rodriguez here at the counting station in Panjim at Polytechnic College.
Sir, on your win, it was a close contest. ये जीत किसकी है? आपकी कार्यकर्ताओं की या भाजपा की?
No, this is our कार्यकर्ता and some pockets of the BJP कार्यकर्ता because some really stood by me, to tell you frankly. If you go to see Talegaon, I will tell you, this is the first time a flag of BJP is flying in Talegaon. Exactly. In so many years, never BJP. Jennifer. Yeah, they could never defeat this thing us there. Now, second thing to tell you, there also basically BJP कार्यकर्ता did not support us because the Mahila president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Goa unit, sat on the table of the Congress party on that day of the vote.
So why did it happen that then? Why?
No. So I am saying no. They did not accept us.
Oh, last question. Will you get a big responsibility, sir? Will you get a big responsibility this term?
No. I am just trying.
05 Mapsa, round 7.
Of the party that is party.
Joshua Peter D'Souza, 8,288. Sudhir Rama Khandolkar, 6,631. Tarak Arolkar, 1,150. Jitesh.
Make him win. I feel that was the and the party basically did nothing from day one. What is with full my judgment that they played a part. The BJP Karyakarta has not accepted me in the BJP.
People have not fully voted for a change, and I really thank the people who have voted for me, because trust me, we've not exchanged any money, and I respect those voters who have voted for the change. But in the end, as much as we want something to happen, it doesn't happen. But as a common citizen, you'll all know me, and my work will still continue, and we will always work hard for the people of Goa. Come what me. In Talegaon also, though I belong to the Panchayat, I'll always be part of the Gram Sabha, raise issues up, because this is our right. We have to do what is right as citizens, and winning and losing is not in our hands. It's what people want. So I congratulate whoever's going to be, the winning candidate, and please, whoever wins in Talegaon, please work hard for the people of Talegaon. Please don't spend money last minute for elections, and don't show your face for the next 5 years. Humble request. People deserve better. That's all. Thank you. Money is being shelled out. People are still hoping that we will give them a chance. And if you see our previous MLA's manifesto, she has not fulfilled a single thing. And it's disappointing that she's in the leading right now. So I just wish the people of Talegaon all the very best, and I thank whoever voted for me. God bless you all, and my fight for a good governance will always be there.
सुभाष ज्या वेळार सांग्याचेर कोणी अति आक्रमण करता आनी लालची आसात, हांव डेप्युटी सीएम जळलो, म्हाका व्हडलेशें दिसलें ना, तो पडपाचो आशिल्लो. हांवें पयलीं सांगलें, सगळ्या आमच्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या वरिश्ठांनी सांगलें, तूं स्वताचो गड गमावून बसता, तूं सांग्यार वता. सांग्यार पयलीं एक फावटी फॅमिली राज, युरी आलेमांव आनी सगळे आलेमांव नश्ट जाल्ले. ही परत सांगून तांणी केन्नाच मानलें ना. तांकां दिसतालें की गेट ओपन केली म्हणटकच सांग्यावेले सगळे लोक पळय, गेट म्हळ्यार म्हणटा ते धरणाची गेट ओपन करपाची, म्हणजे तांच्या पयशांनी भरलेलें धरण आसा, हे लूट जी आसा गोंयकारांची आनी मडक्याची, गेट सोडली, त्या बरोबर सगळे सांग्यावेले मतदार व्हांवून वचून तळपार पडटले म्हणटाले ते. हो जो मोद आसा, ही जी मस्ती आसा, ती आयज जिरलेली आसा, आनी सांगेकारांनी एक फावटी परत दाखोवन दिल्ली आसा की तुम्ही कितलेय व्हडले पैसे घेऊन आयले आणि करोडो रुपया हांगा आमचेर वाटले जाल्यार आमी ताका बळी पडचे ना. आमी योग्य तो निर्णय घेतले आणि योग्य त्या मनशाक निवडतले म्हणून हांव सांगेच्या जनतेचो खूप खूप आभारी आसा. मार्जिन अजून 4 उरलेले आसा. साधारण 1200 मार्जिन सद्याक आसा. उरली ती पंचायत जी आसा ती म्हजीच आसा आणि म्हाका अपेक्षा आसा की 1200 वयर मार्जिन हे निश्चितपणान आसतलेच. बाबूचो हात भयंकर प्रमाणात म्हाका उडोवपाचो आशिल्लो. हांवें बाबूक न्ही हे जनतेन उडयल्लो आसा. केपेची जनता, केपे मतदारसंघ हो म्हजो मतदारसंघ. ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव सरपंच जालो, ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव झेडपी जालो.
त्यांचे मनापासून धन्यवाद म्हणटा. मिडियाचे, बिचोलच्या लोकांचे, गोंयभर लोकांचे, म्हज्या विजन हॉस्पिटल स्टाफाचे, म्हजे फॅमिली मेंबर, वायफ, भाव, म्हजे फ्रेंड, हेंचे सगळ्यांचे मनापासून आभार म्हणटा. इतलेच. हो जो विजय आसा ह्यो सगळ्या लोकांचो आसा, म्हजो न्ही आसा. ही ऑफ टायम प्रॅक्टीस न्ही, पण लोकांनी म्हाका प्रत्येक लास्ट 20 वर्सां फूल करियरान सपोर्ट केला. प्रॅक्टिसीन सपोर्ट केला, ऑफ टायम विजन हॉस्पिटलान सपोर्ट केला. आज पॉलिटिकल करियरानूय म्हाका तांच्यांनी बरी हे दिला. हे म्हजे लायफाचे फर्स्ट इलेक्शन आणि तांच्यांनी म्हाका निवडून कोणाक सपोर्ट करूया तांकां
5318 Leo F.P. Dias 155 Rohan Sargaonkar 800
आमकां तृणमूल काँग्रेसीचे राजेंद्र बाब पाथर्डे स्टुडियो भितर काय मुळात राजेंद्र बाब वेलकम. कांय वेळा भितर तुमची म्हाका येता गिरिराज स्पीड दिसता. म्हाका दिसता ऑल इंडिव्हिज्युअल फोर्सेस मस्ट बी व्हेरी अनहॅपी विथ द नंबर्स. म्हणजे जसे
तरी परफॉर्मन्स कसा पाहता?
दिस इज बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स. बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स. माहीत होतं की लीड येणार म्हणून, पण दिस इज रिअली बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स. लोकांचा आशीर्वाद आणि प्रेम आणि विश्वास आहे म्हणून हे सगळं घडलं आहे. ते 70 म्हणतात ते प्रताप सिंग राणे.
Yeah, I'm Vitalla Sigre, giving you more details of counting at Government Polytechnic of constituencies from North Goa. Now we have figures from Valpoi constituency. Sitting MLA and Minister Vishwajit Rani is the first candidate to walk out of the hall after winning by a margin of over 8,000 votes. It is not sure who is second. It appears to be a RG candidate. Manoj Parab is in the second position, but his margin is nearly 8,000 votes, and he gave his credit to his workers and supporters and party people. And when asked whether he is the front runner for the chief minister's post, he said, "No, I am not in the race, but I will abide by whatever party decides." That is what he said. Now we have figures also from TV constituency where BJP is leading by a handsome margin of around 3,000 votes against his nearest rival Kavita Kandolkar of Trinamool Congress, who is in the second position. We have also details of Penne constituency where Praveen Alekar of BJP is also leading by a margin of nearly 3,000 votes against his rival Rajendra Kodgaonkar of MG party. We are also giving you details from Saligaon constituency and Aldona, where there is neck-to-neck fight between Jayesh Salgaonkar of BJP and Kedar Naik of Congress in Saligaon constituency, and in Aldona it is sitting MLA Glenn Tiklo versus Carlos Alvarez Pereira of Congress. They are very close, neck-to-neck. 4 rounds are over, and each one is taking a lead of 200 or 300. Now we have more details of Sankeli constituency where 4 rounds are over, and CM is now leading over his nearest rival Dharmesh Saklani by a margin of around 200 votes.
तुम आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
Madam, this was a very good victory for you. There were so many hurdles were created. What do you say on this?
I would like to thank, first and foremost, I would like to thank God, my family, all my punch members, my corporators and all my supporters for standing by me. I would like to thank the party also, Sangathan Mantri, Satish Doan, Mr. Tanawade and my CM for having the faith in me and giving me the ticket once again. And also, I would like to say that the BJP Mahila President, Sheetal Naik, did not support us. She went against the party and I think it's time for the party to take action against her. Because she completely went against it, so I didn't have the support of all the Karyakartas from BJP. Of course, there were few who stood by us and I would like to thank them.
So this is the first time that BJP is won in Talegaon.
Yes.
So this credit goes to your workers and
Absolutely, it goes to my workers, it goes to the backing of Babush and I would like to thank him as well. And I also want to send a very clear message, it's very difficult to defeat us in Talegaon. Whoever wants to contest again next time.
Madam, one thing, the last part is they have also tried to get national media to spoil the name of Babu Monserrat. So did this affect you all in any way?
See, I think the people who know Babush will know what he is all about and he's always helped everyone, right from the poorest person to everybody. So I don't think that mattered much. Wherein they tried to spoil his name, I don't think.
I look at it in that way. So that is the reason I am disappointed with them. Because I have see whom I had to fight today. I had to fight a BJP only. With the BJP and everything. Others, no way he could get this kind of votes. So BJP Karyakarta thought, okay, let us get Utpal. He will ultimately he'll come to the BJP only. So we had to basically fight now both the BJP as well as the Congress party. And it is. I am thankful to see. I am not talking about all the. Let me make one thing very clear. I am not talking about all the Karyakarta of the BJP. There was a pocket full of Karyakarta who really stood by me day and night, like the president. Then I can tell you this one, Sanjeev, this one. Then the youth, this all councillors. No, these are the main fellows who stood by me day and night. But I am saying, as far as the voters are concerned, they voted for him instead of voting for the others. So basically, the message has not gone loud and clear from the top of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So for them, it was, and it makes no difference. Ultimately, he'll be the BJP.
In Talegaon also happened the same thing, sir.
See, Talegaon, what I'm trying to say.
Just tell us about how you feel today and what is your reaction, first reaction.
I would like to thank the people of Mapsa for giving me the second chance to be their MLA again. A special thanks, like I mentioned, to all my workers, all my Karyakartas, all my Mandal, BJP Mapsa Mandal, our various other Mandals, Yuva Morcha, Mahila Morcha, all the other Morchas that are there. A special thanks to the chairperson, vice chairperson, all the councillors that have been part of this entire campaign. They have worked tirelessly night and day to ensure that this victory was possible. We have crossed 10,000, polled 10,000 votes. Again, it is the third consecutive time that we are crossing 10,000 votes again in the city of Mapsa.
So, was there any effect of Michael Lobo effect trying to get hurdles in your way or anything like that?
He has tried very hard. He has poured a lot of money, but people of Mapsa are very well educated. They are very smart. They have voted for a clean image, and they are not interested in letting other people interfere. Special mention to Mr. Lobo. I hope he has learned his lesson and he does not interfere in other people's constituencies.
तुम्ही खंयची येयल्या खंयची आणि कितें आसा वातावरण तुमकां कितें दिसता ओके आणि तुमकां कितें आतां दिसता तुमकां कितें दिसता आतां जिखले तुमी कशी
आम्ही जिखले खुशी जाले आम्ही मयाचो असो कॅन्डिडेट केन्नाच हाल्लो ना
विजय असा भारतीय जनता पार्टीचो आणि आमचे पूर्ण विश्वास असा कार्यकर्त्यांचेर आणि लोकांचेर विश्वास असलो आणि हो खरे जाण आम्ही निश्चय आमचो आणि विजय हो निश्चित आसा भारतीय आणि कमळ हे आमचे फुलतले हे निश्चित
तुम्ही तिका कसं जिंकून हाडले अशें
कार्यकर्त्यांच्या बळाचेर आणि लोकांच्या बळाचेर आणि त्यांचो पूर्ण विश्वास आमकां आसलो त्यांचो
हे मतदारसंघ आमचो बीजेपीचो कॅन्डिडेट हांव अंकिता नावेलकर माझी नॉर्थ गोवा जिल्हा पंचायत अध्यक्ष आमकां पयलीं सावन आमकां खबर आसलो आमचो बीजेपीचो बालेकिल्लो आसलो तो आज आमचो बालेकिल्लो परत चारदां चवथीदां आमी बीजेपी निवडून आयिल्ले आसा हो आमचो विजय हो मोठ्या प्रताकाने आसतलो आणि आमी सगळे कार्यकर्त्याचो हो विजय आसा हांव चडांत चड कार्यकर्ते म्हाजी सगळ्या बरी करता आणि मेन म्हणल्यार आमचो हो प्रेमेन शेट आहा न्ही तेजे खरेंच तेका सगळ्या कडेन लोकां कडेन गरीब लोकां कडेन पर्यंत वचपाचो हो तेजो पायगुण आसा म्हूण तेका चड मत पडटली आणि तो विजय जातलो
कशें जिंकून हाडले तुमी
आमी एक बीजेपी आमचो मयेचो बालकिल्लो आसा तेन्ना आमी तेका त्या हेज्यान आमचे कार्यकर्ते खंयचीय पार्टी दवरूं कितें दवरूं पूण आमच्या बीजेपी शिवाय खंयचोच निवडून येना हो तेकाय खबर आसा आनी आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांक खबर आसा आमी तेका मोठ्या अधिकारांनी तेका कितकित प्रयत्न केलो पूण ना तो मोठ्या प्रयत्नान तो विजय जाल्लोय आसा आणि जातलोय बी
डॉक्टर दिव्या राणे जवळ जवळ 18,000 मतांनी आघाडीचेर आसा कितें सांगूंक सोदता डॉक्टर दिव्या राणे जयजीवनच्या वाटेर आसा 18,000ची लीड आसा कितें सांगूंक सोदता 18,000 लीड कितें सांगूंक सोदता
18,000 आमकां पयलींच कन्फर्म आसलें की भाभी लिडींग आमकां कन्फर्म असलें की आमची भाभी आसा पळय दिव्या भाभी ती लिडींग निवडून येतली पूण लिडींग येतली आनी हायेस्ट येतली फूल ऑल गोव्यान
बरें ह्या यशाचे म्हणजे आयज जे भाभी फुडें आयल्या जयजीवन जाल्या तेजे यशाचें श्रेय तुमी कोणाक दिता सगळे कार्यकर्त्यांना
यशाचे श्रेय त्यांचे काम विश्वजित राणे बाबा हांचे काम आणि भाभीचे बी काम आणि सगळ्या कार्यकर्त्यांचा सपोर्ट
अशें म्हणून येता बाबा आणि भाभी जैतीवन जाल्ले आसा येणाऱ्या काळांत परये किंवा वाळपय हातूंतल्यान जे बाबा आसा हाका मुख्यमंत्री पद मेळोंक शकता अशें तुमकां
मुख्यमंत्री झाला आजीचे वारे असले असे तुमकां कितें
आरतीचे वारे जितले कितें आशिल्ली आमकां आमच्या 70च्या लोकांक पर्याच्या लोकांक सगळ्यांक खबर आशिल्ली की ही दोन जी सीट आसा दिव्या राणे आणि विश्वजित राणे ही कन्फर्म हे जे आशिल्ले जे लोक बाकीचे ना
आरजीचे कांयच
कोणूच ना
ओके आयज कोणाक सपोर्ट ओके सिच्युएशन कितें कशें दिसता तुमकां कितें दिसता
तेका बरो तेणें म्हणटा तें काम बरें केलां
बीजेपी विल विन हाऊ मेनी सीट्स बीजेपी विल मेक अ गवर्नमेंट हांगा बरें
रोलर कोस्टर राइड कंटिन्यू
Desai has won in Patota with 1,300 votes, and in Savonde, BJP's Ganesh Shankar has won. Fonda MGB is leading by 250 votes. In Priol, Deepak Davlikar is trailing by 56 votes. BJP is leading. In Matkai, Sudhin Davlikar is leading by 5,000 votes. In Kepe, Alton is leading by 3,000 votes. Kunkuli Yuri is also leading by 1,500 votes. In Delhi, Cruz Silva was in the lead. There are 2 EVM machines that malfunctioned, so they'll be counting again. In Noe, Alesh Sikora is leading by 2,400 votes. Revolutionary Goals is second place. In Kurkuri, Reginald is leading by 1,000 votes. In Mormugaon, Congress is leading by 2,000 votes. In Vasco, BJP is leading by 2,000 votes. In Daboli, BJP is leading by 1,200 votes. In Kortali, Independent Pillai is leading by 400 votes. Anton was in second place. In Savonde, Ganesh Kankar is leading by 4,460 votes. In Kurchure, Nilesh Kabral is leading by 587 votes. In Ponda, MGP is leading by... as per unofficial results, in Margaon, Digambar Kamath has won. In Benauli, AAP has won. In Navali, BJP has won. This is as per the election agents of their candidates.
When we were in a full majority, even then we have considered them. But so BJP एका वाटेन कोणाक जर हें आसा न्ही जे कोणी आमच्या बरोबर येता तांच्या बरोबर घेवन वतले. That doesn't mean that we fall short of that, and because of that we are campaigning like that.
में रहने की कोई चर्चा हुई है?
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है.
किसी ने संपर्क किया अपनी तरफ से आकर के आपसे?
सभी लोग संपर्क में है. गोवा छोटा स्टेट है, सभी लोग हमारे संपर्क में है.
एक बात ये क्या निकल के सामने आ रही थी कि एमजीपी के साथ मीटिंग की कोशिश हुई थी भाजपा की, लेकिन एमजीपी के लोग फिलहाल कोई रिस्पांस नहीं दे रहे. इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है?
ये आप क्या सोच रहे हैं, ये सच नहीं है, सच नहीं है. बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा, आप कल देखिए.
सिटी रवि जी, कल विश्वजीत राणे ने DK शिवकुमार का स्टेटस रखा अपने मोबाइल पर, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
ऐसा नहीं है. उनके
देखा वो स्क्रीनशॉट सबको वायरल हुआ है, उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप देखो.
कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
क्या होता है देखो, उन्होंने पहले कांग्रेस में थे. 2017 छोड़ के आया कांग्रेस छोड़ के आया. चिंता मत करो, समय है तो और 4 लोगों को लेके आता है विश्वजीत राणे पार्टी के लिए. चिंता मत करो.
और 4 लोगों को लेके आ सकता है.
हाँ, उनका ताकत उतना है. चिंता का विषय.
कभी इलेक्शन होने के बाद तुरंत लेके आएगा, क्या टाइम लेगा?
नेसेसिटी नहीं होता है. बीजेपी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से आएगा. इफ नेसेसिटी ही विल डू दैट.
उनकी तैयारी है, उन्होंने तैयारी रखी है. वो
ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं आता है.
रिजल्ट है तुमचे
देवपोती वाट थँक्यू
कुचड्या जनता शाणी आसा आनी कुचड्यावयली जनता जे निवडून दिवपाक जाय तांकां निवडून दितले. म्हाका खात्री आसा की हांवें 10 वर्सां लोकां खातीर काम केलां. ही 10 वर्सां व्यर्थ वयची ना आनी लोक आमचे वांगडा रावतले आनी भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे कमळ कुचड्यार फुलतले.
ओवरऑल गोवात कितले सीट? 22.
गोंयांत बीजेपीचो सरकार जातलो. फाटल्यान म्हणजे कोण आसा तो पळय आनी तेजे वांगडा पळयाचे. पूण एक लक्षान उरपाक जाय की आमी जर पळयता की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे जे गव्हर्मेंट आशिल्ले लास्ट 10 वर्सां खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट केले. हांव म्हणना की 100% डेव्हलपमेंट केले अश्यो गोश्टी ना, पूण लास्टाक ते सरकार आशिल्ले पूण खुबश्यो गोश्टी आमी फुडें व्हरपाक शकले. आज लोक अनेकदां आमकां भारतीय जनता पार्टीक कोल दितले आनी खुबश्यो गोश्टी जे बॅलन्स आसा ह्यो गोश्टी फुडें व्हरपाचें काम आमी करतले.
फाटल्यान आहा तो तुमकां जाय पडटलो आता सरकार करपाक, काय तुमी स्वताचे हेजेर करतले?
सरकार जेन्ना कळटा जे कोण लायक मायंडेड आमचे आसा, जे विचार आसा डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक वयचे,
MGP सारखे
कोणाचे सारखे जावं ते आमी वांगडा रावन काम करतले न्ही. सरकार म्हणटाले ते 40 आमदार सरकार जाता, हितून रुलींग सरकार ऑपोजिशन आसता, पूण कोण ऑपोजिशनार रावंक सोदता? सो रुलिंगा भितर जे सगळे आमी रावतले, जे डेव्हलपमेंट करपाक जाय तेजे खातीर आमी रावतले.
तुम्ही फाटी सांगले ऑपोजिशन युनायट जावन तुमच्या अगेन्स्ट काम केलं आणि तुमची मार्जिन देवतली. अजूनही तुम्ही त्याच गजालीचेर
ना, म्हाका दिसना की मार्जिन देवपाचे प्रश्न ना. कितें आसता पळय, म्हाजें वोटींग जे मार्जिन आसा ते सदांच लास्ट 2
टर्म जे आशिल्ले तितलेच उरतले आनी मार्जीन देंवपाक जे आसा मार्जीन देंवतले ना देंवतले लोक ऑपोजिशन एकठांय जाल्यार म्हजे एगेन्स्ट जो व्यवहार तेणी केला हेजेर आतां आज कळटलें कितें आसा तें
22+ तुम्ही अजूनही
आमचे सरकार करतले हे व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट सरकार 22+ हो 28+ हो 40+ हे प्लस म्हणटा ते फिगर सरकार करपाचो प्लस फिगर आसता तो हो सरकार आमी करतले डबल इंजीन आनी सिंगल इंजीन हे इंजीन जी दोन्ही आसा सरकार लोकां खातीर काम करपाक जाय आनी म्हाका खात्री आसा की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे मोदीचे सरकार गोंयांत खुबशे डेव्हलपमेंट दिल्लें आसा हेजे फुडें दितले
नमस्कार सगळ्यांक सुप्रभात बरी सकाळ नवी सकाळ येवची अशा खातीर मगो पक्ष तृणमूल ह्या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रीत जावन गोंयांत संविधान दिवची म्हणून प्रयत्न केला यंग जनरेशन जे फाटीं पडत आसा गेली 15 वर्सां ते पळोवन दुख्ख जाता युवा वर्ग युवती हे सगळी फाटीं पडिल्ली आणि त्या खातीरूच ही नवी सकाळ दिवपा खातीर आमी मुखार सरिल्ले मतदारांनी परिवर्तन करचें अशें आमी मागिल्लें मतदारांनी परिवर्तन केलां की ना हें तुमकां 12 पर्यंत कळून हांव इतलेंच सांगतां मगो पक्ष स्थापन करता आसतना गरीब जनतेक आधार दिवपा खातीर शेतकऱ्यांक आधार दिवपा खातीर स्थापन करता आनी आज काही प्रमाणात बरे दीस मगो पक्षाक आयिल्ले ज्यो गोष्टी आमी प्रचार सभेत सांगल्या त्यो सगळ्यो पर्सनली इम्प्लिमेंट करपा खातीर म्हजो प्रयत्न 100% हांव थंपिंग मेजॉरिटीन ह्या फावटी निवडून येतलो प्रत्येक फावटी मडकय मतदारसंघात म्हज्या मतदारांनी म्हाका भरपूर मतां दिल्या त्या बद्दल दुमत ना ह्याही फावटी तांचे पर्यंत पावनासतना संबंध कार्यकर्ते सरपंच पंच स्पेशली बाब नितीन ढवळीकर आणि ताचे बरोबरचे सगळे यंग जनरेशन मुखार सरून म्हजो प्रचार केला आणि त्या खातीर हायस्ट मार्जीन परत एकदा म्हाका मेळटलें अशें म्हाका दिसता हांवें इतलेंच सांगलां की आमी परिवर्तनाचे निवडणूक लडिल्ली आसा आणि परिवर्तनाचे जर लोकांनी मतदारांनी जर परिवर्तन केलां आसत आमकां 9 सीट मेळटले
तुमकां परिवर्तन जालें तुमचें आनी तुमी फाटल्यान सुरी मारल्या मनशाक तुमी सपोर्ट करतले काय कितें ऑलरेडी तुमकां 2-3 फावट अशेंच जालां की फाटल्यान सुरी घाली तर तुमी तांकां सपोर्ट करतात
आमची 3-3:30 मिटींग आसा आमी आनी TMC बसून ह्यो गोष्टी फायनल करतले काल म्हजो प्रुडंटाचेर इंटरव्यू जाला तातूंत हांवें स्पश्ट सांगलां की TMC आनी आमी एकठांय जावन जें डिसिजन घेतलें तें दोनूय पक्षाक
गेल्ले फावटी तुवें कंटिन्युअसली सांगलां आपूण BJP एगेन्स्ट हें इलेक्शन लढला म्हणून पूण हे फावटी तुमी BJP
मॅन्डेट जर गव्हर्नमेंटाक आमकां जर सारकें मेळत आसत जाल्यार ह्यो गोष्टी तुमी सांगल्या त्यो इजिली जाता आनी परिवर्तन करून आमकां जर मॅन्डेट दिला जाल्यार ह्या प्रश्न लावूया ना मला
जशें हांवें पयलीं पासून सुरवातेर सांगत आसा म्हाका विश्वास आसा म्हज्या कुळी देवाचेर मेल्लेगेल्याचेर आनी म्हज्या लोकांचेर ताणी म्हाका आयज पर्यंत सांबाळला आनी ह्या फावटी सांबाळटले बरे लोकांनी साथ दिल्ली आसा आनी सुरवातेर सांगता हांव कितें मार्जीन बऱ्यापैकी मेळटली हांव पयलीं पासून म्हणटा जे आज पर्यंत मार्जीन मेळना इतली मार्जीन मेळटली सुरवातेर म्हणटा पूण हांव बऱ्यापैकी जिखतलो म्हणजे लोकांचेर म्हाका पूर्ण विश्वास आसा पार्टीक कितले सीट येतले पार्टीक बऱ्यापैकी एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन आमी जिखता सुरवातेर हो स्टेटमेंट करता की एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन हॅट्रिक करता परत फुडें सरकार स्थापन करता म्हाज्या
तुम्ही म्हणता सगळ्यांत चड मार्जीन हे वर्स मेळटले तुमकां जाल्यार हे BJP फॅक्टर काय बाबू फॅक्टर
पळय कितें जाता आयज पर्यंत हांव जे पयलीं आनी इलेक्शनाक लडयला ते दुसरे पक्षाचे आतां भाजप पक्ष खंयचो आसूं म्हाका म्हज्या लोकांचेर विश्वास आसा ज्या ज्या जाग्यार हांव आसा लोकांक म्हाका साथ दिल्ली आसा पक्षाचो साथ आसा सगळ्यांचो साथ आसा पूण लोकांचेर म्हाका विश्वास आसा, देवाचो विश्वास आसा, मेल्ले गेल्याचो विश्वास आसा आनी लोकांचे खास करून म्हाका लोकांचो विश्वास जेणे करून म्हजो गव्हर्मेंट फॉर्म करता पयलीं पासून हांव सांगत आसा, आज परत कोण सांगता गव्हर्मेंट भाजप फॉर्म करता एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटीन भाजप येता. जर येदा कदाचित जर गरज ह्या पडली जाल्यार सुद्दां अपक्ष आनी बाकीच्या लोकांचो साथ मेळटलो. पूण भाजपा सत्ता परत हॅट्रीक करता. गोंयांत इतिहास जातलो. गोंयांक आज पर्यंत जे हॅट्रीक कोणाक सरकार जाल्ला 3 गोंयांक कंटिन्यू सरकार केन्ना दिल्लो हो ह्या मोदी भाजप सरकार.
देवाची साथ आसा तशीच सांगी मतदारसंघाचे जे लोक आसात त्यांची म्हाका भरपूर साथ आसा आनी म्हाका आज विश्वास आसा की हांव आयज निवडणूक निश्चित जिखतलें आनी भरपूर मार्जिनान जिखतलें ही म्हाका खात्री आसा.
कितले मार्जिन कितले पडटा? मार्जिन कितले?
2,000 वयर मार्जिन घेवन हांव दिवून
मॅडम बीजेपी कॅन्डिडेटा कडून बीजेपी सपोर्ट करतले तुम्ही?
आनी हांव म्हाजे निवडून येतरीच म्हाजे जे समर्थक आसात जे सपोर्टर आसात तेंचे विचार घेवन निर्णय घेतलो.
आणि येयले जाल्यार तुम्ही पावरान आसतले काय ऑपोजिशनान बसतले? कशें कितें
तेका जे आसा 40 मतदारसंघाक गोंयचे जनतेन जो कौल दिल्लो आसा त्या कौला बरोबर येतलो. कशें नंबर घेतले तेजेर आसा जाल्यार ना जाल्यार ऑपोजिशनाक वचपाचें.
एकंदरीत ट्रिपल फायट जावपाची शक्यता चड म्हटल्यार एमजीपी तुमचे मदीं आनी बीजेपीचे मदीं. सो तितून तुमकां दिसता बाजी मारतले तुमी? लोकांचो कौल खंयचे वाटेन वयतलो दिसता?
हय, आमी कॅल्क्युलेशन केलां. 4,000 मार्जिनान आमी सावड्डे मतदारसंघात निवडून येतले इंडिपेंडंट कॅन्डिडेट.
सो कोण सपोर्ट करता?
आमी पळोवया नंबर कशे येतले आनी नंबर जाल्यार तेजेर येतले, ना जाल्यार ऑपोजिशनाक उरतले. ऑपोजिशनाक रावन कामाय करूंक मेळटा बऱ्यापैकी.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीन बी तुमकां अवकाश दिली?
ना सध्या आमी तशें कांय विचारना. नंबर पळयता जे 40 मतदारसंघात जनतेन कसो कौल दिला तेजेर वचपाचें.
कशें पळयता तुमी?
कितले मार्जिन?
4,000 आमचे मार्जिन आसतले. लीड आमची आसतली 4,000 सावड्डे मतदारसंघातले डेफिनेटली.
गोंयान कोणाचे गव्हर्मेंट फॉर्म जाले अशें तुमकां दिसता?
आता तेच न्ही, असं पेटी बंद आसा. आता रोखडेच तुमकां दितले. ऑल द बेस्ट.
आयडिया ना म्हणटा तुमकां?
ना
निवडून आल्यानंतर काय भूमिका घेणार आहेत?
बघा, राज्याच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीनं जे काय आवश्यक असेल हे मी निश्चित करीन.
तर तुमकां कोण मेळपाक बी येयल्ले तुमकां?
तुमच्यासारखे कितले जाण मेळटात
फॉर्म करपाक सपोर्ट मागपाक येवंक नाका.
ही अग्निपरीक्षा आसा अशी दिसता तुमकां?
ना, अग्निपरीक्षा न्ही. खरं म्हणजे भाजपाक अशी ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी केन्नाच मेळूंक ना. कारण ऑल द टायम कशें जाय, एंटी बीजेपी ही काँग्रेसीक मेळटाली. म्हाका फॉर द फर्स्ट टायम म्हाका दिसता एंटी बीजेपी वोट्स वेर स्प्लिटेड इंटू 3-4 स्प्लिंटर ग्रुप्स आणि त्यामुळे बीजेपीक स्वीप करपाक अत्यंत बरी संदी असली. विथ मी अँड प्लस पार्टीज फिनान्शियल सपोर्ट ऑल्सो.
पक्ष नसलो हो खंत की राग आसा सध्या आताच्या घडीत?
हांव व्हडलो राग धरना. हांव राग धरना. पूण खंत निश्चित आसा की एखाद्या मनशाक इतले एसोसिएशन आसून थट्ट करून कुशीक उडोवप हो खंत ही निश्चित आसा. म्हणजे अशें पक्षान करूंक जायना अशें म्हाका दिसता.
सर तुम्ही सपोर्ट करतले आता?
जिखलेले बीजेपीक वयतले?
वाय हायपोथिकेशन पळया बरें कितें
खंत ना म्हटलें, राग ना म्हटलें न्ही?
ना रे बाबा, ना रे बाबा.
तुम्ही फार मारला कितें? तुम्ही राग ना म्हटलें न्ही? राग ना म्हटलें
खंत आसा. म्हणजे हांवें उबारलो ह्या पक्षाक. म्हणजे म्हाजेर आयली म्हणटकच आय एम रेडी टू फेस, नो प्रॉब्लम. पूण अशें जावंक जायना सामान्यपणे कार्यकर्त्याचेर.
आयज कावंटींग आसा डे आनी कितें पडटा, कितें सांगपाक जाय तुमकां?
स्मायल पयल्यार पण कळटा आसतलें तुका. रिजल्ट्स आर दे ऑलरेडी. इट इज जस्ट 5 वर्सांची मेहनत आयज ओपन जावपाची आसा. थँक्यू.
Sir, what do you see today is a counting day and what do you feel about this?
It is definitely a new beginning for the politics of Goa. From tomorrow, we will have a government that will work for the people, and there is only one party which will do that, that is Aam Aadmi Party. We are fully confident that we are forming the next government of Goa.
We're all so excited and looking forward. Thank you to all the people who have voted and whatever the result may be.
or getting about 2,000 votes over and above that.
How have you seen on the last 10 years in the government in Goa?
The last 10 years, I have been in the government for the last 2.5 years. A lot of difficulties, I would say, have been faced by this government due to the pandemic breakout over the last 2.5 years. We are facing a lot of pressure from various factors. Nonetheless, we are still managed to go through. We are still here today. We have gone through the entire poll system. We are confident of forming the government the same way. In Mapsa, it was a seat held by Babush for the last 10 years. Still, organization come to work without these two main pillars.
जबाबदारी तुमची राहिला
गोयची संघटना घट करपाची, गोयची जबाबदारी पार्टी घट करपाची आणि पार्टी कशें दिसता तशी पार्टी सांगतली. वी वील प्ले अ रोल. बार्देस जावं, इसवाडी जावं नाल्यार बाकीचे एरियांनी खंय ते सांगतात ते प्रमाणे आमी काम
बार्देसान 2 सिटां येयले तुमकां बाकीचे चडशे
कशी 3 आयले मरे. चवथे आसा आमचे म्हापशा आयले, तिवी आयले, सिवोली चालू आसा स्टेज अजून सोंपूना.
तुमचं सालिका आणि जो थिविंग जो नॉट थिविंग आजोनात सामको लागींचो दोन्ही सीट BJP कडल्यान गेले.
एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज पिपल्स पावर. हाऊ इट इज टू गो पीपल डिसायड. आता खंय कमी पडले कितें जालें ताचेर विचार करपाची गरज आसा पार्टीक आनी पळोवपाची गरज आसा. बट डेफिनेटली एवरीबडी हॅज वर्क टुवर्ड्स प्रॉपर वीन एज फार एज कॅन्डिडेट्स आर कन्सर्न. सालिगांवचो जो आमदार बशिल्लो जयेश तसोच ग्लेनान आपली कामां बऱ्या तरेन केल्ली आसा. शेवटी लोकांचो कौल तो. So as it is, we are forming the government. We will ensure that Bangladesh becomes much stronger than what it was before.
तर मायकलाचो इफेक्ट कितें जालो मायकलाचो इफेक्ट माझ्यान कितें जालो?
इफेक्ट फक्त लोकांचो आशिल्लो आनी कोणाचोच ना. देर इज नथींग कॉल्ड एज किंग ऑफ समथींग. एवरीबडी इज किंग एंड थ्रोन्स. आय थिंक द पीपल हॅव शोन देम द प्लेसीस. नंबर्स जे 21, 25, 27 कोण उलयताले 4 दीस पयलीं प्रेस घेवन एक हॉटेलार वचून राविल्ले तांचे नंबर्स आज तुमकां दिश्टी पडटा. आय थिंक दॅट स्पीक्स वॉल्युम्स ऑफ वॉट पीपल हॅव इन मायंड. पीपल कॅनॉट गेट डिस्ट्रॅक्टेड ऑर पीपल व्हेरी वेल नो हू इज डुईंग वॉट एंड फॉर वॉट रिजन. हाज्या फुडें ह्या 5 वर्सां गोंया खातीर खूब इम्पॉर्टंट आसतली आनी वी वील एन्श्योर दॅट वी आर एबल टू गिव दॅट स्टेबिलिटी टू द पीपल ऑफ गोवा.
आणि वेस्ट बेंगॉलाचे दुसऱ्या भाशा आपण शिकून पावलो घाली प्रेसिडेंट सेटअप करून आणि योग्य दिशा गोयचे जनतेन आणि देवी शांतता. आता तुमची प्रायोरिटीज किती असते तुमच्या? माझी प्रायोरिटी सच्चीच 10-30 वर्षाचे काम करून घ्या. लोकांच्या सुखात दुःखात राहून घ्या, लोकांच्या सुखात दुःखात असून घ्या आणि डेव्हलपमेंट सगळे साठी असून घ्या. डेव्हलपमेंटच असून घ्या, एज्युकेशन फायनान्शियली सगळं एज्युकेशन असून घ्या, डेव्हलपमेंट असून घ्या आणि त्याच्याबरोबर लोकांचे काम धंद्याचे करतो हे आधीपासून तरी
पार्टी चेंजचे तिसरं टर्म NCP काँग्रेस टर्म BJP. सो हे मत निळकंठ मत एक जालें. प्लस जे गोंयच्या लोकांक दिसता खंयचे पार्टीन आतां प्रोत्साहन दिवंक त्या प्रमाणे आमी लोकां बरोबर आमी वयचो. लोकांक कितें जाय मिनिस्ट्री जाली जाल्यार
नाही लोकांची कामं जावपा खातीर तुमची अपेक्षा आसतली सरकारा कडेन काम जाय.
नाही सरकार करतलोच ती म्हणजे पद्दतूच आहा. मिनिस्टर मिनिस्टर बसतले ते हायकमांड डिसायड करता.
तुमची अपेक्षा तुम जबाबदारी दितले करपाक रेडी आहा?
ते आधी म्हणजे असला मिनिस्टर हांव आमदारी दोन नासलो मिनिस्टर आसलो जबाबदारी घेवपाक ती जबाबदारी म्हणून पूण काम
सिनियर
जे माझ्या बरोबर त्यांच्याच सगळ्यांच्या विचार
तुम्ही पार्टी चेंज करून तुमकां दिसता ते तुमचे डिसिजन सारकें आसलें आज
पार्टी रायट डिसिजन आहा म्हणून आमी केल्लें सी आमी एका पार्टी निवडून येवं दुसऱ्या पार्टीन वयता हेजो अर्थ कितें ती योग्य स्टेप्स आमी घेता ते सारकें आहा म्हणून केलें आत्तां विचार करपाचो सारकें कांय ना पार्टीन वचपाची गरजूच आहा आनी ती योग्य डिसिजन म्हणून आमी तेका केलें आनी वयता आसतना सामायिक केलें 10 जाण गेले 2 थर्ड गेले तेजेर आनी शंका कोणी घेवपूय ना कित्याक गेला कितें कशा कांय ना कारण जे सामूहिक 10 जाण विचार करून वयता हे पॉझिटिव्हच आसलें म्हणून गेले
तुम्ही 3 टाइम MLA प्लस यू आर वन ऑफ द सिनियर मेंबर तुमकां दिसना दॅट यू शूड बी एलिजिबल फॉर आता म्हणजे मिनिस्टर्स पोस्ट
नाही सी BJP पक्ष जो आहे ते सगळे त्यांच्या ह्याच्याप्रमाणे बसतात थारायतात दे वील प्रिफर हाऊ टू सेटअप द दॅट इज नॉट इन आवर हँड दे वील डू द बेस्ट वॉट दे हॅज टू दे वील डू थँक्यू
सुभाष ज्या वेळार सांग्याचेर कोणी अति आक्रमण करता आणि लालची आसात हांव डेप्युटी CM जडलो म्हाका व्हडलेशें दिसलें ना तो पडपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें पयलीं सांगलें सगळ्या आमच्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या वरिश्ठांनी सांगलें तूं स्वताचो गड गमावून बसता तूं सांग्यार वता सांग्यार पयलीं एक फावटी फॅमिली राज्य युरी आलेमांव आनी सगळे आलेमांव नश्ट जाल्ले ही परत परत सांगून तांणी केन्नाच मानलें ना तांकां दिसतालें की गेट ओपन केली म्हणटकच सांग्यावेले सगळे लोक पळय गेट म्हळ्यार म्हणटा ते धरणाची गेट ओपन करपाची म्हणजे तांच्या पयशांनी भरलेलें धरण आसा हे लूट जी आसा गोंयकारांची आनी मडक्याची गेट सोडली त्या बरोबर सगळे सांग्यावेले मतदार व्हांवून वचून तळपार पडटले म्हणटाले ते हो जो मोद आसा ही जी मस्ती आसा ती आयज जिरलेली आसा आनी सांगेकारांनी एक फावटी परत दाखोवन दिल्ली आसा की तुम्ही कितलेय व्हडले पैसे घेवन आयले आनी करोडो रुपया हांगा आमचेर वाटले जाल्यार आमी ताका बळी पडचे ना आमी योग्य तो निर्णय घेतले आनी योग्य त्या मनशाक निवडतले म्हणून हांव सांगेच्या जनतेचो खूब खूब आभारी आसा मार्जिन अजून 4 वर उरलेले आसा साधारण 1200 मार्जिन सद्याक आसा उरली ती पंचायत जी आसा ती म्हजीच आसा आनी म्हाका अपेक्षा आसा की 1200 वयर मार्जिन निश्चितपणान आसतलेच बाबूचो हात भयंकर प्रमाणात म्हाका उडोवपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें बाबूक न्ही हे जनतेन उडयल्लो आसा केपेची जनता केपे मतदारसंघ हो म्हजो मतदारसंघ ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव सरपंच जालो ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव ZP जालो सुभाष ज्या वेळार सांग्याचेर कोणी अति आक्रमण करता आणि लालची आसात हांव डेप्युटी CM जडलो म्हाका व्हडलेशें दिसलें ना तो पडपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें पयलीं सांगलें सगळ्या आमच्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या वरिश्ठांनी सांगलें तूं स्वताचो गड गमावून बसता तूं सांग्यार वता सांग्यार पयलीं एक फावटी फॅमिली राज्य युरी आलेमांव आनी सगळे आलेमांव नश्ट जाल्ले ही परत परत सांगून तांणी केन्नाच मानलें ना तांकां दिसतालें की गेट ओपन केली म्हणटकच सांग्यावेले सगळे लोक पळय गेट म्हळ्यार म्हणटा ते धरणाची गेट ओपन करपाची म्हणजे तांच्या पयशांनी भरलेलें धरण आसा हे लूट जी आसा गोंयकारांची आनी मडक्याची गेट सोडली त्या बरोबर सगळे सांग्यावेले मतदार व्हांवून वचून तळपार पडटले म्हणटाले ते हो जो मोद आसा ही जी मस्ती आसा ती आयज जिरलेली आसा आनी सांगेकारांनी एक फावटी परत दाखोवन दिल्ली आसा की तुम्ही कितलेय व्हडले पैसे घेवन आयले आनी करोडो रुपया हांगा आमचेर वाटले जाल्यार आमी ताका बळी पडचे ना आमी योग्य तो निर्णय घेतले आनी योग्य त्या मनशाक निवडतले म्हणून हांव सांगेच्या जनतेचो खूब खूब आभारी आसा मार्जिन अजून 4 वर उरलेले आसा साधारण 1200 मार्जिन सद्याक आसा उरली ती पंचायत जी आसा ती म्हजीच आसा आनी म्हाका अपेक्षा आसा की 1200 वयर मार्जिन निश्चितपणान आसतलेच बाबूचो हात भयंकर प्रमाणात म्हाका उडोवपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें बाबूक न्ही हे जनतेन उडयल्लो आसा केपेची जनता केपे मतदार मतदारसंघ हो म्हजो मतदारसंघ, ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव सरपंच जालो, ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव ZP जालो.
I thank the people for having reposed faith in me. 2 terms I was not on the seat. After 10 years I have stood for an election and I won the election. I definitely believe that the margin that I got is the people's victory. And the Congress party.
किती दिसता तुमकां
काँग्रेसीचे खंय कितें चुकलें आसा तुमकां? काँग्रेस खंय कितें कमी पडली?
Once the results are declared, then we will decide. We will form the next government. I told you in the past, I am repeating again.
Next government, Congress form.
There's still a chance.
Last time BJP केलं
No, Congress na. There are so many independent, so many other parties.
The Congress seems to have not done well as what was expected in Salsette. It was stronghold. Well, they won only 3 out of 8 seats. Will it cost you in the final tally of seats?
I think, as you rightly said, Salsette was our forte. We have not fared that well.
Is it because of the leadership, certain decisions they have taken, including isolating the minorities?
I would not blame the leadership. They've taken decisions. Many a time we take decisions which could be wrong in the long term. But as long as the decision is taken in good taste, good faith, I think we have no right to grumble.
Even Alice Sikera is considered as the cinemas leader, but your candidature was cleared at in the 3rd or 4th list, if we are not mistaken. Was it because of the leadership tussle in the party?
No, I don't think it was leadership tussle. I basically feel that because they were sure that I would win this seat. Even if they declared late, there was no issue.
Divided opposition.
Votes have split, that we can't deny.
BJP त्याचा फायदा.
They definitely benefit.
Is the point alliance upon the
No alliance or no alliance. Congress has confidence. You see, when you're sailing, the captain is always confident that he's going to succeed. Many things happen on the way. The captain is not taking the wrong path.
इलेक्शन हांवें कंटिन्युअसली म्हजें काम चालू दवरलां, ऑफिस चालू दवरलें. कसलेय वादळ येवन कोविडाचो प्रश्न आसूं नाल्यार आनी कसले एवरी टायम हांव सगळ्यांक पावलेलो आहा. आनी जाता ती आमची टीम एंटायर टीम आहा ती खंय ना खंय मदतीक बारीक बारीक सामान्य लोकांक पावता. तेका लागून तो कोण तेंच्यांनी आमकां दिल्लो आसा.
फाटल्या फावट जायंट किलर आसलो आयज
वायट उलोवया नाका कोणाचे.
MGP सत्तेन
पळय ते पार्टी डिसिजन आनी सिनियर लिडर्स डिसायड
सत्तेन रावपाचें
पळय आयज आमी ऑपोजीट BJP लढाई केल्या. सो म्हाका दिसता ऑपोजीट BJP पूण आतां काउंट्स खबर ना. डेफिनेटली 1-2 दिसांनी
6,703. Province Zaki, 2,867. Santosh Kumar Sawant, 4,074. Rajesh Tulsidas Kalangutkar, 1,811. Shri Krishna Ravindra Parab, 3,321. Deep Kumar Mapali, 74. Milind Tulsidas Pilgaonkar.
अपक्ष आसतना केल्ले काम आसा थंयच्यो लोकां खातीर उदरगती कामां किंवा नोकरी संदर्भात काम आशिल्लें आनी थंयचो एक अनुभव आशिल्लो की लोक तो एकमेकांचे तो येतलो लोकांचे आनी त्या प्रमाणे तो लोकांचे प्रियोरिटी जनतेन ताका निवडून दितात.
Gracias.
बिस्वजीत राणे ही इज द नंबर 1 आणि बिस्वजीत राणे इज द सीएम. चीफ मिनिस्टर बिस्वजीत राणे. पब्लिक डिमांड. येस आमचे 70 भितर फुल्ले कबाळ आणि बीजेपीचो सरकार बिस्वजीत राणे.
आयज विश्वजीत राणे इतल्या मतांनी जिंकल्या तुमका कशें कितें खोस भोगता?
आम्ही खुशाल. आम्ही खुशाल. बिस्वजीत राणे येयलो म्हणजे आम्ही खुशाल. ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द गोवा.
आता ह्यो सीएम जातलो म्हणटा तुम्ही विश्वजीत राणे?
सीएम जाऊन जाय. ही इज द सीएम. याच्या इलेक्शनच्या पयलींच सांगलेले आम्ही की सीएम बिस्वजीत राणे जाऊंक जाय आणि आता तो आयल्यार आमकां भरपूर खुशाल काय असा सगळ्या पब्लिका.
बाबा धाड ते बाबा.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा नवीन आलेकरांचा नवीन आलेकरांचा
जिंकलेली
अजून चालू असा पण आम्ही जिंकतली हो सारकोच निश्चय आमचो आणि आम्ही 4th टाइम जिंकतली.
आणि जे भाशेन वारे असले जे भाशे वारे असले आरजेचे वारे उजो उजो म्हटले
उजो बी काय ना उजो बी सगळं पालावतो काय ना त्यांना सांगा कितले त्यांच्यानी केला पण करून पण उजो काय फायद्याचं ना उजो पालावलो सांगायचा.
आणि अपक्ष आसतना केल्ले काम आसा थंयच्यो लोकां खातीर उदरगती कामां किंवा मोठी जनरलान काम आशिल्लें आनी थंयचो एक अनुभव आशिल्लो की लोक तो एकजुटान की तो येतलो म्हणून तांचे आनी त्या प्रमाणे सगळ्या लोकांचे पिवळशे जनतेन ताका निवडून दितात.
गाडी भायर आसा गाडी
तुमका मायकलान डॅमेज बीन केला हाडलो ना मायकलाचो इफेक्ट बीन कितें जालो म्हणून जालो अशें
कोण डॅमेज करून कोणाक शेटू ना लोकांचे राहना तें लोकांनी गिवन द मॅन्डेट रिस्पेक्ट द मॅन्डेट.
फुडें कंटिन्यू करतले.
नो लेट मी टेक अ ब्रेक नो एट द मोमेंट ते मागीर सांगता तुमकां.
बिस्वजीत राणे ही इज द नंबर 1 आणि बिस्वजीत राणे इज द सीएम. चीफ मिनिस्टर बिस्वजीत राणे. पब्लिक डिमांड. येस आमचे 70 भितर फुल्ले कबाळ आणि बीजेपीचो सरकार बिस्वजीत राणे.
आयज विश्वजीत राणे इतल्या मतांनी जिंकल्या तुमका कशें कितें खोस भोगता?
आम्ही खुशाल. आम्ही खुशाल. बिस्वजीत राणे येयलो म्हणजे आम्ही खुशाल. ही इज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ द गोवा.
आता ह्यो सीएम जातलो म्हणटा तुम्ही विश्वजीत राणे?
सीएम जाऊन जाय. ही इज द सीएम. याच्या इलेक्शनच्या पयलींच सांगलेले आम्ही की सीएम बिस्वजीत राणे जाऊंक जाय आणि आता तो आयल्यार आमकां भरपूर खुशाल काय असा सगळ्या पब्लिका.
बाबा धाड ते बाबा.
भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा नवीन आलेकरांचा नवीन आलेकरांचा
जिंकलेली
अजून चालू असा पण आम्ही जिंकतली हो सारकोच निश्चय आमचो आणि आम्ही 4th टाइम जिंकतली.
आणि जे भाशेन वारे असले जे भाशे वारे असले आरजेचे वारे उजो उजो म्हटले
उजो बी काय ना उजो बी सगळं पालावतो काय ना त्यांना सांगा कितले त्यांच्यानी केला पण करून पण उजो काय फायद्याचं ना उजो पालावलो सांगायचा.
काम आणि अपक्ष आसतना केल्ले काम आसा थंयच्यो लोकां खातीर उदरगती कामां किंवा मोठी जनरलान काम थंयचो एक अनुभव आशिल्लो की लोक तो एकमेकांक तो येतलो लोकांक आनी त्या प्रमाणे तो लोकांचे प्रियोचे जनतेन ताका निवडून दितात.
तुमकां मायकलान डॅमेज बीन केला हळडो ना मायकलाचो इफेक्ट बीन कितें जालो म्हणून जाला अशें
अशें कोण डॅमेज करून कोणाक शकना लोकांचेर आहा न्हू तें लोकांनी गिवन द मॅन्डेट एंड रिस्पेक्ट द मॅन्डेट.
फुडें कंटिन्यू करतले.
नाव लेट मी टेक अ ब्रेक नो एट द मोमेंट ते मागीर सांगता तुमकां.
गोंयची संघटना घट करपाची, गोंयची जबाबदारी पार्टी घट करपाची आनी पार्टी कशें दिसता तशी पार्टी सांगतली वी वील प्ले अ रोल. बार्देस जावं इसवाडी जावं नाल्यार बाकीच्या एरियांनी खंय ते सांगतात त्या प्रमाणे आमी काम
बार्देसान 2 सिटां येयले तुमकां बाकीची चडशी
कशी 3 आयले मरे चवथें आसा आमचे म्हापशा आयले तिवी आयले आनी सिओली चालू आसा स्टेज सोपूना.
सालिगांव आणि जो थिवींग जो फॉर नॉट थिवींग आल्दोनात सामको लागींचो सीट दोन्ही सीट बीजेपी कडल्यान गेले.
एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज पिपल्स पावर हाऊ इट इज टू गो पीपल डिसायड. आता खंय कमी पडले कितें जालें ताचेर विचार करपाची गरज आसा पार्टेक आनी पळोवपाची गरज आसा. बट डेफिनेटली एवरीबडी हेज वर्क टुवर्ड्स प्रॉपर वीन एज फार एज कॅन्डिडेट्स आर कन्सर्न. सालिगांवचो जो आमदार बशिल्लो जयेश तसोच ग्लेनान आपली कामां बऱ्या अर्थान केल्ली आसा. शेवटी लोकांचो कौल तो. So as it is, we are forming the government. We will ensure that Bangladesh becomes much stronger than what it was before.
तर मायकलाचो इफेक्ट कितें जालो मायकलाचो इफेक्ट माझ्यान कितें जालो
इफेक्ट फक्त लोकांचो आशिल्लो आनी कोणाचोच ना. देर इज नथींग कॉल्ड एज किंग ऑफ समथींग. एवरीबडी इज किंग एंड थ्रोन्स. आय थिंक पीपल हॅव शोन देम द प्लेसीस. नंबर्स जे 21, 25, 27 कोण उलयताले 4 दीस पयलीं प्रेस घेवन एक हॉटेलार वचून राविल्ले तांचे नंबर्स आज तुमकां दिश्टी पडटा. आय थिंक दॅट स्पीक्स वॉल्युम्स ऑफ वॉट पीपल हॅव इन मायंड. पीपल कॅनॉट गेट डिस्ट्रॅक्टेड ऑर पीपल व्हेरी वेल नो हू इज डुईंग वॉट एंड फॉर वॉट रिजन. हाज्या फुडें ह्या 5 वर्सां गोंया खातीर खूब इम्पॉर्टंट आसतली आनी वी वील एन्श्योर दॅट वी आर एबल टू गिव दॅट स्टेबिलिटी टू द पीपल ऑफ गोवा.
आणि वेस्ट बेंगॉलाचे दुसऱ्या भाषेला आपण शिकून पावलो घाली प्रेसिडेंट सेटअप करून ही योग्य दिशा गोंयचे जनतेन आणि देवी शांतता. आता तुमची प्रायोरिटीज किती आसा? माझी प्रायोरिटी सच्चीच 10-30 वर्सांनी काम करता. काम करून घ्या लोकांच्या सुखात दुखात राहून घ्या लोकांच्या सुखात दुखात आसून घ्या आणि डेव्हलपमेंट सगळे साठी आसून घ्या. डेव्हलपमेंटूच आसून घ्या एज्युकेशन फायनान्शियली सगळे एज्युकेशन आसून घ्या डेव्हलपमेंट आसून घ्या आणि त्याच्या बरोबर लोकांचे काम धंद्याचे करता हे आधीपासून करीत
पार्टी तिसरो टर्म एनसीपी काँग्रेस थर्ड टर्म बीजेपी सो हे मत निळकंठ
मत एक जालें प्लस जे गोंयच्या लोकांक दिसता खंयचे पार्टीन आतां प्रोत्साहन दिवंक त्या प्रमाणे आमी लोकां बरोबर आमी वयचो. लोकांक कितें जाय मिनिस्ट्री जाली जाल्यार
लोकांची कामां जावपा खातीर तुमची अपेक्षा आसतली सरकारा कडेन काम जाय.
न्ही सरकार करतलोच ती म्हाजी पद्दतूच आहा. मिनिस्टर रानपाळ वचोन मिनिस्टर ते हायकमांड डिसायड करता.
तुमची अपेक्षा तुमी जबाबदारी दितले घेवपाक रेडी आहा का?
ते आदी म्हणजे आसला मिनिस्टर हांव आमदारी दोन नासला मिनिस्टर आसलो जबाबदारी घेवपाक ती जबाबदारी म्हणून पूण काम
सिनियर
जे म्हाज्या त्यांच्याच सगळ्यांचे विचार सन्मान केला.
तुम्ही पार्टी चेंज करून तुमकां दिसता ते तुमचे डिसिजन सारकें आसलें आज?
पार्टी रायट डिसिजन आहा म्हणून आमी केल्लें. सी आमी एक पार्टी निवडून दुसरे पार्टीन वयता हेजो अर्थ कितें ती योग्य स्टेप्स आमी घेता ते सारकें आहा म्हणून केलें. आत्तां विचार करपाचो सारकें कांय ना. पार्टी वचपाची गरजूच आहा आनी ते योग्य डिसिजन म्हणून आमी तेका केलें आनी वयता आसतना सामायिक केलें 10 जाण गेले 2/3 गेले. तेजेर आनी शंका कोणी घेवपूय ना कित्याक गेला कितें कशा कांय ना. कारण जे सामूहिक 10 जाण विचार करून वयता ते पॉझिटिव्हच आसले म्हणून गेले.
3-time MLA plus you are the one of the senior member. तुमका दिसना you should be eligible for आता म्हणजे ministers post.
नाही सी BJP पक्ष जो आहे ते सगळे त्यांच्या ह्याच्याप्रमाणे बसतात ठरवतात दे विल प्रिफर हाऊ टू सेटअप द दॅट इज नॉट इन आवर हँड दे विल डू द बेस्ट वॉट दे हॅज टू डू दे विल डू थँक्यू
ज्या ज्या वेळार सांग्याचेर कोणी अति आक्रमण करता आणि लालची आसात हांव डेप्युटी CM धरलो म्हाका व्हडलेशें दिसलें ना तो पडपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें पयलीं सांगलें सगळ्या आमच्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या वरिश्ठांनी सांगलें तूं स्वताचो गड गमावून बसता तूं सांग्यार वता सांग्यार पयलीं एक फावटी फॅमिली राज्य युरी आलेमांव आनी सगळे आलेमांव नश्ट जाल्ले ही परत परत सांगून तांणी केन्नाच मानलें ना तांकां दिसतालें की गेट ओपन केली म्हणटकच सांग्यावेले सगळे लोक पळय गेट म्हळ्यार म्हणटा ते धरणाची गेट ओपन करपाची म्हणजे तांचे पयशांनी भरलेलें धरण आसा हे लूट जी आसा गोंयकारांची आणि मडक्याची गेट सोडली त्या बरोबर सगळे सांग्यावेले मतदार व्हांवून वचून तळपार पडटले म्हणटाले ते हो जो मोद आसा ही जी मस्ती आसा ती आयज जिरलेली आसा आणि सांगेकारांनी एक फावटी परत दाखोवन दिल्ली आसा की तुम्ही कितलेय व्हडले पयशे घेवन आयले आणि करोडो रुपया हांगा आमचेर वाटले जाल्यार आमी ताका बळी पडचे ना आमी योग्य तो निर्णय घेतले आणि योग्य त्या मनशाक निवडतले म्हणून हांव सांगेच्या जनतेचो खूप खूप आभारी आसा मार्जिन अजून 4 उरलेले आसा साधारण 1200 मार्जिन सद्याक आसा उरली ती पंचायत जी आसा ती म्हजीच आसा आणि म्हाका अपेक्षा आसा की 1200 वयर मार्जिन हे निश्चितपणान आसतलेच बाबूचो हात भयंकर प्रमाणात म्हाका उडोवपाचो आशिल्लो हांवें बाबूक न्ही हे जनतेन उडयल्लो आसा केपेची जनता केपे मतदारसंघ हो म्हजो मतदारसंघ ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव सरपंच जालो ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव ZP जालो
Yeah, I'm Vitalla Sigre giving you more details of counting at Government Polytechnic of constituencies from North Goa. Now we have figures from Valpoi constituency. Sitting MLA and Minister Vishwajit Rane is the first candidate to walk out of the hall after winning by a margin of over 8,000 votes. It is not sure who is second. It appears to be a RG candidate. Manoj Parab is in the second position, but his margin is nearly 8,000 votes, and he gave his credit to his workers and supporters and party people. And when asked whether he is the front runner for the chief minister's post, he said, "No, I am not in the race, but I will abide by whatever party decides." That is what he said. Now we have figures also from TV constituency where BJP is leading by a handsome margin of around 3,000 votes against his nearest rival Kavita Kandolkar of Trinamool Congress, who is in the second position. We have also details of Penne constituency where Praveen Arlekar of BJP is also leading by a margin of nearly 3,000 votes against his rival Rajendra Korgaonkar of MG party. We are also giving you details from Saligaon constituency and Aldona, where there is neck-to-neck fight between Jayesh Salgaonkar of BJP and Kedar Naik of Congress in Saligaon constituency, and in Aldona it is sitting MLA Glenn Ticklow versus Carlos Alvarez Pereira of Congress. They are very close, neck-to-neck. 4 rounds are over, and each one is taking a lead of 200 or 300. Now we have more details of Sankeli constituency where 4 rounds are over, and CM is now leading over his nearest rival Dharmesh Saklani by a margin of around 200 votes.
Madam, this was a very good victory for you. There were so many hurdles were created. What do you to say on this?
I would like to thank, first and foremost, I would like to thank God, my family, all my punch members, my corporators and all my supporters for standing by me. I would like to thank the party also, Sangathan Mantri, Satish Doan, Mr. Tanawade and my CM for having the faith in me and giving me the ticket once again. And also, I would like to say that the BJP Mahila President, Sheetal Naik, did not support us. She went against the party and I think it's time for the party to take action against her. Because she completely went against it, so I didn't have the support of all the Karyakartas from BJP. Of course, there were few who stood by us and I would like to thank them.
So this is the first time that BJP is won in Talegaon.
Yes.
So this credit goes to your workers and
absolutely, it goes to my workers, it goes to the backing of Babush, and I would like to thank him as well. And I also want to send a very clear message: it's very difficult to defeat us in Talegaon. Whoever wants to contest again next time.
Madam, one thing in the last part is they have also tried to get national media to spoil the name of Babush Montserrat. So did this affect you all in any way?
See, I think the people who know Babush will know what he is all about, and he's always helped everyone, right from the poorest person to everybody. So I don't think that mattered much. Wherein they tried to spoil his name, I don't think.
I look at it in that way. So that is the reason I am disappointed with them. Because I have, see, whom I had to fight today? I had to fight a BJP only. With the BJP and everything. Others, no way he could get this kind of votes. So BJP Karyakarta thought, okay, let us get Utpal. He will ultimately he'll come to the BJP only. So we had to basically fight now both the BJP as well as the Congress party. And it is, I am thankful to see. I am not talking about all the, let me make one thing very clear. I am not talking about all the Karyakarta of the BJP. There was a pocket full of Karyakarta who really stood by me day and night. Like the president. Then I can tell you this one, Sanjeev, this one. Then who's the youth, this one.
All councillors.
No, these are the main fellows who stood by me day and night. But I am saying, as far as the voters are concerned, they voted for him instead of voting for the Bandis. So basically, the message has not gone loud and clear from the top of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So for them, it was, and it makes no difference. Ultimately, he'll be the BJP.
In Talegaon also happened the same thing, sir.
See, Talegaon, what I'm trying to say.
Just tell us about how you feel today and what is your reaction, first reaction.
I would like to thank the people of Mapsa for giving me the second chance to be their MLA again. A special thanks, like I mentioned, to all my workers, all my Karyakartas, all my Mandal, BJP Mapsa Mandal, our various other Mandals, Yuva Morcha, Mahila Morcha, all the other Morchas that are there. A special thanks to the chairperson, vice chairperson, all the councillors that have been part of this entire campaign. They have worked tirelessly night and day to ensure that this victory was possible. We have crossed 10,000, polled 10,000 votes. Again, it is the third consecutive time that we are crossing 10,000 votes again in the city of Mapsa.
So is there any effect of Michael Lobo trying to get hurdles in your way or anything like that?
See, he has tried very hard. He has poured a lot of money, but people of Mapsa are very well educated. They are very smart. They have voted for a clean image, and they are not interested in letting other people interfere. Special mention to Mr. Lobo. I hope he has learned his lesson and he does not interfere in other people's constituencies as well.
तुम्ही खंयची येयल्या गोंयची आणि कितें आसा वातावरण तुमकां कितें ओके आणि तुमकां कितें आतां दिसता तुमकां कितें दिसता आतां जिखले तुमी कशी
आमी जिखले खुशी जाल्या गोंयाचो असो कॅन्डिडेट केन्नाच हारलो ना विजय आसा भारतीय जनता पार्टीचो आणि आमचे पूर्ण विश्वास आसा कार्यकर्त्यांचेर आणि लोकांचेरूय विश्वास असलो आणि हो खरें जावन आमी निश्चय आमचो आणि विजय हो निश्चित आसा भारतीय कमळ हे आमचे फुलतले हे निश्चित
तुम्ही तिका कसं जिखून हाडले अशें
कार्यकर्त्यांच्या बळाचेर आणि लोकांच्या बळाचेर आणि त्यांचो पूर्ण विश्वास आमकां आसलो
हे मतदारसंघ आमचो बीजेपीचो कॅन्डिडेट हांव अंकिता नावेलकर माझी नॉर्थ गोवा जिल्हा पंचायत अध्यक्ष आमकां पयलीं सावन आमकां खबर आसलो आमचो बीजेपीचो बालेकिल्लो आसलो तो आज आमचो बालेकिल्लो परत चारदां चवथीदां आमी बीजेपी निवडून आयिल्ले आसा हो आमचो विजय हो मोठ्या प्रताकाने आसतलो आनी आमी सगळे कार्यकर्त्याचो हो विजय आसा हांव चडांत चड कार्यकर्त्या म्हाजी सगळ्यां बरी करता आनी हांव मेन म्हणल्यार आमचो हो प्रेमेन शेट आहा न्ही तेजे खरेंच तेका सगळ्या कडेन लोकां कडेन गरीब लोकां कडेन पर्यंत वचपाचो हो तेजो पायगुण आसा म्हूण तेका चड मत पडटली आनी तो विजय जातलो
कशें जिखून हाडले
आमी एक बीजेपी आमचो मयेचो बालकिल्लो आसा तेन्ना आमी तेका त्या हेज्यान आमचे कार्यकर्ते खंयचीय पार्टी दवरूं कितें दवरूं पूण आमच्या बीजेपी शिवाय खंयचोच निवडून येना हो तेकाय खबर आसा आनी आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांक खबर आसा आमी तेका मोठ्या अधिकारांनी तेका कितकित प्रयत्न केलो पूण ना तो मोठ्या प्रयत्नान तो विजय जाल्लोय आसा आनी जातलोय बी
डॉक्टर दिव्या राणे जवळ जवळ 18,000 मतांनी आघाडीचेर आसा कितें सांगूंक सोदता डॉक्टर दिव्या राणे जैतिवंतच्या वाटेर आसा 18,000ची लीड आसा कितें सांगूंक सोदता 18,000 लीड कितें सांगूंक सोदता
18,000 आमकां पयलींच कन्फर्म आसलें की भाभी लिडींग येता आमकां कन्फर्म आसलें की आमची भाभी आसा पळय दिव्या भाभी ती निवडून येतली लिडींग येतली आनी हायेस्ट येतली फूल ऑल गोव्यान
बरें ह्या यशाचे म्हणजे आयज भाभी फुडें आयल्या जैतिवंत जाल्या तेजे यशाचे श्रेय तुमी कोणाक दिता सगळे कार्यकर्त्यांना
यशाचे श्रेय तेंचे काम विश्वजीत राणे बाबा हांचे काम आणि भाभीचे बी काम आणि सगळ्या कार्यकर्त्यांचा सपोर्ट
अशें म्हणून येता बाबा आनी भाभी जैतिवंत जाल्ले आसा येणाऱ्या काळांत पर्ये किंवा पळय हातूंतल्यान जे बाबा आसा हाका मुख्यमंत्री पद मेळोंक शकता अशें तुमकां
मुख्यमंत्री झाला
सीएम विश्वजीत राणे
आजीचे वारे असले असे तुमकां कितें
एक अपवाद
आरजीचे वारे
जितले कितें अफवा आशिल्ली जितले कितें आसले सगळे अफवा आशिल्ली आमकां आमच्या सत्तरीच्या लोकांक पर्याच्या लोकांक सगळ्यांक खबर आशिल्ली की ही दोन जी सीट आसा दिव्या राणे आनी विश्वजीत राणे ही कन्फर्म हे जे आशिल्ले जे म्हणटा लोक बाकीचे ना
आरजीचे कांयच
कोणूच ना
ओके आयज कोणाक ओके सिच्युएशन कितें कशें दिसता तुका कितें दिसता
ताका बरो तेणें म्हणटा तें काम बरें केलें बीजेपी वील विन
ना म्हणजे बीजेपी वील मेक अ गव्हर्नमेंट हांगा बरें
roller coaster ride continue.
Bringing you live updates now. We just came to know that and we just spoke to Glenn Tickler as well after losing, and yes, Congress candidate Carlos wins from Aldona, Sudin Davlikar wins for Madkai, CM is leading, Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant is leading by 1100 votes, and we also see that Rudolph Fernandez won from Santa Cruz. We will bring you more updates. This is Clinton D'Souza with William Rodriguez here at the counting station in Panjim at Polytechnic College.
सर, ऑन योर विन इट वाज अ क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट। ये जीत किसकी है, आपकी कार्यकर्ताओं की या भाजपा की?
No, this is our कार्यकर्ता and some pockets of the BJP कार्यकर्ता because some really stood by me, to tell you frankly. If you go to see Talegaon, I will tell you, this is the first time a flag of BJP is flying in Talegaon. Exactly. In so many years, never BJP.
Jennifer.
Yeah, they could never defeat this thing. Now, second thing to tell you, there also basically BJP कार्यकर्ता did not support us because the Mahila president of the Bharatiya Janata Party Goa unit sat on the table of the Congress party on that day of the vote.
So why did it happen that day? Why?
No. So I am saying no, they did not accept us.
Oh, last question. Will you get a big responsibility, sir? Will you get a big responsibility this term?
No. I am just trying.
05 Mapsa, round 7.
Of the party that is
Joshua Peter de Souza, 8,288. Sudhir Rama Khandolkar, 6,631. Tarak Arolkar, 1,150. Jitesh.
Make him win. I feel that was the
जीत कहाँ से?
and the party basically did nothing from day one. बिल्कुल what is say with full my judgment that it is they played a part. The BJP कार्यकर्ता has not accepted me in the BJP.
बाबू,
people have not fully voted for a change, and I really thank the people who have voted for me, because trust me, we've not exchanged any money, and I respect those voters who have voted for the change. But in the end, as much as we want something to happen, it doesn't happen. But as a common citizen, you'll all know me, and my work will still continue, and we will always work hard for the people of Goa. Come what may. In Talegaon also, though I belong to the Panchayat, I'll always be part of the Gram Sabha, raise issues up, because this is our right. We have to do what is right as citizens, and winning and losing is not in our hands. It's what people want. So I congratulate whoever is going to be the winning candidate, and please, whoever wins in Talegaon, please work hard for the people of Talegaon. Please don't spend money last minute for elections, and don't show your face for the next 5 years. Humble request. People deserve better. That's all. Thank you. Money is being shelled out. People are still hoping that we will give them a chance. And if you see our previous MLA's manifesto, she has not fulfilled a single thing. And it's disappointing that she's in the leading right now. So I just wish the people of Talegaon all the very best, and I thank whoever voted for me. God bless you all, and my fight for a good governance will always be there.
सुभाष, ज्या वेळार सांग्याचेर कोणी अति आक्रमण करता आनी लालची आसात, हांव डेप्युटी सीएम जळलो, म्हाका व्हडलेशें दिसलें ना, तो पडपाचो आशिल्लो. हांवें पयलीं सांगलें, सगळ्या आमच्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या वरिष्ठांनी सांगलें, तूं स्वताचो गड गमावून बसता, तूं सांग्यार वता. सांग्यार पयलीं एक फावटी फॅमिली राज्य, युरी आलेमांव आनी सगळे आलेमांव नश्ट जाल्ले. ही परत सांगून तांणी केन्नाच मानलें ना. तांकां दिसतालें की गेट ओपन केली म्हणटकच सांग्यावेले सगळे लोक पळय, गेट म्हळ्यार म्हणटा ते धरणाची गेट ओपन करपाची, म्हणजे तांचे पयशांनी भरलेलें धरण आसा, हे लूट जी आसा गोंयकारांची आनी मडक्याची, गेट सोडली, त्या बरोबर सगळे सांग्यावेले मतदार व्हांवून वचून तळपार पडटले म्हणटाले ते. हो जो मोद आसा, ही जी मस्ती आसा, ती आयज जिरलेली आसा, आनी सांगेकारांनी एक फावटी परत दाखोवन दिल्ली आसा की तुमी कितलेय व्हडले पयशे घेवन आयले आनी करोडो रुपया हांगा आमचेर वाटले जाल्यार आमी ताका बळी पडचे ना. आमी योग्य तो निर्णय घेतले आनी योग्य त्या मनशाक निवडतले. म्हणून हांव सांगेच्या जनतेचो खूब खूब आभारी आसा. मार्जिन अजून 4 वर उरलेले आसा. साधारण 1200 मार्जिन सद्याक आसा. उरली ती पंचायत जी आसा ती म्हजीच आसा, आनी म्हाका अपेक्षा आसा की 1200 वयर मार्जिन हे निश्चितपणान आसतलेच. बाबूचो हात भयंकर प्रमाणात म्हाका उडोवपाचो आशिल्लो. हांवें बाबूक न्ही, हे जनतेन उडयल्लो आसा. केपेची जनता, केपे मतदारसंघ हो म्हजो मतदारसंघ. ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव सरपंच जालो, ज्या मतदारसंघांतल्यान हांव झेडपी जालो, त्यांचे मनापासून धन्यवाद म्हणटा मिडियाचे बिचोलच्या लोकांचे गोंयभर लोकांचे म्हज्या विजन हॉस्पिटल स्टाफाचे म्हजे फॅमिली मेंबर वायफ भाव म्हजे फ्रेंड हेंचे सगळ्यांचे मनापासून आभार म्हणटा इतलेच हो जो विजय आसा ह्यो सगळ्या लोकांचो आसा म्हजो न्ही आसा ही ऑफ टायम प्रॅक्टीस न्ही लास्ट 20 वर्सां फूल करियरान सपोर्ट केला प्रॅक्टिसीन सपोर्ट केला ऑफ टायम विजन हॉस्पिटलान सपोर्ट केला आज पॉलिटिकल करियरानूय म्हाका तांच्यांनी बरी हें दिलां हे म्हजे लायफाचें फर्स्ट इलेक्शन आनी तांच्यांनी म्हाका निवडून कोणाक सपोर्ट करूया तांकां
5318 Leo S.P. Dias 155 Rohan Sargaonkar 800
आमकां तृणमूल काँग्रेसीचे राजेंद्र बाब पाथोडकारी स्टुडियो भितरच्या मुळात राजेंद्र बाब वेलकम कांय वेळा भितर तुमची मार येता गिरिराज स्प्लीट दिसता म्हाका दिसता ऑल इंडिविज्युअल फोर्सेस मस्ट बी व्हेरी अनहॅपी विथ द नंबर्स म्हणजे जसे
तरी परफॉर्मन्स कसा पाहता
दिस इज बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स माहीत होतं की लीड येणार म्हणून पण दिस इज रिअली बियॉन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स लोकांचा आशीर्वाद आणि प्रेम आणि विश्वास आहे म्हणून हे सगळं घडलं आहे ते 70 म्हणतात ते प्रताप सिंग राणे
Yeah, I'm Vitalla Sigre, giving you more details of counting at Government Polytechnic of constituencies from North Goa. Now we have figures from Valpoi constituency. Sitting MLA and Minister Vishwajit Rani is the first candidate to walk out of the hall after winning by a margin of over 8,000 votes. It is not sure who is second. It appears to be a RG candidate. Manoj Parab is in the second position, but his margin is nearly 8,000 votes, and he gave his.
Welcome back to a session where we now know that the speculation is over and the verdict has been given. The people of Goa have decided. It is historic of sorts because nobody really expected, many people did not expect BJP to romp through with such a comfortable majority. Everybody was talking about a hung assembly and people thought that there would be permutations and combinations. The deficit of about 5 to 6 MLAs is something that they all like envisaged, and all parties behind the scenes were also looking at the Congress and the BJP were both looking at essentially managing this whole deficit of about 5 to 6 MLAs. But that did not happen. The BJP has I wouldn't say swept the election, but in the circumstances that we are currently in, the BJP has obviously been a far more dominating force than the Congress has been. There have been many factors, but before I introduce my guest and reintroduce my colleague, I'd like to talk about the results because that is what really matters. We now have the results. Verdict 2022 has happened. The people have spoken. Goa has decided, and we will have a new government very soon. The BJP with 20 seats is all set to form the next government with Pramod Sawant as the chief ministerial elect. The formalities are yet to be done, but it is virtually clear now that Pramod Sawant will take oath as the chief minister of Goa in the next 2 to 3 days, most probably during the weekend. The BJP has got 20 seats. The Congress has got 11. 10 short of majority. The MGP has got at least 2 seats less than what it expected. The Goa Forward has picked up 1. They would have been happier with a couple of more seats, not to be. The Aam Aadmi Party has opened its account in Goa for the first time, and after it's a very unsuccessful initial campaign in 2017. But they have picked up 2 seats, and both from the Congress bastion of Salsep. We need to ask if this is a sign, early signs of things to come. will AAP be the next Congress? Is AAP set to replace the Congress as the principal opposition party? Not now, but these are baby steps, but significant steps nevertheless. There have been 3 independents, very important, in the overall scheme of things, because all 3 independents are likely to support the BJP. And last but not the least, one of the massive takeaways from this election is the presence of the revolutionary Goans, who have actually got 1 seat, but have significantly got a lot of votes in various constituencies, in TV, in Valpoi, San Andre, of course, where it has won. In Kurturi, what I hear is that in Kurturi, the revolutionary Goans has actually come second, pushing Congress to the 3rd spot. These are important takeaways, and we can't wish them away, because these are the new oppositions that are coming in, filling that space and the void that probably the Congress has left by not being able to do what it was expected them to do. Naveen Pai Raikar, the co-convener of the social media cell, is our guest for the afternoon. Naveen, thank you very much, and congratulations are obviously due.
Thank you.
And for all the work that you guys have done behind the scenes. 2017, 2012, 2017, though I would say 2017 was not a mandate, which you all stole, but 2022, nobody can deny the fact that you won fair and square. So this is, these are the three quick takeaways. And of course, I have Dr. Freddy Fernandez, my esteemed colleague, head of content of Herald TV, and a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and the entire contribution to all that you see now is Freddy's handiwork. He's the ringmaster, I only speak. Naveen, to start with, let's start with the reasons for this victory.
See, I am not surprised with the results. As we always said, 22 in 22. This is not a surprise, because we knew we have been working hard, not from 6 months, right from last 5 years. We introspected the elections, what happened, what transpired in 2017, where we went back. From 21 to 13, that is the time we started working. And from then, maybe as you said, we must have stolen, but I don't call it. See, people have come to us. We have given a government with a performance, and nobody can deny that. From 2012 to 2020, you see the number of projects which have come down to Goa. You see the schemes which we have launched for the mass welfare. You go prior to that, there was absolutely nothing. I don't want to go dig the graves, but people in Goa are educated class. People know what's good for them, what's bad for them. So now, as we said that, our priority was development, infrastructure, and reaching to the mass. As we always said, our CM said, Antodaya, reaching to the last person in the society. So, people of Goa today have given us that mandate, and we are very happy for it. Congress had only negative campaign. If you see our campaign was a positive campaign. We never spoke about any other party. We never spoke about AAP. We never spoke about TMC. For us, TMC and...
You did speak about TMC initially. Yeah, initially you were extremely aggressive and said...
No, when they started hitting below the belt, that time we started speaking. When they came out with that cartoon, with that sleeper crushing the Prime Minister and Chief Minister of Goa, that time we spoke. Otherwise, we never spoke anything, because we had nothing against them. There's nothing we could speak about them. There were many parties which, for this election, I call it a league, because there are many parties, several parties with several ideologies from several states came down to Goa, and their sole intention was to defeat BJP.
Right.
And our sole intention was to make Goa win. That was the difference.
Right.
If you see our campaign was totally a positive campaign. We only projected the things which we have done, development. We didn't do anything which showed that, we would pay some 10,000 rupees, some unnatural figures, which would never happen. They themselves know. People received cards. There's, I don't know what they call it. TMC started distributing cards. They went to each and every house, filled a form. So where are they now? We are here. We are on ground zero, and we will always be on the ground zero. We are connected to the people. We are connected to the booth level. We are connected to each and every voter. Not now, always. These people who were coming, they had come through some agencies. They had hired people. They had workers on payment basis. They were paying them 1,000 rupees per day, 500 rupees. I don't know the amount. But most of them, they didn't have any ideology. They didn't have anything to do with Goa. What they were doing is a pure professionalism work, which anybody would do. Whereas our Karyakarta, for them, nation first, party second, self last. So we believed in that principle. And our cadre-based party, like a person like me, I have not come from up. I have started my political career working as a booth level agent, working, sitting on the polling stations, putting banners, painting roads. That is how I have come here. It is not that I have directly come here and sat on this position, unlike the other parties. Secondly,
but let me just to interrupt. I mean, I didn't want to break your chain of thought, but a quick intervention so that we can carry on this discussion better. See, now, the thing is, we understand that if we take all you're saying, all that you're saying on board, but we must understand that there have been many seats which the BJP has won by the skin of its teeth.
Yeah.
You look at Navili, for instance.
Yeah.
Okay. And a couple of other seats where the margin has been very narrow. Look at Ponda, for instance, where Ravi Naik won by 13 votes and that number has gone up marginally. Okay. So there are many constituencies where the BJP has kind of scraped through.
Yeah.
Even if you look at Murmugaon, I do not know the entire margin of victory. No, Murmugaon, I think Sankalp Amunkar won.
Sankalp won.
Congress won. Yes. Yeah. And the BJP was ahead by little margin and then it lost. So there are many constituencies where the BJP has either won narrowly or lost narrowly. Now, one of the reasons could be that this winning and losing narrowly is also attributed to the large number of anti-BJP candidates who are there either naturally or by design, one of the two. It could be planned or it could be unplanned. But what I'm essentially saying is that the BJP getting 20, okay, a part of it can be attributed to its good work. Part of it could also be attributed to the Congress not being able to put up a strong leadership, which is the pan-Goa leadership, or its choice of candidates. There can be a variety of reasons. But the number of votes polled by, say, the RG or the AAP, for instance, TMC, I don't think has caused enough damage. But even then, in so many constituencies, even the few 500 votes, 1,000 votes that the TMC has got has added to the split kitty.
Yeah.
And when the split kitty goes up, it benefits only the BJP because there was no other party which was competing for the BJP space. Everybody was competing for the non-BJP space. Okay. Now, when the non-BJP space splits as heavily as this, then the BJP benefits, and this is what we've seen in many constituencies. So, I would realistically, I'm saying that I'll respectfully take your points, and they are right. You can't deny that these things have happened. But if you look at a realistic picture, in spite of all this, the BJP would have ended up at about, say, 15, 16. They wouldn't have got 20. I would say 5 to 6 seats can be attributed to extraneous factors plus BJP's ingenuity and its planning in ensuring that good independent candidates go into that opposition space mode to help it. That's my take. I'd like your response.
See, first thing is, as you said, there was a split in vote. Not necessarily that there's a split in anti-BJP vote. That might be split in BJP vote as well. Again, when we talk about winning narrowly with maybe 1 vote or maybe 1,000 vote, finally in politics there's no silver medal. It's only gold medal.
That's right.
Whether you win or you lose, there is no in between. The person who gets silver medal, he has to go home, not to the assembly. So fact that our candidates have won, somewhere they have done something, they have performed. Narrowly they have won because, or maybe narrowly they have lost because there were too many parties.
Right.
And people they have, all the other parties have managed to influence people, some class of people. I don't deny that. So TMC also have their vote share in Goa now. AAP is also having a vote share, maybe little, but they have. They've split the vote of Congress, but at the same time they have split the vote of BJP as well. If you go to 2012, we have comfortably got 21. In 2017, what went wrong is we came down from 21 to 13.
Right.
But in 2012, there were no other parties to split the vote. At the same time, we have got that numbers.
Right. Okay. Freddy, let us talk about BJP's losses, in the sense that areas where the BJP could have won and they have lost, and the reasons thereof. Let's look at Kepe, where Deputy Chief Minister Babu Kavlikar lost.
Yeah.
Let's look at Margao, but Margao I won't dwell too much because Margao was a
foregone conclusion.
Is a foregone conclusion. But let's look at Kepe, where Babu Kavlikar lost. Let's look at Murmugaon, where Milind Naik lost. These are seats that the BJP could have won. What would you attribute these losses to? Were they basically losses because the candidates themselves didn't have too much of popularity, or the comfort factor of the people with these candidates were low? And did the BJP actually make a mistake by giving Milind Naik the ticket when other people with far less negativity, baggage and negativity, were still given tickets, or were not given tickets?
So I think in terms of Murmugaon, it's I mean, in hindsight, it is easier to decipher that it was a wrong choice which the BJP made in persisting. Now, of course, there may be other
especially after those scandals and other things, but there will be other reasons.
So in the wake of the scandal, and also the money power which is required to run elections and to run a political party, I think these are the factors which have forced the BJP to persist with a candidate like Milind Naik, especially in Murmugaon. So there were also, one is the sex scandal that was projected and whatever the merits of the case. The second thing is there were a lot of allegations of corruption, and I think the opposition, in this case Sankalp, Amankar and the Congress, has been persistently exposing scandals related to Milind Naik, which are pertaining to corruption per se, especially with regard to MPT,
alleged scandals,
with regard to coal and all this. So I think the BJP did not play its cards well as far as choosing candidates in Murmugaon was concerned. In the case of Kepe, I think if you look at the hindsight, you look at defections that have taken place, and he forms the gang. The leader of the gang which defected to the Congress.
Correct.
So I think in that sense, Babu Kavlikar also was the wrong choice in terms of fielding him in that constituency.
Naveen, do you agree to these 2 points? On these two specific people?
See, regarding the Murmugaon case, regarding the sex scandal which happened, basically there was no complaint. Okay, the lady never turned up, and it was alleged scandal from the Congress side. Not much, and it was not.
No, okay. Let's not get into the details of that. Let's think about why Milind Naik lost.
See, Milind Naik is again MLA since 2007. Having said that, long time, there is an anti-incumbency.
But that did not affect others.
No, it has affected. If you go to see the persons like whoever has completed like Tiklo, he has also lost.
Right.
So most of the people who have crossed 3 elections, they have lost.
Right. Okay.
So in that.
So you attribute that to.
Yeah. There's a people. See, people somehow they like change.
But would you say the same goes for Babu Kavlikar?
Again, we can say the same thing because he has been a MLA since.
Yeah, but Babu Kavlikar then is not Vishwajit Rane. Vishwajit Rane has been MLA for. He and his father have been MLA.
Vishwajit Rane, it's a totally different ball game.
Yes.
It's totally a different ball game because there is no opposition now. There has been never an opposition. No candidates were developed there. Okay, either by Congress or any other party. So Vishwajit Rane and Pratap Singh Rane were a strong candidate. They have been working since, like Pratap Singh Rane has been working there since last 50 years.
Right.
So he has, besides the development, he has developed good rapport with the people. So people know them very well. He knows each and every person by name.
Okay. But suppose you see, the thing is about Rani, I take your point. But the Congress also has done well in constituencies where the BJP had a strong candidate, but again these are new candidates. For instance, in Saligaon, for instance. Now Kedar Naik was not a very well known name, though he was a well known name locally, and the Congress decided to field him. And you all of course had Jayesh Sagaukar. You did not give a ticket to Dilip Parulekar. So in many places, I think your decisions, of course you don't get them all, but in many cases some of your decisions did not actually work, because somebody like Jayesh Sagaukar, who did well last time, lost this time. But what do you attribute that to? Would you at least admit that in some places the anti-incumbency factor, if not for the party but for the candidate, worked?
Definitely, anti-incumbency is always there when you cross 10 years.
Yeah.
So same as happened to Jayesh case. Kedar was a good candidate, but somehow I don't know, but what went wrong. But Jayesh Salgaonkar, we have been seeing him since last 5 years. He has been working at grassroots level. Then he joined BJP. He was an acceptable figure. Finally, our people also accepted him. But today's result was a surprise for us regarding Jayesh. Kedar again was a new face. Most of the Congress are new face. People, there was a talk of the town that see, all are these new faces. How do we trust these people? That was one of the main talk of the town. But somehow Kedar managed to win. Reason best known to him.
No, I think here I'll just get in, Dr. Freddy. See, Freddy, if you see the Congress, wherever the Congress has been proactive in bringing in new faces, it has reaped benefits. You look at Aldona, for instance. Kedar Naik, of course, is one case in point. Even in Saligaon, though we understand that Delilah is more Mrs. Lobo than Delilah Lobo. We understand that. But at the same time, would it be fair on our part to say she won only because she's Michael Lobo's wife? Though a lot of people would say that without Michael Lobo she wouldn't have won. But let us also accept the fact that she has worked in the grassroots and she's worked in the panchayats. There have been some efforts done there. So the Congress, wherever it's got fresh faces, it has reaped a very rich harvest.
Yeah, definitely. So I agree with you completely on that. But also one has to keep in mind that apart from politicians being planted from political families, as in the case of Michael Lobo and Delilah, also there is this line of leadership which is coming from the panchayat and the Zilla Panchayat level. So if you see many people, like I think like Jayesh Salgaonkar and all, they have come from that route. Michael Lobo also has come from that route. So the Zilla Parishad is also one route, and it is like a friend Naveen has mentioned that anti-incumbency plays a part, and there is a time where the people look at the fading of candidates and they phase them out. But the moment you put new candidates, actually that was the case with regard to the BJP. In many cases, their candidates, when they came in 2012, they were unknown. So the people have voted for them, and this time, since the BJP candidates have been defeated and there are Congress new candidates who have surfaced.
Okay, now I'll just turn the argument just for fun's sake. In college we used to have this thing called just a minute, where we spoke 1 minute for the topic and 1 minute against the topic. I will turn the whole argument around just to make this debate a little more interesting. What do you then say of the oldies club which is back? You have Subhash Faldesai who's back, Ravi Naik who's back, Alex Sequeira who's back. I don't recall any others, but the point is that these guys also came back. These are people who are well into their 70s. They are the grandfather club, and I mean this with absolute humility and respect to all of them. But the fact that they have come back, they have won seats, but they don't seem to give up. And if you look at this, Alex Sequeira, Ravi Naik, Subhash Shirodkar, Subhash Faldesai.
No, Faldesai is younger.
Okay, okay. Let's say I won't say grandfather generation, but he's
50s.
Okay, fine. So if you look at Subhash Shirodkar, if you look at Ravi Naik, if you look at Alex Sequeira, that also happened. Now, I'll ask both of you. How do you react to this?
You'd like to talk?
Yeah. Okay. So I am thinking that it is not possible to generalize these across constituencies.
Yeah, especially in Goa, you can't.
Yeah. So when you are mentioning these names that you have named in this constituency, what I think is the dynamics of the constituency, the kind of candidates which are put by other parties allows for this comeback, because people would judge by the merits of the candidates who are before them.
That's correct.
So in that case, suppose you say Alex Sequeira is better than these candidates and he deserves to come back, I think that is where the people have made these choices.
Right.
So also Subhash Phaldesai, because there are also a lot of controversies surrounding him. People had accused him of being arrogant. You know, there are others like Ganesh Gaonkar, there are others like Ramesh Tawadkar from the BJP itself who have made a comeback. But I think given the candidates of the day, people have voted for them on the merits and therefore the comeback.
Naveen, you?
Yeah. See, like, Subhash Shirodkar, if you see his work, like, he is involved in a lot of institutions, education, he's an educationist himself. He's been well connected to the people.
Right.
So, presently, people think, why not elect a person who is connected to me and connected to the society.
Right.
Same happened with the case of Ravi Naik. Ravi Naik is also well connected, socially connected to the people. And obviously there was a new guy who just touched, Dr. Ketan Bhatikar.
Correct.
He also performed well. But again, the Ravi Naik, being in politics since long time.
Right.
Yeah.
He has managed to see the constituency, take care of the constituency well.
Right.
That is how he landed in BJP. Regarding Subhash Phaldesai is I don't think he's arrogant, he's a fun-loving person.
Right.
Okay. So he worked hard for last 5 years. He penetrated to, so Sangam is not a small constituency. The size of the constituency from one part to another part is 35 kilometers.
Right.
It's huge. It's like, traveling from Panjim to Margao. It's not easy. So getting there, working, it's very difficult.
Right. Also, I think I agree with what Freddie said. One glove doesn't fit all in Goan politics, because while you have the grandfather's club doing well or just about scraping through, we also have a situation where people have rejected both the Alimaus in Benali and Naveli.
Yeah.
Of course, Naveli, again, hats off to your unique strategy, and I'll stick my neck out and I'll kind of reveal or discuss. You have the liberty to counter that. But what I'm essentially saying is that in both Benali and Naveli, where you could consider it as A, the backyard of the Congress, and B, the Almaos have done well. It's not that they've won every election that they've contested, but by and large there has been an Almaos somewhere in the political system in Goa.
There have always been Almaos.
Of course, you still have Yuri, who's there.
Yeah.
Who's made an entry into the assembly now. But if you see Churchill Almao, one of the reasons he probably lost was people are actually looking for a more grassroots, fresher presence.
Yeah.
Though Churchill did get votes, and why would somebody like Vinci win of AAP? He probably won because he espoused a lot of causes, and I won't even say ordinary local causes that touch people's daily lives. For instance, this whole effort that they made to speak for the seafarers, to see to that their demands are completely fulfilled. He worked round the clock to see that during the COVID times, this whole thing of repatriation of seafarers, getting them back, seeing to it that they keep their jobs on their ships during the COVID period and go back. I think all this has struck a chord amongst the constituency that they represent. So I think both Cruz and Vinci were part of that whole system.
Yeah.
So I'm only saying, I'm making an observation just like you two are, that this issue of rejecting the oldies or accepting the oldies also boils down to who is against them.
I think it's the way you play politics nowadays. I think to Churchill's credit, I mean, he was responsible for playing a major part in the Konkani movement.
Yes.
And that was, hardcore grassroots kind of politics, where you stepped on the ground, stepped into the dust, you came forward, you put forth issues, and people stood by you. And that is how actually Churchill is like an activist of those days.
Right.
Because that word did not exist at that time.
Right.
But he is the one who made giant strides along with Luisine Falero, Wilfred D'Souza in the Konkani and the statehood movement, and that is how Churchill came.
Right.
Now, if you look at the way the state has appropriated leaders, this is a point which I'd like to make, that if you look at a Churchill Alimau, if you look at a Matani Saldana, you find that these are fiery anti-establishment activists.
That's right.
But when they are appropriated by the state, or when they become part of the legislature, they begin to behave in a different way. And they begin to do this office kind of politics. And if you if you juxtapose Wenzi's politics with Churchill Alimau, you will find that what Churchill was doing 20, 30 years back.
That's exactly what Wenzi is doing.
The
Very
roles
important
have
point.
have been interchanged.
Yes.
And also you find that there is a lot of use of social media. For example, Wenzi Viegas was all that work that you mentioned he did for the seafarers in repatriating them. He was on Facebook Live.
Absolutely, correct. And that really helps.
So that has put Churchill slightly in the background.
Absolutely. The thing is, and obviously he got a lot of responses from young people because all these seafarers would be, having wives, or some of them would be having kids, who will look up to somebody like Wenzi and who may not even know about the Konkani movement and the language agitation.
And at that point of time, though it may have looked like just a good gesture of a good human being reaching out to his colleagues who are seafarers to bring them back. I think that is the time when he launched his political campaign. Whereas Churchill was in the, he was nowhere in the scene at that point of time. He was an MLA, he was enjoying power, he was switching sides, he was making comments, but he was not able to step onto the field and make inroads into people's and touch people's lives.
Okay. Now the thing is, what we now need to do is also look at one more aspect. See, the thing is, okay, we will now cut to a Congress press conference. Mr. P. Chidambaram is live and he'll be speaking about what the Congress is going to do.
Goa, but they reacted differently and voted largely for the Congress party, but also voted for other parties, especially the new entrants to the electoral field in Goa. As a result, the non-BJP votes were divided, in some cases hopelessly divided, which gave BJP a free pass to victory in that constituency. Nevertheless, we accept verdict, because under our present system, it is first past the post, and the BJP has been the first past the post in 20 constituencies. I also want to congratulate our candidates, especially the young, educated, clean, without any baggage candidates whom we fielded. As I've said here, the overwhelming number of our candidates, over 3/4, are recommended by the blocks. These young, clean, educated candidates, many of them were contesting the elections for the first time. They put up a splendid performance. We are disappointed they lost, but we have told them that this is the best opportunity for you to stay firmly with the party, build the party, and begin the fight for the next election from tomorrow. And many of them will begin the fight for the next election from tomorrow. We are rather disappointed that these candidates were not accepted by the people of Goa, but I'm sure in future they will find great merit in these candidates and will vote these candidates in a future election. Finally, I want to thank the people of Goa for the love and affection they have showed the Congress party, especially our visiting leaders. Leaders came from various states to campaign here. Our leaders came from Delhi, from Punjab, from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, because we believe that as a national party, we owe it to the people of each state that all national leaders campaign in every state. We thank the people of Goa for the love and affection they have showed us for electing 11 of our candidates. I also want to thank the media. You have been, by and large, very fair. In fact, I have no complaint at all. In fact, none of us has any specific complaint. We have been, by and large, very fair in reporting our activities, reporting our speeches, reporting our campaigns, giving fair space to our candidates. And I'm sure, as our candidates assume newer responsibilities, some as MLAs, some as party office bearers. You will continue to give them a fair space and time in your television and print media. I shall now stop here and request Mr. Dinesh Gundrao if he wishes to add a few words, and then Mr. Chodankar, and finally Mr. Kamath.
I think Sri Chidambaram ji has covered all the points, more or less. One thing I would like to add is that the Congress party fought the election in a very effective manner. We were united. We tried to give us a different narrative to this election. First, we wanted to reject all the defectors because we wanted to bring in a new kind of politics to Goa. Though there were many people who wanted to join us, but we took a decision that we need to change the politics of Goa and we need to give new people, young people, fresh people opportunities. So the Congress tried a different method to its election this time, and some of our new faces have won. And I'm sure that these young new people who have become MLAs today will be good potential future leaders, not only for the Congress, but also will serve Goa very well. Of course, I want to congratulate Bharatiya Janata Party. They have put in a very good performance, and they've got a clear majority. And in democracy, the wishes of the people has to be respected. And I hope that in the next 5 years, they will govern Goa well and bring about, clean politics, listen to the people's issues, listen to the people's voice, and develop Goa in the manner which the people of Goa want. The Congress party will continue to be responsible opposition. We will take up the issues of the people in a more aggressive manner, and an opposition has got an important role in democracy, and that role we will do our utmost to fulfill in the most befitting manner. We will be the voice of the people in the assembly and outside the assembly. And as a political party, the Congress has been historically done lots of good work for Goa, and we will continue to do so. So, though these results have been disappointing, I must say that we are disappointed by the results. I must admit that. We were expecting to be in a much better situation. But like what Sri Chidambaram ji has said, some constituencies, due to the split in votes amongst various political parties, we lost out in those constituencies. And that, I think, ended up in our numbers being less than what we had hoped for. And the BJP's campaign, or the BJP's tactics of ensuring that the opposition votes get split has worked out, I must admit. Despite that, we are not disheartened. We will continue our work. We will continue to build the party, organize the party, work with greater vigor. And in democracy, we have to respect the people's mandate, and we will do that. And in the days to come, the process that we have started within the Congress of changing our approach and taking up issues and building the organization in a more holistic manner, that will continue. And we want to give newer people, younger people, more opportunities within the party. And we will bring about the necessary changes. And we will also do an analysis of what went wrong, where we have gone wrong. And in the days to come, we will try to correct those whatever lacuna there may be, and become a more effective political party in Goa. And we will continue to play a role in as effective a manner as possible. So I would like to thank the media. I've been here for a very long time, more than a year, and I'll continue to be here. I will be in charge, and we will be, the media has cooperated with us, and whatever issues we wanted to be raised has been raised. And also I want to thank the people of Goa for giving us support, love and affection, and we will honor that. So in the days to come, we will be explaining more things that we will be doing to revamp the party, revamp the organization, and to focus on building our party strength, party cadre, and also taking up other issues as and when they come by. So thank you all once again.
Mr. Chodankar, just a moment.
Once again, Mr. Girish will
just a
speak,
moment,
and
Mr. Chodankar. Mr. Chodankar.
You speak from here because otherwise the mic's too far.
As my other leaders have said, that we accept with all humility the verdict of the people. The people of Goa has also shown through their voting the anger against this government, that we were feeling that nearly 70-75% of the people want a change. But if you see the result, by and large, as Chidambaram sir has already said, they were close to 33% of the vote share. That means nearly 67% of the voters have voted against the government. But ultimately it is a number game, and we accept the verdict of the people, and we respect of the people. As a president, this election was fought under my leadership. We tried to bring all the changes that people had sought, whether in terms of giving the young and new candidates. We have also, people have demanded, we have given nearly 80% young and new faces. People have requested us not to encourage defectors, and we have denied the ticket to defectors, despite many of them had a winnability factor. And if you note it, out of 7 defectors, total 10 defectors, 7 have lost, and only 3 could return to the assembly. The third thing is that the change that we are trying to bring, we will continue to bring that change. Our in charge Dinesh has already said we are not disappointed with this outcome. As a party president, I accept my failure to convince people of Goa not to split the votes. Although we tried it loudly and clearly, but we could not convince the people that Congress is the only alternative. Although nearly 25% people believed in us, but there is a large number of voters who chose otherwise. And time and again, BJP leaders were saying they will win these Goa elections because the 3 parties will split the Congress votes, and I feel somehow they have succeeded as of now. We just want to congratulate all the winners. We have a very young team. When we had gone for the elections, we had just an MLA, that is our CLP leader, Digambar Kamath. And today we have all young new faces, nearly 8 new faces that have come, young faces that have come, and they are committed to the cause of people of Goa. We hope this government, the new government, after taking over, will respect the call given by the people and what everyone of us have committed to regarding the 3 linear projects, to protect the environment, to protect Goan identity, and we will continue to fight with this new government. Secondly, as a party president, I accept my failure also for not able to bring my party to victory. And I feel the change that has begun in Goa. I've already requested my leaders also earlier that new president should be there. And I feel that time has come that party should have new president in my place. Once again, I thank all the media for continuous support that all of you have given us, and hope you will continue to support the issues, the cause of the people of Goa which we will be raising. We have just analyzed and we have seen that nearly 7 candidates we lost to BJP. And you see the margin of the seats that we have lost, and the split is much more than the margin that we lost. So 7 seats we clearly lost to BJP because of the split. And 2 more seats we lost by very small, is Veli and Kurcharem. Where also, Veli and Santandre, which also the other parties took away the votes. So all in together, I think 7 to 9 seats we just lost because of the split in various parties, that many of which we were telling people that not to divide the votes and to consolidate the votes. I take the full responsibility of the result. Thank you.
Mr. Kamath.
Friends, my leaders have all told you about the situation, but we all believe in democracy. And in democracy, it is ultimately the people's mandate. You have to accept with humility the mandate of the people. And here we accept the mandate given by the people of Goa with utmost humility and rededicate ourselves for the work, for the benefit of the people of Goa, for the benefit of the state of Goa. And we will continuously work hard to see that Goa becomes a model state in the country. Thank you.
Mr. Chidambaram, sir, considering the fact that you hold the percentage of vote nearly 20 plus, but still you can't reach the target which you targeted, where do you think that Congress made some mistakes, first of all? And another second one is, what attitude which Congress need to be changed, and do you think the morality of your youngsters will remain the same to fight in the future? Because many of your youngsters were saying it's better to say goodbye to Congress. It is a fact.
I have not heard anyone say that, and I don't think anyone who says that.
We heard that.
Well, if you have it, you have it. I have not said anyone. I have not heard anyone say that. And if anyone says that, he doesn't. Been educated candidates recommended by the bloc. Where we may have failed, and I've said this, is on our inability to communicate to the voter. If you want to change, you must vote in one manner, in one direction. If the anti-government vote is split 3 ways, then there is no way the anti-government vote will be effective. We tried to say that. In several speeches, several press conferences, we have said, don't divide the anti-BJP vote. Don't divide the anti-government vote. But as I said, we may not have communicated that effectively.
Well, Congress is clearly keeping
क्या कांग्रेस को इंट्रोस्पेक्शन की जरूरत है, ना केवल गोवा की बल्कि देश के अलग-अलग राज्यों में जो कांग्रेस की दशा हुई है उस पर आप क्या सोचते हैं?
We'll talk about other states in Delhi. This press conference is confined to Goa.
So would it have been better for the anti-BJP parties to come together as a united front and contest this election?
See, it certainly would have been better if a non-BJP front had been forged. But you have followed it as well as I have done, the events of the last 3 months. There were several difficulties in forging a non-BJP front. The one party with which we could forge an alliance was the Goa Forward Party. We tried with other parties, but as you know, there were several difficulties in forging a non-BJP front.
So since this is in the past now...
So prior to February 14 elections, you had said that the party that wins Goa will be 2024. Do you still stand by that statement, sir?
Yes, the party, I said, what I said was, if the Congress wins Goa in 2022, the Congress will win India in 2024. Play my speech again. It was specifically for the Congress. I know what I said. It is specifically for the Congress. But at the moment, yes, if the Congress has suffered setbacks in 5 states, the Congress faces a huge challenge to win in 2024. That I admit.
There is still an outside chance in forming a government in Goa?
No. We accept the verdict of the people, and we wish the new government led by the BJP the best.
Why I'm saying, because last time it was BJP 13, this time Congress is 12.
We respect the verdict of the people, unlike some other party which did not respect the verdict of the people.
Is Congress apparently...
No. Anyone else who have not asked us.
In Goa, specifically, there was an anger against the BJP government, and it is being said that you could not harness the entire anger and put it into your positive side. So, who do you think is responsible for? Is it the strategy failure or anything else?
No. You have accurately summarized the correct strategy, namely to channelize the anti-BJP sentiment into one direction. If you have just now said that. So that was the correct strategy. There was a huge anti-BJP sentiment. The votes reflect that. 66% of the people have voted against the BJP. But where we failed was we were not able to direct that entire 66% or a substantial part of the 66% in one direction, in the direction of the Congress. That anti-BJP sentiment went in 3 different directions, which is why the result is what you see.
Is it the Goa Congress which you think is responsible for that? Is the entire collective responsibility is what you're taking?
Of course it is our responsibility. Each one of us has said it is our collective responsibility. We try to communicate. We did communicate it in 11 plus 1 constituencies. We nearly succeeded in 7 more constituencies. We can go into the details on another occasion. We nearly succeeded in 7 more constituencies, which we lost by small margins. If we had succeeded in 7 more constituencies, our number will be 19.
Mr. Chidambaram, this new party, revolutionary Goans, have got a very good response in his first attempt. When they won 6, and that is Santander, where your Congress is to be historically. So this new party making such a big impact in his first attempt, do you think other parties like the Congress are not able to deliver or express the people's sentiments the way it should have been?
See, I do not want to comment on any party extensively, but we have made it clear on a few occasions that the language and the approach of the Revolutionary Goans Party is not the language and the narrative that the people of Goa would benefit by. It is an extreme and a divisive narrative. We don't encourage that. We recognize that the Revolutionary Goan Party has polled a considerable number of votes in some constituencies, but they've also polled miserably in some other constituencies.
But that's their first attempt. Considering their first attempt.
I'm not saying anything about their attempt. All I'm saying is we don't share that narrative. We would rather continue with our narrative of uniting the people of Goa, having peace and harmony among the people of Goa, preserving the ethos of Goa, and asking the people of Goa to focus on development, on progress, on economic development, on better education, better healthcare. That is the narrative that the Congress party believes in, and we will continue with that narrative.
So though the percentage of votes you get in large manner, you could not win more seats. Where you're making, and which is the thing which is lacking in your strategy?
Because I thought the last 25 minutes we tried to explain it. We were not able to effectively communicate to the people of Goa that the anti-BJP sentiment must be channeled in one direction, namely the direction of the Congress party. The anti-BJP sentiment is there, 66%. It has gone into different channels. Not enough has gone into the Congress channel. And I've said the numbers prove that. In 11 plus 1 constituencies, we won. But in 7 constituencies, we were pretty close to winning. Suppose we won in those 7 constituencies, we will be 19 today. Therefore, we know where we succeeded, we know where we failed. I think you know it as well. We were not able to communicate effectively to the people of Goa. Your desire for change must translate into vote for one party, not for multiple parties.
So, can we expect...
Last question, yes.
Can we expect all 12 MLAs as a strong opposition, or will there be any MLAs leaving the party after elections?
No, nobody will leave the party. Why should they leave the party? They are a strong opposition. They will function as a strong opposition. And as I said, they will prepare for the next election battle, which will be Panchayat, Zilla, Parishad, whatever. And they will prepare for the next election. The best time to shine as a young leader is when you are in the opposition. So all our young leaders will begin the battle for the next election tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. Good day. Thank you. Thank you.
Electric Company, main stockist and channel partner for gold medal switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havels, Polycab, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalangute, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 899929 4301, 8999683860 or 7722039712. Electric Company, main stockist and partner for Gold Medal Switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Phenolix, Anchor, Legrand, Havels, Polycab, Crompton Green, Gasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalangut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Call us on 8999294301, 8999683860, 772. Electric Company, main stockist and channel partner for switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Phenolix, Legrand, Havels, Polycab, Crompton Gasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs at our branches in Panjim, Kalangut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 8999294301, 8999683860 or 7722099712. Electric Company, main stockist and channel partner for Gold Medal Switches, L&T Electrical and Automation. Automation, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havas, Polycab, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalanggut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 8999294301, 8999683860 or 7722039712. Electric Company, main stockist, channel partner for gold medal switches, L&T Electrical and Automation, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havels, Polycab, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Philips Lighting, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electric and lighting items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches in Panjim, Kalanggut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Purim. Contact us on Navratan Electric Company, main stockist and channel partner for gold medal switches, L&T Electric Machine, Finolex, Anchor, Legrand, Havel, Polycab, Crompton Greaves, Pasolite, V-Guard, Orient Electric. Wholesale dealers for all electrical and items. For all your electrical needs, visit us at our branches Panjim, Kalanggut, Bicholim, Mapsa and Porvorim. Contact us on 8999294301, 8999683860 or 7722039712.
no introduction, but I'll name them nevertheless. Advocate Cleopat Coutinho and Advocate Radharao Gracis. They are here to decode what happened today. As we all know, Goa has already voted and then decided. The BJP is going to form the next government. It looks like Pramod Sawant is going to be the next chief minister, but we still don't know yet. There are meetings to be held. I'll cut straight to the chase. Of course, Naveen Pairaikar, the social media head of the BJP, also continues to be with us. Thank you very much, Naveen, for staying on. Radharao, straight away, let's get to the heart of the discussion. Please decode these results for us.
See, decode means, I think generally the results have gone against perceptions of the press, of the opinion polls, everyone. No one had expected the BJP to reach 20. But at the same time, if you look at the results, you will see that BJP has got 20 seats with the same percentage of votes as it had last time. So essentially, there is no increase in the margin of votes. Problem here is, it is the first past the post system.
Right.
Now, for the first time in Goa, there were many contenders for the opposition, for the let us say, to capitalize on the anti-incumbency.
Right.
Unlike in the past.
Right.
So the anti-incumbency vote, which in this case is something like 67%,
right.
I think the BJP got 33%.
33 odd, yes.
Some 67% was non-BJP.
Right.
Which could not be capitalized on by the Congress, the major opposition party.
Right.
So it got split many ways. As a result, the opposition fragmented opposition, split the opposition vote, the non-BJP vote,
right.
and the BJP had a near walkover. That is what has happened. You see, there was a perception that there may be consolidation of the non-BJP vote in favor of one party if they want to oust the BJP. There no such a thing happened. It did not happen because the Congress did not emerge as a viable alternative. See, the public at large did not look upon the Congress as a party that can win enough seats to form a government. Now, if you look at the Congress now, it has no presence in at least 6 talukas.
Right.
In Darbandara, in Ponda, in Bisholi, in Sattari, in Penne. They've got no seats at all in Sangay. They forget seats. They are not even second or third placed in these constituencies.
Right.
So that means almost 13, 14 seats. They are not in the running at all. So when the public possibly perceived that these people cannot form a government, they possibly voted for different other parties. The Congress should have been front runners in all the 40 seats. Then they would have people would have realized that these people can form a government and back them up. That is what I feel.
Cleopat, I'll get back to Radharao. Now Radharao has diagnosed what the problem is. According to you, why did the Congress not manage to be a viable alternative?
See, Congress had lost its credibility after their 10 joined the BJP. There has been huge trust issues which AAP and TMC try to capitalize on, saying that why do you vote for them when their candidates are going to the BJP?
Right.
That perception they could not overcome.
Right.
One.
Right.
Number two is, even this time BJP has not done exceedingly well. They have got 20 seats by first past the post system. Their vote share remains the same.
Right.
In 2017 also it was an anti-incumbency system.
Right.
They were reduced from 21 to 13. Now the 13 becomes 20.
Yes.
So the whole problem is, it is anti-incumbency, but it's a fractured opposition.
Right.
Now in this, what has happened is, Congress lost almost all their heavyweights and they were left with what they called new Congress. But each one of them possibly went with about 4,000 votes, 3,000 votes, contested independence and lost. One good thing that has happened is that almost all factors lost, except Jennifer and Babush.
That's right.
But I don't consider them as regular defectors because that is their kingdom. Panjim and
otherwise all defectors have actually lost.
Yes, I have lost.
That's a
Nilkant. The only other person who has won is Nilkant. Nilkant wins more because of the stupid situation created by Kiran himself. By going to Aldona, TMC, So that way, according to me, that is what has happened.
No, we must also take into account the RG's presence and the number of votes they
Yes,
got. But RG has done extremely well even in TV.
No. RG has done in TV. RG has done well in Salset. RG has done well in the entire opposition belt. See, RG, AAP, TMC. Of course, when I mean TMC, I mean the persons, not a TMC as such. They vied for the same anti-incumbency vote.
Right.
So the anti-incumbency vote, which is something like 67%, could not be harvested by the Congress party alone.
Right.
But I would still say, from a position of 2 to come to a position of 11, they are a resurgent force. Now, how they hold on is left up to them, and how they can build upon it. But that it was felt that they would be dismantled completely has not happened. If you look at all the surveys that were conducted 4 months back, they were giving them something like 3 seats, 2 seats. AAP was placed above them with 24% vote, and they were placed at 17% vote.
But that is also due to the fact that the anti-incumbency did set in. People were upset with the BJP's performance. Maybe there was a perception that the BJP did not handle the COVID thing properly. So all this probably acted.
No, but the problem is in all this, their figure has remained the same. They are about 33% last time, 33% now. And we can't look at these figures better because with the same figures, they were 13. So which very clearly means they have managed
to gain their vote share.
Yes, they have managed their vote share. They had a better organization. In fact, if you look at it, Congress hardly had a organization. Congress is a collection of candidates which thereafter becomes a party.
But we must also take into account that out of the 11 seats that they've got, 3 are Michael Lobo seats.
Okay. Four in a way.
Michael Lobo seats.
Yes.
Correct. So the thing is, and these seats have come because they took that tactical decision to get Michael Lobo in.
Correct.
So obviously, some tactics, some gamesmanship has played its part. So, but the Congress was expected to do much better. See, I understand your 2 to 11 theory, but one can also look at it from the fact that they were expected to get 17, 18 and they ended up at 11.
Correct.
It depends on which side you look at it from.
Correct. But finally, see, the thin margins will answer this question.
Yes.
Look at even Ponda, where they get one with, say, in 2 digits.
Right.
So that way I would say the people who gave the numbers are not much of the mark. See, yesterday I was reading Sanjay Kumar of CSDS on Deccan Chronicle, where he writes an article saying that in Goa, you can't predict anything. Now, if Sanjay Kumar says this, then I don't think any of us will be in a position to say.
Correct. Naveen, I've asked this to you before as well, and we dwelt upon the whole issue of anti-incumbency votes and whether incumbency worked or did not work. But you see, the thing is, this whole issue of split opposition has also worked against the BJP in some seats. For instance, in Aldona, Kiran Khandolkar's presence has actually impacted the BJP, and Glenn Ticklow lost because of this. But overall, did you internally were you all prepared for this? This figure of 20, or internally we are all thinking that we'll end up 16, 17 and we'll have to reach out to the MGP and do other kinds of deals. There were people within the party like Vishwajit Rani and others who were also getting excited by the prospect of the BJP having to get people from other parties that would become a key player there.
No, as we always said that 22 in 22.
That was a slogan.
No, that was actually not a slogan. It got converted to a slogan. So we were always sticking to that, and we knew that. See, it is just like Dutoro said that Congress, is a collection of candidates. BJP is an organization-based party. We are not collection of candidates. We choose the candidates. We have our own organization. We know how the voters vote.
Right.
So, Congress started just 6 months back. Before that, there was no Congress at all. Girish Chodankar had already resigned, same as Rahul Gandhi had resigned. And the only person was moving around was Mr. Digambar Kamath, who was the leader of opposition. And rest everybody were sleeping at home. Whereas if you go to say in AP, everybody were on the field, everybody were working, everybody were even during COVID, people were on the ground. So it was not that this came as a surprise. At the same time, 33%, what you said, that 33% is always our vote share. We never had any existence in Salshet, which we got now in Naveli. Again, there were some, like, some seat we lost, like, Murmugaon, which was a surprise, maybe due to a lot of things which had happened in past. But at the same time, as we go to see Congress, I agree with you, has lost its credibility. Congress only focused on defaming BJP. They didn't have anything concrete. It was all generic. If you go to see COVID times, it was all generic. They blamed scams, all generic. No, nothing was accurate. Nothing was perfect. Everything was, all like, illusion and stories, blame games. And people in Goa, they are well informed. They understand everything. Okay. You don't need to tell people. Again, regarding the Congress organization was zero until Mr. Chidambaram came down to Goa, and he went to each and every block, and he formed the block, and he gave everybody a new candidate, which people never trusted. Forget about people trusting them. Congress themselves didn't trust them.
But then how did the Congress win in a place like Kepe? I mean, they gave a good, interesting candidate, and they won.
In Kurchun they lost very narrowly.
In Kurchun, I mean, so it's not that. See, it's a mixed bag. You can't,
it's
one glove doesn't fit.
I agree. See, there is something called anti-incumbency also.
Sankar Pabankar in Murmugaon.
Yeah.
Look at that.
See, KPM may be anti-incumbency. Again, Kurchoram anti-incumbency. I agree with that. See, people in Goa, they always what we always say, Ajib hai Goa ke log. They want change. Somehow they want change. And if you don't perform, then definitely they send you home. In KPM, there was an anti-incumbency. Babu was for a very long time, and the person who got elected was a new face. Maybe people wanted a new face. Again, in Murmugaon, the same thing happened again. So,
see, realistically, I would say, the BJP still stand about 14-15. The balance of 5 to 6 seats that they've got are a combination of 2-3 factors. One, of course, is the vote split. There's no doubt about it. The other is that you have to give BJP credit for one thing. They strategized extremely well in South Goa and Salshet. I'll just complete one point. See, you look at Naveli. I don't know whether he'll agree with me or not. Fielding that minority candidate, I think, if I get his name right, Munawar at the last moment.
Rihan
Munawar at the last moment was a master stroke, because what would happen is that he pulled in all the minority votes away from the Valan and Pratima and Abartha, okay, the Congress, TMC and AAP respectively. In Kortali, there was fielding Anton Vaz as an independent, who was only wearing an independent jersey, but he was, BJP deep inside, and that was again a master stroke. But if that had not happened, probably Marian could have won, or it could have been an open game. Alina could have won, Valencia could have won, but you have the most unlikely candidate winning there. It cannot be because Anton Vaz was the most popular candidate in Kortali. It was obviously a part of strategy.
What happens, Sujoy? Anton Vaz was not fielded, or even for that matter officially or even semi-officially, by BJP. Digambar Kamath and went and sat with Anton Vaz for several sittings.
Right.
He simply did not want to contest on Congress ticket, or for that matter on BJP. Ticket was offered to him.
Right.
He refused.
Right.
He wanted to be independent because he runs a particular type of business which, if he is elected on opposition party ticket, could be targeted by the ruling party.
Right.
This is what he told his supporters.
The ruling party took advantage of that predicament.
No, he is a scheduled tribe person, and he has a strong support base, and he has money. So he wins on his own account. BJP, I don't think, played much role. They might have last moment backed him up. And again, he has won with less than a quarter of the votes, because vote has been split. That is how Matani also won there, and is how Alina also won there in the past. So in Kortali, usually you win with 25% vote, at least for last 3-4 elections. So this, I think, is routine.
But do you feel that the nature of the circumstances have helped BJP in Salset?
No, I will see what happens now. Today, the Congress, the BJP is in the shoes of the Congress.
Right.
15-20 years back, it was the Congress who hold the fort. And they enjoyed similar advantage as the BJP does. Once you are in power, you manipulate the levers of power, you have so many things going for him, you have money, and you would win. The Congress has should have no grievance, because we were the people who opposed the Congress in those days. What difficulties we had, and what manipulations the Congress did. So it is not, the Congress is only now, because they are on the wrong side of the fence, they may be complaining. Otherwise, all that the BJP is doing is precisely what the Congress was doing earlier. There is nothing, no new change. Now, this verdict I would read as, it is a verdict which validates the High Court decision on defections, essentially. And above all, this decision is a signal to the government: you can increase fuel prices, we will not protest. That appears to be the way the voters have voted, and I would expect by the time I return back, maybe fuel prices will go up by about ₹10 or so. Obviously, the people are not opposed to the BJP, whatever the reason may be. At least that margin has remained with them. Now, what happens is, now Cleophas said the Congress has moved from 2 to 11. That is a wrong perception. Last elections, the Congress got 17 seats. It has come down to 11. You went to 2 because you could not hold your MLAs. People had given you 17 seats. So you don't say that you have moved from 2 to 11. You have reduced from 17 to 11. That is the actual strength of the Congress now. And then, you see, it is not that all defectors have lost. Defectors only in Salset have lost, mostly. Now, there is a reason for that. Yes, in Salset, in these areas, Veli, Benauli, Kunkoli, the population, at least the majority of the voters, will not countenance you splitting and joining the BJP.
Right.
So, in Taligaon and Panjim, there is different composition. In Satari, it is different. There people have no cons. You can see, they are people who don't mind voting for BJP.
And Reginald probably won also because he was not a defector in that sense.
He was not a defector, and Reginald has a lot of personal popularity, and BJP also indirectly backed him. Although they fielded a candidate, BJP supported him.
So that is the point I was getting to, in the sense that do you feel that the BJP played its cards better in Salset? Because isn't it surprising?
They played their cards all over quite well. Like say they replaced Babu Asgaonkar.
That's right.
They replaced
Carlos Almeida.
They replaced my candidate.
Right.
So they dropped. They dropped wherever they felt that there was a possible person who is losing. They have replaced him.
Right.
So throughout they did constituency by constituency analysis and did their job.
Because see, irrespective of how we look at it, the fact remains that Congress has only 2 seats in Salset.
Correct.
So the issue there has to be it needs introspection.
But this was also expected. You remember last time in 2012, Navin said that first time they got no. 2012 Kunkali they got, and how they got? By the same method.
Right.
There was one John Montero who took about 6,000 votes, which Joki Alemao loses.
Yeah.
Rajan wins there. So it is all. It is a move where if you can split, you can win. That is how it is.
I understand that Parikar formula in 2012 when you had Kaitu, you had
correct. Abertan, Benjamin there, and then Rajan. Then same thing it is. But this time it has been given in a different form.
No, but it's still surprising that Congress could not kind of manage its own stronghold and bastion. It obviously means that the Goan electorate is changing, people are changing. There are different castes and communities that have entered into the ecosystem as well. You see the total of the migrant vote has also become huge. So I think all the demographics will also change. The Salset is not the same Salset that we knew earlier.
Largely true.
No, but one more thing that has happened is this the entire issue of saving of Goa and save what is left of Goa has been sort of a Congress slogan for some time, which like in their manifesto they have lot of issues, lot of matters taken up on environment.
Correct.
While BJP has taken nothing on that
but
issue.
why didn't it work for Congress?
I am telling you, it did not work for Congress because say RG, who is also talking of the same thing, they are talking of the same thing in a more hyper regional manner, they have also pulled it. Like you take my place really, RG gets more than Philip Neri.
Right, right.
See, you take his place in Nuve.
Right.
RG comes second.
Right.
See, this is where also, and these people are also talking about Goa.
Nuve RG has come second?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, they are also talking about Goa and saving of what is left of Goa.
Right,
So
right.
somehow the Congress has not been in a position to sell that plank better than others.
See what happens now, no one can believe that the Congress will save Goa. They are the ones who have destroyed Goa. So if you come now and say you save Goa, you can't. Neither can BJP come on a slogan of save Goa. They are also destroying Goa. These are reality at a ground root level. So they can't ever make a slogan of save Goa. Save Goa can come from a regional party, like we used to fight for that. Now the RG has taken over, that's a different issue. UGDP, yes. So the regional parties only can talk of save Goa. National parties can never save Goa because they are hardly bothered with Goa. They are all the policy programs come from the center. Parikar talked of special status for Goa. What happened? Nothing happened.
But in this context, there's an interesting twist. You see, AAP has won 2 seats from the Salsette heartland.
Yeah.
And also one of the reasons they've also won is that the two candidates there, they were not seen as Delhiwalas or typical.
No.
In the sense, they were sons of the soil who espouse causes like causes of seafarers, repatriating seafarers, bringing them down. So the issue is that people of Salsette will vote for people who take up causes.
See, these two people win, as you are saying, they were on the ground. No doubt about this. They are also
Vinci Vegas and Cruz Silva.
Correct. They are also winning because of the wrong choice of candidates done by the Congress party. You look at the choice in Veli, my place it is. Look at the choice in Benauli. They give a ticket to a TMC, a candidate after TMC rejects his candidature. See, these are the type of things that have happened, but it has not worked with the people.
If you go to see most of the Congress candidates, they're a wrong choice.
See what happens, Sujoy. See what happens is in Salsette, it is a misconception that Salsette is a Congress bastion. It is not so. Only advantage the Congress has in Salsette is that people of Salsette generally do not look upon BJP with her.
Right.
Now, when you do get a candidate or a party which is acceptable, people are willing to kick the Congress. That is what has happened.
Right.
So the AAP is not looked upon as hostile to Catholic interests. So they have voted for them. So the Congress has been winning Salsette by default.
Right.
Whenever strong candidates came, even from UGD in the old days, Congress lost seats when in Salsette. So now that doesn't happen elsewhere.
Right.
Because in other constituencies, the people aren't as thickly concentrated as in Salsette, who say we don't want BJP.
Right. Okay. Now I'll quickly shift the discussion to the new party and also the non-Congress opposition and the role they played apart from RG, and the parties that we are specifically looking at as Trinamool Congress and the AAP. I'll start with you. When the Trinamool came, it was riding very high on their success in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee was seen as the person who could defeat Modi, and they came with that whole Gangoism, and they came full blast. At that point of time, of course, BJP, to be honest, was slightly rattled because of what had happened in Bengal, but then it quickly recovered. So how do you see the TMC presence? How do you see the TMC presence then? We all know what has happened.
Initially in Goa, when they came, they were a party of banners. We never saw them as a opposition initially, until started coming up with they started hitting below the belt. Before that, everybody in Goa were looking at Congress and BJP as the principal parties. Then came AAP. AAP came 5 years back.
8
years back. Even Trinamool also came much earlier.
That was all right. That was different Trinamool. Yeah. AAP came 10 years back. They were in the last election.
Dr. Willy contested on Trinamool.
Churchill contested.
Yes, but that was just for the sake of it. Yes, they came officially now.
So officially they came, and they started with all these hoardings and banners everywhere. They started putting their posters. How they came and they launched themselves. But people in Goa were very shrewd. They didn't like all these banners, posters sticking everywhere. There were many complaints. Even in one of our property, there were posters which are stuck. People came on the road, filed
But do
police
you think
complaints.
these are that
No.
ultimately all
Initially, people didn't like that. See, Goans are.
So you're saying TMC was too aggressive?
Too aggressive.
Okay.
And people trust them. Seeing their background in West Bengal, West Bengal basic was converted from West Bengal to West Bengal by this lady. If you go to see, no company survived there. Even the Tatas were shunted out from Bengal.
But Naveen, while this may be true, not true, debatable, I don't think all these factors went of
No. They
because I have a feeling they didn't accept them as a party that
accept
is there
them
to
as a party. See,
serve their interests.
as I always said, Goa is a educated class. So people were discussing about all these things. Okay, people were watching Mamata very closely. Like that, they came here with the posters, banners, hiring people, IPAC, putting advertisement on papers, newspapers, social media, inviting for new people, giving them good salary up to 25,000, 50,000 for young kids, making them go to house to, and then finally when they go to the people ask them the question. I mean, see, Goa is a very small place. We know everybody. When the people come to my house, when have you joined TMC? They said, no, I have just joined lately. I have got employed. So basically, that was an employment which people have understood. And they didn't have any agenda except those cards which were promised. So people finally thought that we should vote for a progressive party, irrespective of those who are saying that 33%. We always had that vote share of 33-34%. We didn't go beyond. Even in 2012, we gave around 6, 7, 8 new faces.
Right.
Okay, those were also new faces. That time also vote share low. BJP, you have to understand that BJP is a very new party, and from 4 now we have progressed to 2020.
Okay. I'll just cut to the points are very valid and should be taken. See, you've been closely, I would say, connected or closely informed about the TMC's evolution, attempted evolution in Goa. If you could just break down the whole the TMC journey and broadly tell us where did TMC go wrong?
No,
both fundamentally and strategically.
See, from whatever I know, I have been with them.
Yes.
The trouble is they had not come here for evolution. They came for acquisition. This is where everything went wrong.
Right.
You see, if they treated Goa, Bengalis are also footballers. They came to Goa with another football team. But instead of building up a football team by taking players at grassroots level, training them and making them into a team,
right,
they acquire the full team.
Right.
And they acquired all sorts of veterans, beginning with Lucien Valero, Churchill Alemão. Then each one came with his own baggage. So what went wrong was that they tried to build a team simply by acquiring players.
Right.
Most of them past their prime.
Right.
They spent huge money on them. Net result is zero.
Right.
Because these fellows were capable of kicking a ball anymore. They were past their prime. And if they wanted to come, they should have come at least 6 months earlier. Did a care of the place and started building a team. As their name suggests, they are Trinamool grassroots Congress. But here there were no grassroots. Only the leaves were there.
But did they play a part in some seats, actually affecting the final verdict of that seat, or do you feel they got far less votes to?
No, obviously they did. See, in Benauli,
right,
Benauli up one.
Yes.
Naveli.
In Veli. Now these are seats where they took, if these were not there, if it was straight fights, Congress would have got these seats.
Right.
Not just here, in Kortali.
So you are saying that the TMC has damaged Congress in main seats?
See, TMC came to Goa telling us it wants to fight Modi.
Right.
Actually, it looks that they were preparing for the Lok Sabha elections in 2024. They were not at all interested in our elections in 2022. As I look at it, they wanted a second place in national politics. Whether it is Rahul Gandhi as number 2 after Modi, whether it is Arvind Kejriwal or Mamata Banerjee, that was the issue. They were trying to position themselves as number 2 and nationally.
Right.
But locally, what was the problem? Here, ours are small constituencies where a wave cannot come about. Even if a wave comes, it would be halted in Satari, it would be halted in Panjim, it would be in Santandre. Every places we have our own regional constituency-wise leaders. So they, instead of, as Radha said, they try to take them directly and try to make out a case. And when they came to Goa, they were not getting front runners. All they collected were up. And that is where they are today. They have not a single front runner into them. All runners up.
Okay. Now, I'll just...
The possibly front runner who went and they destroyed him is Kiran Kandolkar.
Okay. Okay, now we'll come to the last part of this, and we need to touch upon some important points. See, now where does two things with this victory, can we assume that the BJP, after having won 3 consecutive elections now, will be in a position to consolidate Goa, even get into areas where they have not been? And let us also take into account that in spite of the anger in the mining belt, the BJP has not done too badly overall. Okay, so if you look at belt,
they won the mining belt seats. They won all the mining belt.
Almost all mining.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. They won the mining belt seats. The COVID mismanagement issue has not really worked. If you look at the whole issue of double tracking and coal, that also did not work in the manner that it worked. So my issue, will this make BJP more confident in thinking that they can actually not bother too much about the noise and go on consolidating and make it into a undefeatable force? Could the BJP be thinking along these lines? That's the moment. I'll ask both questions together, then all of you all can answer. One more point, Doctor, just one more point. Secondly, where does the Congress go from here? For instance, AAP, in the manner in which it has performed in these 2 seats, and after winning Punjab and so on and so forth, the AAP, by regularly chipping away at the Congress space and doing things quietly. See, AAP is here to like a long test match. You build your innings, give the first hour to the fast bowlers, and then play your knock. AAP is playing that kind of a slow and steady tortoise kind of politics. Issue if the Congress does not get its act together properly and goes on deteriorating, AAP can be a serious contender for that Congress space. There are 2 issues. I mean, one is a BJP related issue on the fact that BJP might get that confidence to really become undefeatable, and secondly, what does it do to the Congress? So we'll just do this way, and we'll start this way, and then Radharao can conclude.
Okay. So presently, this is BJP 3.0. And
what does that mean? Okay, third election.
3.0, third term.
Okay.
So what we have done is, like, in last 1 or 2 years, we have been reaching to each and every Karyakarta at grassroots level. We have reached each booth. Out of 1,722 booths, we must have reached at least 1,600, except few salsets like Vilim, Benavalim, which we have just left, and including the WEM.
Right.
So most of the places we have our mandals intact, we have booth intact, we have almost all the booths.
Right.
Okay, we have booth kartas. So, and that is our strength. Unlike Congress.
No, but booth Karyakartas were your traditional strength. I'm looking at it more not in terms of the micromanagement of booths, but on how establishing a pan-Goa narrative, which is going to give the BJP a huge...
See, pan-Goa narrative, development-based narrative. Whatever we develop, it is going to the people. Okay, and that is our strength. See, like if we talk about prior to 2012, we had nothing to say. We have just this. But now we have performance, and we have our book. We have released our report, in which we have several schemes and development projects, which even I can't.
But not to contradict you, just one point. Don't you think the BJP this time has won mainly because of nature of the circumstances and the political landscape, rather than extremely good performance?
See, I feel that it is only that nature, and it is not only the vote splitting. Vote splitting but it has happened on both the sides. Even in BJP, there are several vote splittings. Initially, when there was 2 or 3 parties, then when we understand that NCP came or whoever came, that time the split would happen. But now there are more than 3-4 pieces, okay, and with a different ideology.
Okay.
So we cannot expect
Okay.
that vote split is only of anti-BJP vote. It can be also of B vote. And the second also regarding those as Dotor side, whatever is left of Goa. See, these were all gaming tactics, like, you know, you can say Tamna project, double tracking. Who started this double tracking? BJP haven't started. It was started in 2010.
Well, even if you accept that for argument's sake, the BJP could have stopped it.
No, see, government is a continuous process. How can we stop it? And that time, if you go to see in 2000, we have seen Mr. Digambar Kamath, Mr. Sardin, and also late Santaram making huge big statements on Times of India, saying that these projects are going to help the economy of Goa and also the private sector.
That's exactly my point.
They are on record.
That's exactly my point. It is when you win like this, you can afford to make statements like this and be confident.
And now they are saying exactly opposite.
Right.
We should trust whether they were saying what they were saying then or now.
See, according to me, this whole narrative of development-based politics to a large extent is coming to destruction of what is left of Goa. Now take one area, take 16B.
Right.
See, it is doing so much damage that at least the Congress up and others said we will delete it. But I am surprised that with so much of BJP says nothing on it. One. Number two, as far as environment is concerned, there is almost nothing as far as the manifesto. So my fear is that this victory would further embolden them to finish whatever is left. Now your other question on Congress. See, Congress requires more serious political leadership. Their leadership lacks that killer instinct.
Yes.
Their leadership strategically that make their party poll ready at all times. Every election, whether it is Zilla election, Panchayat election, municipal election, except the Margaon municipal election, I don't think other elections they took as the Margaon municipal election.
Then coming to my original question, if this goes on happening, AAP seriously creep into that space? And
no, if it continuously happens, then even RJ could creep into that. See, look, they have done exceedingly well, particularly in places where Congress, which considered its bastion, they have done very well.
Yes. What happens is, if the acts properly, there could be an upsurge. Otherwise, I do not know how they are going. That all depends on them. But the technique, what happens, I do not agree with Naveen that BJP, it is BJP. Actually, it is maybe the BJP's third government, but they have won only 2 of these 3 elections. They positively lost the last elections, getting only 13 seats. So it is not 3-0 wins for BJP. It is second victory, but third government. That is the actual state of affairs. Now, I have been here probably more than both these gentlemen here, and I can say one thing, that for majority of the voters, these issues are only time pass. Whatever issues arise, they'll come make a noise limited here, there. When it comes to elections, unless there is a major issue at election time, elections are in Goa never won on issues. In Goa, elections are mostly won money.
Right.
And if you don't have money, you don't contest elections.
Okay.
It is very clear. No one may be willing to say so openly, but reality is that this time, I just can't imagine the sort of money that was spent.
Right. But then are you saying that the BJP won because it spent more money?
So I am not saying that BJP won because it spent more money. All parties spent huge amounts of money, most parties. BJP might have spent more because they are in a position to do so. I do not have facts and figures on that. But money was being spent left, right and center, and if you don't have money, don't contest election. Clear-cut message. So the voters react to money. They may have even taken money from all candidates and finally voted whichever they will want. But money plays a major role. If you have not been able to money, no one even looks at you.
But then in that context, do parties like AAP have a chance in building a base?
See, what makes you think AAP didn't spend money this time? AAP pumped in a lot of money. I am not saying all the voters are like that. Probably the honest voter is around 25 to 30%.
Right.
Around that figure.
Right.
The rest are all commodities. You have the money, go and buy it from the market. That is the actual reality. Politicians or whoever analysts will, want to be politically correct. They don't want to blame the voters, but this is the reality.
Right. Okay, on this somber note, we'll just have to leave it there because all of us have a long and tiring day and the discussion will go on. And obviously, when you're leaving it at this age, there will be a sequel. We'll have more debates through the week and later because there's so much to unpack and double click and into it. But I thank all my three guests for spending time. Naveen has been here for a long time, both Dr. Cleophas and Dr. Radharao. Thank you as always. And let us keep this whole discussion going. And most importantly, let us have a government which delivers for the people. There can still be a hope in spite of all the skepticism. Thank you.
TV. I'm outside counting hall of Government Polytechnic Center where counting of 19 assembly constituencies are taken up. And now the first round of some constituencies have been out. In Mandre, it is Jeet Arolkar of MGP who is leading against against BJP candidate and by around 115 votes. And former Chief Minister Lakshmikant Parsekar is trailing. He is in the third position. In Perne, which is also in Penne Taluka, the second constituency, there also MGP has taken lead. They are leading against BJP and Congress is in the third position. We have got figures from TV constituency where sitting MLA BJP or Nilkant Halankar of BJP is leading against TMC candidate Kavita Kandolkar by around more than 300 votes. Whereas we have also figures from Kalangut where sitting former minister and former minister Michael Lobo has taken a very comfortable lead against BJP. He is leading by more than 1,000 votes. Whereas in Shioli, it is former minister Dayanand Mandrekar of BJP is leading against Delaila Lobo of Congress. In Saligaon, we have first round figures wherein former minister Jayesh Salgaonkar of BJP is leading against Kedar Naik of Congress. While in Porvori, also in Badesh Taluka, Rohan Khante has taken a very huge lead against Sandeep Adarkar of TMC. Whereas we have figures from Aldona where Congress Carlos Alvarez Ferreira has surprisingly taken lead against BJP and is leading by around 300 votes in the second round of counting. In Sankeli, where all eyes are on Sankeli, where Chief Minister Pramod Sawant's fate is sealed, and where there was highest polling, 89% polling on the polling day, there Dharmesh Saglani of Congress is leading against Pramod Sawant by a margin of more than 450, which he had secured in the first round, and now second round is also over and he is more or less leading by the same margin. In Panjim, Babush Mansara has taken lead up to second round is over. Now he is leading by nearly 600-700 votes against Utpal Parikar, independent candidate.
निवडून आल्यानंतर काय भूमिका घेणार आहेत?
बघा, राज्याच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीनं जे काय आवश्यक असेल ते मी निश्चित करीन.
तर तुमका कोण मेवपाक येयल्ले तुमकडे?
तुमच्यासारखे कितलेदार मेळटात.
करके हमारे कंटिन्यूस इलेक्शन प्रभारी देवेंद्र जी और उनकी पूरी टीम यहाँ पे रह के, जैसे कि जी किशन, सिटी रवि, दर्शना जरदोश मैडम कंटिन्यूसली 2-3 महीने से फॉलोअप कर रहे थे। उन्होंने लोगों को हमें पूरे मार्गदर्शन किया, इसीलिए मैं उनका भी शुक्रगुजार हूं। सही में हमने 10 साल के बाद, 10 साल से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार थी और फिर से लोग कह रहे थे कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, सरकार आना मुश्किल है, लेकिन हमें पूरा विश्वास था, मुझे था, हमारे संगठन के पूरे टीम को था कि गोवा की जनता फिर से एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यहाँ की जुटा के देगी। जैसे कि माननीय मोदी जी के डबल इंजन सरकार ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट वर्क, ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट वर्क और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सरकार में अंत्योदय तत्व पर करने वाला काम, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार की योजना हो, चाहे वो राज्य सरकार की योजना हो, द लास्ट पर्सन तक लेने की कोशिश माननीय मोदी जी का मिशन आत्मनिर्भर भारत, which we have converted into the स्वयंपूर्ण गोवा, सेल्फ रिलायंट गोवा, उसमें कन्वर्ट करके लोगों तक पहुंचाया। इसलिए सही में इसका फायदा हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुआ और रियलिटी में फिर से एक बार 20 लोग चुन के दिए हैं। इसलिए मैं पूरे प्रेस मीडिया का भी मैं बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि जिस तरह का सहयोग, जिस तरह का सहकार्य पहले दिन से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को रहा। जब जब हमारे नेशनल लीडर्स यहाँ आते थे, मुझे पता है इवन दो द नेशनल मीडिया गांव-गांव में गई है, माननीय अमित भाई शाह का रोड शो रहा, डोर टू डोर कैंपेन में नेशनल मीडिया भी आप सभी लोग उनके साथ में डोर टू डोर कैंपेन में शामिल हो गए, जेपी नड्डा जी आप सभी के। इसलिए मैं प्रेस मीडिया का भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूं। आप इस इलेक्शन में हमारे साथ, मुझे लगता है कि इस इलेक्शन में हमारे जस्ट 20 सीट मिले हैं, इवन दो द वोटिंग परसेंटेज शेयर हमारा बड़ा है। हमारा लास्ट टाइम वी हैव द वोटिंग परसेंटेज शेयर ऑफ द 32%, इस बार 34.3% वोटिंग शेयर पार्टी का बड़ा है। तो पार्टी की बेस गोवा में और भी बढ़ रही है। चाहे मैं सभी जो हमारे इलेक्टेड जो एमएलएज है उनका भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और पार्टी के डायरेक्शंस के हिसाब से गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन के लिए जाएंगे। हमारे देवेंद्र जी आपको मार्गदर्शन करेंगे इसी के ऊपर। सब चुन के आए हैं, बाकी पार्टी के लोग भी जो चुन के आए हैं उनका भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। गोवा के विधानसभा में पहली बार बाकी पार्टियां ने भी एंट्री की, उनका सभी को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मैं माननीय अपने पार्टी के जनरल सेक्रेटरी सिटी रवि, सभी को नमस्कार। एक करें,
सभी को नमस्कार।
एक कोकणी में मराठी साहेब बोल।
मंच पर उपस्थित गोवा प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री सदानंद तानावडे जी, गोवा मुख्यमंत्री श्री प्रमोद सावंत जी, महाराष्ट्र पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री विपक्ष नेता चुनाव प्रभारी देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, सह प्रभारी केंद्र मंत्री श्री किशन रेड्डी जी, केंद्र मंत्री श्री श्रीपद नायक जी, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रवि नायक जी, मंत्री विश्वजीत राणे जी, नरेंद्र सावेकर जी, दामो नायक जी, इधर आए हुए सभी पत्रकार बंधुओं, गोवा में गोवा जनता आशीर्वाद दिए बीजेपी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके। सभी गोवा जनता को पार्टी के तरफ से विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। हम लोग राष्ट्रवाद का विचार, स्थिर सरकार और विकास का मुद्दा लेकर वोट मांग लिए थे। गोवा जनता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर पार्टी अध्यक्ष श्री जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में देश भर, गोवा में पार्टी अध्यक्ष सदानंद तानावडे जी, मुख्यमंत्री प्रमोद सावंत के नेतृत्व में वोट दिया है। फिर एक बार मतदाताओं को धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथ साथ सभी कार्यकर्ता कड़ी मेहनत करके हम लोग टास्क दिए थे, बूथ जीतेगा तो चुनाव आसान से जीतेगा। सभी कार्यकर्ता वो टास्क, हमारा टास्क बन करके इसके लिए हम चुनाव जीता हूं। ये टीम वर्क के कारण हम लोग हमारा ताकत कितना है फ्लोर में भी दिखाई देंगे। आज जो इलेक्शन में दिखाया है वो फ्लोर में भी हम दिखाई देंगे, ये पक्का है। अभी 20+5 है। कब फ्लोर में हम लोग दिखाई देगा उस दिन और ज्यादा सीट भी हमारा साथ आने का संभव है। कौन कौन गोवा विकास के बारे में चिंतित होता है और स्थिर सरकार और राष्ट्रवाद के विचार के साथ आना चाहता है, सभी को हम साथ लेकर के जाएंगे। विकास हमारा आद्यता है, राष्ट्रवाद का विचार हमारा आद्यता है। वो दोनों मुद्दे के साथ हम आगे जाएंगे। और एक बार सभी को धन्यवाद करते मेरा बात समाप्त करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
एक अतिशय चांगला विजय गोव्याच्या जनतेने भारतीय जनता पक्षाला दिला, त्याबद्दल गोव्याच्या जनतेचे मी मनापासून आभार मानतो। माननीय मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी ज्या प्रकारे सांगितलं, हा विजय आमचे नेते माननीय देशाचे पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदीजी यांना समर्पित आहे। याचं कारण संपूर्ण देशामध्ये मोदीजींनी विश्वासार्हतेची जी मालिका सुरू केली, त्यामुळेच गोव्यासहित 4ही राज्यामध्ये एक प्रचंड मोठा विजय हा आम्हाला प्राप्त झाला। त्याचवेळी डबल इंजिनचं सरकार हे लोकांनी गेल्या 5 वर्षात गोव्यामध्ये अनुभवलं आणि गेल्या 5 वर्षात गोव्याचा चेहरा हा ज्या प्रकारे बदलला, इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरचं काम असेल, ह्युमन डेव्हलपमेंटचं काम असेल आणि विकास याच्या आधारावर गोव्याच्या जनतेने भारतीय जनता पक्षाला प्रचंड मतं त्या ठिकाणी दिली आणि 20 जागा भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या निवडून आल्या। मला हे सांगताना आनंद वाटतोय की 3 अपक्षांनी बीजेपीला समर्थन दिलंय। आम्ही कालच हे अनाउन्स केलं होतं की आमचे 21 आले तरी आम्ही काही लोकांना आमच्या सोबत घेऊन चालणार आहोत आणि त्याच परंपरेनुसार हे 3 अपक्ष असतील किंवा महाराष्ट्रवादी गोमांतक पार्टीनेही भारतीय जनता पक्षाला समर्थनाचं पत्र दिलेलं आहे। त्यामुळे एमजीपी देखील आमच्या सोबत असणार आहे। मी एमजीपीचा देखील आभार मानतो, या 3ही अपक्षांचा देखील आभार मानतो आणि 25 लोकांच्या एका चांगल्या मेजॉरिटीने आम्ही सरकार फॉर्मेशन करू। तुमचे प्रश्न येणारच आहेत म्हणून पहिल्यांदाच सांगतो, भारतीय जनता पक्षामध्ये ही पद्धत आहे। आता आमच्या सेंट्रल पार्लमेंटरी बोर्डाची बैठक होईल, त्या बैठकीमध्ये चारही राज्य म्हणजे गोव्याकरता देखील एक सेंट्रल ऑब्झर्वर हे नियुक्त होतील. ते सेंट्रल ऑब्झर्वर गोव्यामध्ये उद्या किंवा परवा जे काय असेल उद्याच येतील आणि त्यानंतर लेजिस्लेचर पार्टीची बैठक होऊन आम्ही गव्हर्नर साहेबांकडे जाऊ. त्यामुळे आम्हाला मेजॉरिटी मिळाल्यामुळे आम्हाला धावपळ करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही आहे. काँग्रेस पक्षाला असं वाटत होतं की त्यांनाच मेजॉरिटी मिळेल म्हणून त्यांनी कालच गव्हर्नरला पत्र देऊन आज 3 वाजताची वेळ मागितली होती. पण आज 3 वाजता काँग्रेसचं कोणीच त्या ठिकाणी गेलं नाही कारण जाण्यालायक त्यांच्याकडे काही वाचलंच नव्हतं. त्यामुळे गव्हर्नर साहेब वाटच पाहत होते की बाबा कोण येत आहे, पण ते काही त्या ठिकाणी गेले नाहीत. मला असं वाटतं की या ठिकाणी गोव्यामध्ये अतिशय चांगलं काम आमच्या सरकारने केलं आहे. एकीकडे मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या नेतृत्वातलं सरकार असेल किंवा अध्यक्षांच्या नेतृत्वातली पार्टी असेल, या दोघांनी एक चांगला समन्वय साधल्यामुळे आणि गोव्याच्या टीमने अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे मेहनत केल्यामुळे हा विजय आम्हाला मिळालेला आहे. आम्ही जे लोक बाहेरून आलेलो आहोत, महाराष्ट्राची टीम देखील या ठिकाणी आली होती, त्यांनी चांगलं काम केलं आहे. पण मुळात हा विजय गोव्याच्या टीमचा विजय आहे, गोव्याच्या टीमने केलेल्या कामाचा विजय आहे. म्हणून मी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अधिकारी असतील, त्यांच्या सोबतचे पदाधिकारी असतील, या सगळ्यांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. आमचे श्रीपाद भाऊ जे आमचे केंद्रीय मंत्री आहेत आणि गोवा त्या समृद्धीकडे आम्ही गोवा घेऊन जाऊ हा विश्वास मी व्यक्त करतो. गोवा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक प्रचंड जीत गोवा की जनता ने दी. तेंदुलकर जी है ना, विनय जी, गोवा की जनता ने ये जो जीत दी है, वातावरण तैयार किया है, वो वातावरण गोवा में भी हमको देखने को मिला. और साथ साथ डबल इंजन की जो सरकार पिछले 5 वर्ष काम कर रही थी, जिसने गोवा का चित्र पूरे तरीके से बदला, एक आधुनिक गोवा का निर्माण होते हुए हमने देखा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के प्रोजेक्ट देखे और इसके साथ साथ ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट की, सोशल सेक्टर की कई योजनाएं हमारी सरकार ने बहुत ही यशस्विता के साथ लोगों तक पहुंचाई. इसी के कारण लोगों ने एक बहुत अच्छा साथ और समर्थन हमको दिया है. अभी बीजेपी के 20 लोग चुनकर आए हैं. महाराष्ट्रवादी गोमांतक पार्टी ने पत्र देकर उसका समर्थन हमको दिया है. उनके 2 लोग हमारे साथ आएंगे. इसके साथ साथ 3 इंडिपेंडेंट्स, उन्होंने भी समर्थन दिया है, वो भी हमारे साथ आएंगे. कुछ अन्य लोग भी हमारे साथ आ सकते हैं, लेकिन ये 25 लोग बिल्कुल पक्का हमारे साथ रहेंगे. तो एक कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी के साथ बीजेपी सरकार फॉर्म करेगी. हमारे पार्टी की जो पद्धति है, उस पद्धति के अनुसार शाम बोर्ड की बैठक होगी। उस बैठक में चारों स्टेट के साथ साथ गोवा के लिए सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर नियुक्त होंगे। सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर गोवा में आएंगे, उसके बाद लेजिस्लेचर पार्टी की बैठक होकर उसके बाद ही हम हमारा क्लेम के लिए सौंपने के लिए गवर्नर साहब के पास जाएंगे। तो अभी हमको भी कोई बहुत जल्दी नहीं है, क्योंकि कंफर्टेबल सरकार है, कोई दौड़ दौड़ के जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को यह अपेक्षा थी कि शायद उनको ही मेजॉरिटी मिल रही है, इसलिए कल ही उन्होंने पत्र दे दिया गवर्नर साहब को और आज 3 बजे का समय लिया था, लेकिन 3 बजे गवर्नर साहब के यहाँ कोई नहीं गया। गवर्नर साहब शायद उनकी राह देख रहे थे, लेकिन जाने के लिए उनके पास कुछ बचा नहीं था। इसलिए हम लोग हमारे पार्टी की पूरी प्रक्रिया करने के बाद ही गवर्नर साहब के पास जाएंगे। और आपका अगला प्रश्न शपथ विधि के बारे में भी होगा, उसके बारे में भी ये मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। चूंकि हम ये चाहते हैं कि सेंट्रल लीडरशिप हमारे यहाँ शपथ विधि में उपस्थित रहे, इसलिए चारों राज्यों का सेंट्रल लीडरशिप के साथ देखिए, मैंने पहले भी